8:05 a.m. I clear my throat and grab the microphone.
Good morning and welcome to Charlie's, your local family department store. Today we have a sale on chopped liver. Go ask Gary over at the deli all about it.
I look over in the direction of the deli to see Gary violently chopping up said liver. I don't really know where he got it, though. He just told me to add it to the morning announcements.
We've also updated our holiday section, so all customers can find whatever they might want or need for Father's Day. To all customers currently shopping with us.
I glance over to the bench by the front door and see our only customer. If he can even still be considered a customer. Because he doesn't look like he has much life left in him. Did he just pull the skin on his feet up like socks?
We're sorry to inform you that our restrooms are currently out of order until further notice.
That's because, when I came in this morning, both the men's and women's restrooms were covered in blood. When I say covered, I mean floor to ceiling. Drenched and dripping. It's been happening for months now, and we have no idea how. It always happens during the closing hours. The camera always glitches when it happens, and no one is brave enough to stay overnight to figure out the source of it.
Have a nice day, and thank you for shopping at Charlie's Department Store.
I finish the first announcement of the day and let go of the microphone. As I do, I see Gabe speed walking into the front doors. He has a look of terror on his face, and he's breathing heavy. Must be out of its cage? I ask him. He slams his messenger bag down, and I can see rips and tears in it. Yeah, and apparently it only ever finds meat tasty for some stupid reason, he says, clearly frustrated that our unintentional pet wendigo is a picky eater. I'll tell Gary to give it some other, less fortunate meat selections he might have. We need to get it back in its cage before we get a rush. Gabe's face contorts into one of disgust at this comment, but I'm not sure if it's at me discussing Gary's mystery meat selection, or at us getting busy. Or maybe it's at the thought of the wendigo munching on his flesh. Who knows? I tell Gabe to begin setting up his register space while I go over to talk to Gary. When I walk over, I see Gary chopping up some very disgusting gray meat. Hey, Gary. You know the owners don't like it when you try to sell customers meat past its expiration date, I softly reminded him. Gary was usually a total sweetheart to all of our workers, but it still wasn't the best idea to make him mad. He grunted, then said, Gary, hear Wendigo out. Gary, help. He slammed his butcher's knife down on the counter, completely obliterating whatever bone was in the mystery meat. Great job, Gare Bear. Always ahead of the game. I tapped the counter twice before turning around and walking back towards the front of the store, passing the bathroom where I could see Cheryl mopping blood off the tiles. I could have sworn I saw her lick some excess blood she'd acquired on her fingers, but I try not to look too deep into things like that around here. However, I did notice and call out her failure to post an out-of-order sign on the door, to which her response was, Oh, is the restroom out of order? Once I handled that situation, I passed the earlier mentioned customer, a 7-foot-tall man whose skin never seemed to fit him properly, and we greeted each other. He had to close his jaw using his hand after the greeting, but I tried not to stare, because that'd be rude of me. Just a usual morning here at Charlie's. 1:43 p.m. Sir? Said the young girl who just walked up to me. She looked college age and absolutely normal, so she really shouldn't have been in here. I stood up from the shelf I was restocking and looked at her, waiting for her to state what she needed help with. There's these two little girls over there on the... She pointed over to a nearby aisle. That aisle? And they seem to be lost. They've been standing there at the end of the aisle for quite a while, but they don't seem to have a parent or anyone with them, said the girl nervously. She genuinely looked worried for their well-being, but it was her she should have been worried about. I nodded, then asked, Are they twins? She nodded back, confused that I didn't seem concerned. You already know about them? I ignored her question and asked one of my own. Did you respond whenever they asked you to play with them? I asked them where their mom was. Why do you not seem more worried? What if their mom abandoned them? She seemed to be getting somewhat flustered that I wasn't doing more. "Ma'am, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you are now basically their mother. You spoke to them and acknowledged their presence, so now they're attached to you." She looked at me in complete bewilderment. Then it quickly changed to a look of fear. Probably from me, those girls, and this whole establishment. "What are you even talking about?" "They said they wanted to play with you forever. You stupidly responded, even though you didn't know any better, and now they are yours. Which I'm very sorry about, but also can't do anything about." "Are you crazy? Is everyone in the store crazy? Is that what's going on? What even is this place?" She was starting to not take me seriously. She had a look on her face that reminded me of all the dumb blonde girls that used to bully me in high school. I was used to people looking at me in fear, thanks to Charlie's, but looking at me like I was stupid was another thing. I suddenly decided I didn't care much for her well-being anymore. I shrugged and told her the honest truth. "It's a grocery store, but not for people like you." She inched away from me at this point, but she still asked, "What do you mean, people like me?" She was starting to sound like a Karen, but I could also see the fear come back in her eyes, betraying her tough act. "Normal people." She stared at me for a few seconds in silence. I could see the gears turning in her head, looking for a response and unable to find one. The two twins walked up to each side of her, each taking one of her hands. Her left hand was occupied by a bag of sugar, which the twin taking over happily launched over her shoulder, making the bag bust with force. The force of the throw actually made some of the sugar turn to powder, so it looked like a freak snowfall had occurred. "Good luck," is all I said, albeit sarcastically, before the girls dragged her out of the grocery store. I could feel her eyes practically burning a hole in my skull. Clearly she did not get the memo about it being rude to stare, but she didn't say anything else, I'm assuming out of fear. I looked at the snowstorm the twins had caused and groaned, grabbing my walkie-talkie. "Hey Gabe, clean up on aisle..." I glanced up at the broken aisle sign above my head, then glanced at the broken one in surrounding aisles, and inwardly cursed myself for being unable to do basic math. "Whatever aisle looks like Frosty the Snowman just shit himself. Thanks." 5:07 p.m. I was restocking the magazine racks up front by the cash registers when a thought occurred to me. "Hey, have you seen Gabe in the last few hours?" I asked Cheryl begrudgingly. She paused her very difficult task of organizing a pack of M&Ms by color, and thought for a second. "I think he clocked out and left already. Schedule says he got off at 3. "I know that, but he's been missing since before 3, Cheryl." "Oh?" she replied, as she scrunched up her stupid face in confusion. "Aren't you colorblind?" She paused to look at me again. "Yes, I am. Why do you ask?" The thought of seeing if the Wendigo might be interested in a taste of Cheryl enters my mind, mere seconds before a messenger bag soars through the sliding glass doors and lands with a loud thud in front of the register. It's nearly ripped to shreds, but I can see one of those tourist keychains with the name Gabe on it, hanging from the somehow still intact arm strap. "That looks like his bag, doesn't it?" ponders Cheryl, making me literally want to rip her head off at that point. I stare at the bag for a few seconds, honestly angry that Gabe was gone and not her. "Oh wait." She swings the M&M's bag in her hand towards me in an effort to grab my attention, making 2 M&M's fly out and hit me on the cheek. "I remember Gabe went outside after he finished sweeping up the snowman. You didn't tell me Christmas decorations had come in." I slowly turned to look at her, completely confused as to how someone could be so stupid and oblivious, and grabbed every single bag of M&M's off the rack behind me. I threw all of them on her conveyor belt. "Here, count and organize these for me. Don't leave your register until you're done. Better yet, don't talk to me until you're done." She chirped in excitement and got to work. I made a mental note to tell Gary there was possibly a new meat selection for tomorrow outside, then headed towards the office. I needed to call the owner and let him know we need to hire another cashier. 7:14 p.m. After I had gotten off the phone with the owners, I was doing a sweep around the store to see if there was anything that needed to be restocked or reorganized. I stopped at one aisle when I saw a woman kneeling on the floor with her back facing me. "Can I help you with anything, ma'am?" I asked her. Honestly, there were few things that scared me anymore, thanks to Charlie's, but something about this woman made the hairs on my arms stand up. I stared at the back of her head for a few moments, noticing how her hair was matted into one giant strand of twigs, dirt, and whatever else was hidden in that mess. She could have had a dead animal in there for all I knew, which would help explain the horrible stench that was coming from her. I took a couple steps toward her. Suddenly, I heard a loud snapping noise, like she had broken her neck, and her head slowly started to turn towards me. I stopped moving whenever she was facing me, as if she was an owl, and I finally got a look at her face. Or, really, what was left of her face. She had horrible scars all over her face, some healed and some still open and clearly infected, dripping blood and pus onto the tiles. The whites of her eyes were the only thing that showed, and they looked milky. Even though I couldn't see her actual eyeballs, I could tell she was looking me in the eye. Her jaw looked broken and hung loosely, letting some weird black tar-looking liquid drip onto the linoleum tiles, mixing with the blood and pus. She tilted her head back and forth, I'm assuming to crack her neck, but it strangely ended up sounding like a creaking door you would hear in a haunted house. Honestly, the fear that I felt right then made me just want to turn away and pretend I had never seen that woman. But I knew the owners wouldn't like that. The thought of upsetting them scared me more than this woman did. So I stayed and tried to offer help. However, I have this bad habit of making jokes whenever something makes me feel tense or scares me. So when I heard the god-awful creaking noise coming from this woman, my immediate response was, "If it's WD-40 you're looking for, we have that over on aisle 10. Clearly, that was not the product she was looking for, though, because whenever I recommended it, she started screeching at the top of her lungs. I don't know why, but I panicked and started screaming back. Then, whenever she stood up, I grabbed a broom that was leaning up against the shelves and pointed at her as a makeshift sword. This immediately made her start cackling, which caused her to choke on the black tar coming out of her mouth. She waited until she stopped coughing, and then grabbed her head and twisted it back to its normal position. Then she turned to face me. She slapped the broom out of my hand and it flew into the shelves, causing an avalanche of canned vegetables to drop to the floor. "Stupid boy, do you really think you could defeat me with a broom? What are you gonna do? Sweep me to death?" She cackled once more, and then took a step towards me. I took a step back and said, "I don't know, maybe." I grabbed a couple cans of beans off the shelves, ready to toss them at her if provoked. "Relax, child. I'm only the messenger. I wish more than anything that I could rip your fingernails off one by one to make a delicious snack. But the father said you are not to be touched. Yet." She grinned at me with rotting teeth that looked sharp, and then softly waved one hand upwards, causing the two cans in my hand to launch from my hands and into the ceiling. They exploded upon impact and showered beans and bean juice into the aisle we occupied, and the surrounding aisles. I heard a customer mutter a confused, "What the hell?" in the next aisle over. "Who is the father?" I asked nervously. She cackled again, swiping beans off her shoulder. "Oh, you haven't heard? He's coming back, and he will rule this world with an iron fist, bathing everything in a beautiful, fiery blaze of despair and agony. He will rid this pitiful planet of every single wretched human and monster, including you and everyone else in this portal to hell." I was going to ask her what she meant by portal to hell, but I let her continue her speech instead, tears forming in her eyes as she did. I didn't want to be rude in case she decided she really did want to rip off my fingernails. "If you think you felt fear before, you're in for a hell of a ride, silly boy. He will torture you in ways you could never imagine, ripping off your eyelids, sewing them back on, ripping open your abdomen and making you feast on your entrails,
while they're still attached to you. Chopping off your tongue and shoving it into holes you didn't even know you had. The possibilities are endless. And since this is a portal after all, just expect us to be here a lot, preparing for his return.
She finished her speech with a little excited applause. I'm guessing at whoever this father guy was. Since I finally had the chance to speak, I asked, "Are you talking about the devil? And what do you mean by portal to hell?" She looked at me like I had asked the dumbest question she had ever heard in her life. If she even was still alive. I couldn't really tell.
The Father is the most powerful being in the world, and his name is Zuberin. Not the stupid devil character everyone is always talking on and on and on about. And how did you not know this was a portal to hell? Did you honestly think that all the weird stuff that happens here is normal? Are humans really that stupid?
Well, speak of the devil, or is it the Father? Cheryl chose this very moment to walk up to us. She paused at the end of the aisle and stared at us, and we stared back as well. "Is it Halloween?" she asked while staring at the woman. "No, Cheryl." I rolled my eyes, but then realized she might be able to help me. "Actually though, Cheryl, while you're here, do you think you could give me a bottle of water? Kinda parched." "Sure," she chirped happily as she walked off to complete the request. I turned back towards the lady just a second before she waved her hand and slammed me into the shelves to the left of us.
Do you really think I'm as stupid as you humans?
She walked towards me and got right in my face. Her breath made my eyes water with how pungent it was.
Did you really think a trick like holy water would be able to defeat a disciple of Zuberin?
She put one of her hands around my neck and started to choke me.
If you weren't going to be used as one of the Father's pawns, I'd kill you right this instant for trying something like that.
She started to speak to me in what I assumed was angry Latin, and I began to see stars. I tried not to look into her eyes, but I was unable to look away or close mine because of some unknown force. In her eyes, I saw every single scenario of torture she wanted to act out on me. It was like seeing your life flash before your eyes, but the exact opposite. Right when I felt like I was on the verge of passing out, she let go and I dropped to the floor, coughing so hard I thought my lungs were about to pop. I was too scared to look up towards her, but I could feel her staring daggers down at me as she said,
"I'll be back, and I'm bringing some friends with me."
And with that, she walked away, and I stayed on the floor, trying to gather my thoughts and catch my breath. I looked up when Cheryl appeared in front of me, struggling to carry 10 different water bottles. "I didn't know which brand you liked, so I got them all," she said, and then she dropped every single one of them onto my legs. Oops. 9:07 p.m. It is actually after hours at Charlie's now. I've just finished locking up the place, and I'm currently sitting in my car. I can see the Wendigo's red eyes staring at me from inside one of the plastic doghouses we have displayed for sale out front. Maybe if I got him a bed and some chew toys, he'd be less inclined to chew on my workers. That's the third cashier we've lost in 6 months. And it was a shame, too. I just finished training that one. Maybe I should start training them on how to defend yourself against Wendigo attacks. And maybe I should train them for the possible end of the world. Who knows? I don't really know who or what this Zuberin guy is, but I told the owners about what happened. They just kind of laughed at me and then hung up the phone, so I'm not really sure what to do. I guess we'll just have to wait until the lady and her friends come back. I just realized the scary lady never told me her name. I think I'll call her Deborah. She seems like a Deborah. Anyways, this concludes a normal day at Charlie's. It was one of my friend's ideas to write this little diary of events, after I told him how hectic it is working here. I don't think he believes 100% of the stories I tell him, but maybe you guys will. I know for sure he won't believe today's events, so please, tell me you guys do. Writing this has helped me relieve some of the stress of managing this place. You guys taking me seriously would also be a big help. If you do, I might continue writing these. Working here definitely has helped me realize that humans aren't the only monsters in the world. So stay safe out there, guys. And make sure you avoid any weird ladies that look like they are named Deborah. 7:03 a.m. I unlocked the doors and walked in, ready for another day at Charlie's. "I'm done, boss." I looked around, confused for a minute, until I turned the lights on and saw a mountain of M&Ms overtaking the space in front of the cash registers, with Cheryl's head peeking out at the top. "Cheryl, what the hell are you doing?" "You told me not to leave or talk to you until I finished counting the M&Ms. It's kind of hard with the lights off, but I did it." "Have you been here all night?" "Yes. There's 109,225 M&Ms in the store. 23,402 red ones. 17,000 and... Yeah, good job. Can you, clean these all up now? And, order more, please?" "Oh, okay. I might take a minute getting down. I've already gotten lost like 3 times in here," she said while giggling at herself. "Okay, well, take your time," I replied, confused at how you can get lost in M&Ms. Suddenly, a muffled scream came from the pile of M&Ms. We both turned toward it, and then heard another scream come from inside. Clearly a woman. "Cheryl, who the hell is in the M&Ms?" I tried to sound concerned, but aggravation took over the tone of my voice. She walked over, reached in, and pulled a woman's head out of the colorful mountain. "Help me, he's coming for me." "Aw, it's okay, honey. You're safe here." Cheryl continued pulling the woman out of the mountain by her hair and towards us. She stopped pulling whenever she realized the girl was nothing more than a head. "Oh no, you lost your body. It's okay though. I got lost in there too. Do you want me to help you find it?" The only good thing I've noticed about Cheryl is that she seems unable to realize just how scary some situations can be. I think it's the reason the owners hired her, because I know for sure it wasn't because of her work ethic or brains. He's coming for all of us," the woman screamed again. Tears of blood started to fall from her eyes and drip onto the floor. "It's okay, hon. Here, have some M&Ms. They always help me feel better." Cheryl grabbed a handful of M&Ms and started to force-feed the woman. She gave up when she realized the woman didn't exactly have a stomach for them to go to, or even an esophagus for them to go through, so they just fell straight onto the floor, into the puddle of blood tears. "Who are you talking about? Who's coming?" I asked her. "Zuberin!" the woman shrieked, and the lights flickered as if they were as scared as she was. "See? His power is increasing. Soon he'll be unstoppable." Honestly, today already wasn't turning out like the day I had prepared for in my head, and that was saying a lot for Charlie's. I was not feeling it at all. I think that helps explain why my response to hearing Zuberin's name was to grab the woman's head from Cheryl, walk outside to the Wendigo doghouse, and chuck it inside. The woman started screaming bloody murder the second the sliding glass doors closed, but I ignored it and the sad look Cheryl was giving me. "Oh, and can you mop up that blood too, please?" "Thanks," I asked her as I made my way to the office to prepare to open. 12 p.m.
"Good afternoon, and thanks for shopping with us at Charlie's,"
I said while holding the strangely sticky microphone in my hand. I silently prayed that Cheryl hadn't spilt chocolate syrup on it again.
"If you haven't made your way over to the deli yet, head over there and let Gary hook you up with some of our daily deals on whatever meat selection you like. Today's special just came in yesterday, so you know it's fresh."
Gary told me he had to fight off the Wendigo for that special meat. He mentioned something about preparing it for Gabe's family to send them our best wishes, but I quickly shut that down.
"We also have wooden crosses for sale, for whatever you may need. Church praise, crucifixion, exorcisms."
I glanced at the new cashier, Lacey, that the owners had hired. I noticed her giving me a very confused stare, and I had to stop myself from accidentally chuckling into the microphone. She didn't know what she was getting herself into.
"You never know what you'll need until you need it, folks. Also, the bathrooms are finally back in working order, and we're terribly sorry about the inconvenience."
I'd give it about a week until that blood came back. The new cashier was going to love seeing that.
"As always, have a great day, and thank you for shopping with us at Charlie's."
I let go of the microphone and walked towards Lacey. "You have an interesting sense of humor," she said while smirking. I looked at her with a straight face and said, I wasn't joking. I grabbed my clipboard from her and motioned for her to follow me. I expected her to question my difference in humor, but she surprisingly didn't. We walked past the aisles while we talked. Since you're new here, there's a lot you're going to have to get used to. You mean like that weird dog out front? She laughed and said, that thing sounds like Cujo on steroids. Why do his eyes glow red, though? Because it's not a dog, and not a he either, I explained, while feeling grateful that the wendigo didn't fully show itself, or try to get a taste of Lacey yet. What, is it like a really angry, fat cat? She laughed at her joke again, but then awkwardly stopped when she realized I wasn't laughing. Honestly, if I told you what it really was, you wouldn't believe me. So we'll talk about that another time. We're waiting on somebody else to help with that situation anyway. What, animal control? I could tell this question wasn't a joke. Something more serious, and definitely not an animal. Well, does it at least have a name? What if we named it Spot? Maybe that would make it less angry. I stopped at an aisle that wasn't occupied by customers. She looked at me expectantly, waiting for me to acknowledge her joke. But I didn't. Whenever she finally got somewhat used to this place, that's when we could joke about the strangeness of it all. But she didn't even know that it was more than just a joke right now. Did the owners tell you anything about the job before they hired you? Or have you heard anything about this place? I asked her. And I wasn't surprised at all when she shook her head. They didn't warn me or the others either. Now that I had been here so long, they left it up to me to teach new workers how to safely operate this place. Do you believe in the paranormal, or anything strange, Lacey? What, like crop circles and chemtrails? I shook my head. Like, demons, werewolves, wendigos? Oh, I guess. I think my grandma's house is haunted. Why, though? Are you trying to tell me this place is haunted? Right after she asked that question, a customer walked up. The customer in question was a beautiful woman with insanely curly, bright red hair and vivid green eyes. Her face was enough to keep you completely captivated. But if you could look away long enough, you'd see that she was wearing a straitjacket. It took me a moment to even notice it when I first met her. Hello, can either of you please help me with this wretched jacket? Sure, said Lacey, completely clueless as she walked towards the woman to help. I probably should have warned her of what was about to happen, but it was best that she learn herself. I mean, who would just help someone in a straitjacket without asking a few questions first anyways? She clearly had a lot to learn in life, but I think Charlie's would teach her way more than the average person would learn. Anyways, the woman is a repeat customer, which is why I wasn't shocked at all over what ended up happening. Thanks, said the red-haired beauty, just before she grabbed Lacey by the hair and yanked her towards her. She grabbed a knife from the waistband of her pants and placed the sharp edge against Lacey's throat before she said, They're coming for me, and I won't let them take me back. I swear, I'll kill her before they do. No one's coming for you. You're completely safe here, I softly reassured her. I had the lines I told her each time she returned memorized in my head, almost like reading a script. I just hoped Lacey wouldn't try anything, because I did not know how things would go down if she did. She didn't look as scared as I thought she would be over this predicament, which would have been a good sign if she didn't look kind of amused, like she wanted the woman to try to hurt her. Mora, no one is coming for you, I reiterated. You've been dead for 30 years. You don't have to worry about them or escaping anymore. She blinked her big, green eyes at me in disbelief. What? That can't be. How do you know my name? Are you one of them? It can be, because it is, Mora. And I know this because you come here almost every week and do the exact same thing, I said, taking the opportunity to discreetly press the button on my walkie-talkie in an attempt to alert Gary that I needed assistance. No, you're lying. You're trying to make me feel like I really am crazy. I'm not. I'm not, I tell you. She tightened her hand around the knife and accidentally nicked Lacey a bit, causing a small drop of blood to escape from her neck. I saw Lacey wince, but I think it was because she was finally feeling a tinge of fear rather than from the pain. Oh, you are. You're also dead, though, so I don't think how crazy you are really matters anymore. Tell me, do you remember anything before the asylum? She stood there and pondered for a bit. scanning her brain for any fraction of memory she could remember. But I knew nothing would come up. It never did. She decided to completely ignore my question instead, and did exactly what I was really hoping she wouldn't do.
How can I be dead when I don't even feel dead? I'll show you I'm not dead.
Just a split second before Gary came up behind her to try to subdue her, Mora took the knife and slit her wrists. She immediately started screaming when no blood came out, and she dropped the knife to the floor, followed by her knees.
I can't be dead. No. No.
Gary took advantage of the opportunity and wrapped a rope around her hands, while I slowly swooped down and grabbed the knife along with Lacey's wrist, jerking her behind me. It's okay, Mora. At least you're safe now. I always felt bad for her. She truly was a nice woman, along with drop-dead gorgeous. The story of her death was a truly gruesome one, so I usually lied about it to her when she asked. She looked up at me, her jade eyes full of tears, and asked,
Did I die in that hellhole?
No, you escaped before you died. That wasn't technically a lie, but not 100% the truth either. Besides shaking a bit, Lacey still seemed mostly calm. She kept staring at Mora in disbelief and even amazement. Gary was about to bring Mora up front to the office, but Lacey motioned for him to wait. She grabbed one of Mora's arms and turned it over to look at the scars, lightly touching one with her fingers. Mora didn't even flinch or show any signs of feeling pain. Can you feel that? She asked Mora, and Mora responded by shaking her head, tears falling from her eyes and onto the tiled floor. Lacey stared down at the scars for just a second more, before wrapping Mora up in her arms. It's okay to be confused and scared, but you're safe now. You don't have any reason to be scared anymore. They can't hurt you. She squeezed Mora tighter as she said this, holding her head to her stomach while brushing the tear-covered curls that were stuck to her cheeks out of the way. Mora let go of Lacey and looked at me while asking, How can I cry, but I can't bleed? I shrugged and answered honestly, I don't know. Mora didn't really seem satisfied with my answer, but she could tell I had nothing more to say. She silently hugged Lacey again without asking any more questions. Lacey waited until Mora stopped crying before she let Gary bring her up front. After they had left, I wanted to make sure Lacey was okay. Honestly, I would understand if you needed to quit after that experience. No one has ever had something that scary happen to them in their first day. She rarely ever goes through with that self-harm scenario, so I'm sorry for not better preparing you for that. She caught me off guard because she started laughing. Are you kidding me? That's the biggest rush I've ever felt in my life. I loved it. She paused and frowned for a second. I just hope Mora will be okay. Maybe she would fit in here after all. 3:54 p.m. I had forgotten that the local blood bank asked to park their van they use for donations in our parking lot today, and we almost always get a rush after that. The Bloodmobile attracts a lot of special guests who like to buy the blood, and while I know that doesn't sound very legal, the owners like the business that it creates for us. Something about the blood gives the buyers a high that also makes them have the munchies, so we always get crazy busy whenever donations start. After the rush calmed down, I brought Lacey into the office to discuss the day's events, and left Cheryl to man the registers. So, who is, or was, Mora? She asked as she played with Mora's rope, tangling it in her fingers. Every time Mora left, she always randomly disappeared. 1 minute she'd be sitting in the office talking to you. Then you turn your back for a split second, and turn back, and she's vanished. No signs of her having been there besides the rope we used to subdue her. We keep the rope for every time she comes back, because we know that basically the same events would happen each time. And there had been many occasions where we trusted her and assumed she had calmed down, only to have another hostage with a sharp object at their throats. I sighed and sat across the table from her. Mora was a patient who escaped from an asylum in the 90s. And whenever she escaped, she came here and took a hostage, saying she would kill the person if they made her go back to the asylum. So the cops ended up swarming the place. She died when they shot her in the back of the head. Was the hostage okay? She looked completely intrigued with Mora's story. I honestly was shocked that she was so accepting of what she had witnessed, considering the existence of ghosts is something heavily debated around the world. I guess if you see a woman literally attempt to kill herself in front of you, and not even bleed a single drop of blood, you don't have enough evidence to dispute what you saw with your own 2 eyes. Oh, yeah, she released the girl. She never intends to hurt the hostage she takes, I explained, watching her tie the rope into a bow while she listened. She's just scared because she thinks she has to go back to the asylum. Well, why was she in there? Paranoid schizophrenia? Oh, she said with a look of sadness on her face. She unknotted the bow and knotted it again, taking a moment to think. Then she asked, "That wasn't even the weirdest thing to happen at this place, was it?" She looked up at me as I responded by shaking my head and saying, "Not even close." She thought for a moment again and then asked, "What is Spot?" Spot is a wendigo, and I don't think it would like the name Spot." A wendigo? Like from Native American folklore? This was the first time I'd seen full-blown disbelief on Lacey's face since she got here. It changed when she saw how serious I was. "That would be it, yeah. We're working on getting someone hired to handle the problem." "You're gonna kill it?" She sounded disappointed when she asked this. "Well, yeah. He ate the last cashier. That's why they hired you." "Well, maybe I can make him friendly. I did name him after all." "It's a wendigo, not a feral animal. And I told you it wouldn't like that name," I said, almost laughing. "When I came in here, he was literally playing with a squeaky toy. I could hear it from inside the doghouse. Cheryl gave it that because she's Cheryl, and nothing she does ever makes any sense." I rolled my eyes while saying this, very over Cheryl's antics. "Well, maybe he wants to be a pet." "It wants to eat people. And stop calling it he. It's an it." Right after I said this, Gary spoke over my walkie-talkie and asked me to come help him with something. So I excused myself and gave Lacey some papers from the owners to read while I was busy. 8:54 p.m. Since it was so close to closing, I was in the office doing some last-minute paperwork for a fight that broke out in the parking lot between 2 rival werewolf tribes. The owners like me to document when stuff like that happens, though whether it's just for their pleasure or for actual legal reasons, I'm not sure. Cheryl came in and handed me a piece of paper that she said she found in the bathroom. It had droplets of blood on it, including the words, "We are coming," and a bunch of random symbols under it that I'm assuming is their language. I didn't really think much of the note, but then she told me I should go check out the bathroom. I expected it to have its usual mess of blood, which honestly would be kind of unusual because it normally takes a bit longer to show back up. But when I walked in, it was so much worse. Instead of blood, there was an abundance of black sludge that you had to wade through. Heads floated around in it, each with their eyes and mouths wide open, like they were screaming in terror. And a pyramid of skulls and bones was leaned against one corner. The same language from the note was carved into the tile walls, floor to ceiling, along with images that crudely resembled hieroglyphics, and a few upside-down pentagrams. I tried to walk towards one of the stalls, but it was extremely difficult with the sludge as deep as it was. I stopped and ran back to the doorway of the bathroom whenever I felt something grab my leg. A being formed from the sludge, coming together to create a woman with long, black hair, black eyes, and skin that seemed to barely fit her. Rather than clothes, the sludge covered her and writhed around her body, making her lose skin around her as it did. She looked absolutely disgusting and dirty, and just like what you'd expect a person created from black sludge to look like. She opened her mouth and reached her arm in, completely stretching her jaw way past what a normal human jaw could withstand. What she brought out was a chain with a charm resembling the symbols on the wall, and she began to slowly move towards me with it. I tried to move, but the same invisible force that Deborah had used seemed to take over my body once again. She stopped just before me and raised the charm to my forehead. She placed it on my skin lightly, and then more forcefully once I began to feel it burning. I tried to scream, but the force had taken away my ability to even move my lips. She stared into my eyes, and rather than seeing torturous images, I felt a feeling of despair and hopelessness. Deborah elicited fear, but this woman made you want to beg to be dead. I felt like her eyes were slowly sucking the soul out of me. I sat there in silent pain until, after what felt like an eternity, she removed the charm. She placed it back into her mouth and swallowed it. Then, as slowly as she came toward me, she backed away and melted into the sludge again. I felt whatever paralysis the force had created leave my body, but then I became paralyzed with fear to move within the sludge, afraid she'd come back. I calmed down when Cheryl came up behind me. "You have one of those little doodles on your forehead," she said, and I could actually hear fear in her voice. I got brave enough to walk towards one of the bathroom mirrors to look at myself. The symbol burned into my forehead resembled an upside-down teardrop, with a lightning bolt through it. I looked around at the symbols on the wall to see if any matched the one now on me, but none of them matched. Whenever I turned back towards the mirror, the symbols on the wall above the mirror had changed to the words, "You have been marked by him." But whenever I blinked, they had morphed back into the strange symbols. I looked back at Cheryl and asked, "Did you see that too?" She responded by nodding, and I realized this is the least she had ever spoken since starting at Charlie's. Things were getting strange at Charlie's, but it was a strange unlike any that we had ever seen. 9:32 p.m. I just finished locking up the store. I asked Gary to clean the bathroom up for us, and he swore he didn't see any strange women floating around in the sludge. Lacey took pictures of the symbols in the bathroom, and the one on my forehead before she left, and told us she was going to try and research them tonight. Cheryl stayed quiet besides telling us goodbye before she left. I tried to explain to the owners how concerned I was about something bad happening soon, but they still didn't take it seriously. They told me they had already had 5 different instances of people or things claiming the end of the world was coming. I honestly have no idea how to feel about what's going on, but I do know I'm scared. Whatever that woman did to me earlier has left me feeling incredibly off. Like she actually did take a piece of my soul with me when she left. She didn't feel evil like Deborah, however. The only thing that comes to mind whenever I think of her are feelings of sadness and despair and wanting things to end. I don't know what the future holds, but I'm honestly scared. I'll keep you guys updated if anything else happens. Good luck out there. 7:33 a.m.
Good morning, Charlie's folks.
Started Lacey as she tightly gripped the microphone.
Today, I'm excited to announce our sale on
She paused to glance down at the paper in her hand.
chopped liver. Head on over to the deli section to talk to our favorite meat master, Gary, about that.
I looked over at Gary to see a huge grin on his face as he gave Lacey a thumbs up. The fact that the tip of his thumb was sliced off made him seem slightly less endearing and meat mastery, but it's the thought that counts.
We also have a new and very wide selection of Thanksgiving supplies that just shipped in today. Check that out if you want some paper plates with cute little turkeys on them.
She shuffled through the papers in her hand, making sure she wasn't missing anything.
The bathroom is currently out of order, once again. We should be replacing the plumbing soon, just to avoid this repeated problem. We want to ensure Charlie's customers have the best time while here with us.
We all knew it wasn't a plumbing problem, but the owners thought it might be good for business to say it'd be fixed soon.
Thanks for shopping with us here at Charlie's, and we hope you have a wonderful day.
Lacey clicked off the mic, jumping as she accidentally made a god-awful crackling sound through the speakers. She walked over to where I was restocking the candy shelves at the register. "So, why are we announcing Thanksgiving stuff again?" she asked. "Thanksgiving isn't until months away." "Not in the world of Charlie's," I explained. "Time kind of flows differently here. I don't really know how it flows, but the owners do. They send us the scheduled announcements for it. And that's all I know." She shrugged, accepting this answer just as she had every other strange thing about Charlie's. Charlie's had never had a worker as enthusiastic as her, honestly, but I think how eccentric and bubbly she was helped that. She reminded me of a flower child from the 60s, even asking if she could make some of our work shirts tie-dyed. Charlie's needed someone like her to add fun back into it. What with all the possible portals to hell and wendigo attacks. And we were all glad she was there. After she brought tacos and virgin margaritas last Tuesday, Cheryl had started calling her Charlie's resident party popper, which I think is entirely too close to party pooper, but it's also the thought that counts on that one too. Lacey even brought Spot a dog collar with his name printed on it, and I'm surprised he accepted it and his name, instead of ripping her head off. As she helped me restock, we watched a man glide through the sliding glass doors, moving around like he was feeling a mixture of Cloud9 floating and toddler mobility. He was giggling like a delighted child in a candy store. He seems like he's having a great day, I commented. Yeah, he's on acid, stated Lacey. How do you know? She waved a hand at her outfit, which looked like she had just left Woodstock before heading to work. Do I look like someone who has never done acid before? I shrugged in response. The man stumbled toward us, laughing at the empty space beside him as if someone was there. Do you guys want any flowers? He pulled some crumpled dandelions out of his pocket before holding out a handful toward us. I found them on my walk here. No, we're good, responded Lacey. Thank you, though. He shrugged before holding the handful out to the empty space beside him. Apparently, his imaginary friend didn't want them either, though, causing him to glare with his ballooned iris eyes and angrily shoving them back in his pocket. Fine, I guess nobody wants them. He wandered away a bit before whipping back around to face us. By the way, I saw a demon lady the other day who told me to tell you guys to be ready. Demon lady? I asked, my nerves rising a bit. What'd she look like? Like she needed a shower, he explained. I almost offered her my flowers, but she already had lots of plants in her hair anyway. He wandered away again, this time yelling out an, "Oh!" and heading towards the gardening supplies for whatever reason. I kind of wanted to run after him to ask more questions, but it felt pointless considering the state he was in. Demon lady? Lacey asked. What demon lady? There's something going on with this weird lady and her father. I started before beginning to cough, my nerves making it impossible for me to clear my throat. Can I get a little more information? Lacey asked, unfazed by my coughing. I don't really feel chill around demons. There's just been this stuff going on in the store lately about Charlie's possibly being a portal to hell. She stared at me with a blank expression on her face before responding. I would ask if you're joking, but I know it's never a joke at the store. Before we could talk any more about it, a loud noise of glass breaking was heard from aisle 8. Isn't that the aisle the pickles are on? She asked. Yep. Groaning, Lacey headed to inspect the possible pickle massacre. Acid Dude exited the gardening section and headed towards the registers once again, a small ceramic plant pot on his head and 2 gardening gnomes in his arms. You guys have any more gnomes? He asked. Tom and Tim can't find their friends. No, we sold their friends last week, I said. Sorry, guys, he said to the gnomes before placing them on the register's conveyor belt. I quickly checked him and his new friends out, after carefully placing the gnomes into shopping bags, which was quite difficult due to Acid Dude yelling at me that they needed to breathe. I asked him what else the demon lady had said. She said there'd be a lot of hell coming your way, but she kind of laughed when she said it, he explained. Like this weird chuckle that kind of sounded like she was choking, too. He tried to imitate the noise, nearly dropping Tim, or was it Tom, in the process. After a few more questions, that only ended in him discussing what Tom and Tim thought of the demon lady, rather than anything helpful, I told him and the gnomes to have a nice day. 9:10 a.m. Hey, look what someone just gave me, said Lacey as she approached me with a cheerful smile. I looked up from my crouch on the floor where I'd been stocking cans. What? She pulled a silver chain that had a white teardrop-shaped jewel hanging from it from her pocket. The white of the jewel was slightly see-through, and wispy smoke spiraled through it, locked in place within. The chain wrapped around the jewel, the way it was morphed onto it resembling veins protruding from a heart. Customer just gave me this before she left. She told me she was into some magical, witchy voodoo stuff and felt like I needed protection. So she gave me this necklace. She explained. She slipped the chain over her head, and the teardrop dangled from the chain and came to rest at the height of where her heart would be. I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me or what, but it seemed like it was attempting to nuzzle her heart, but the chain was preventing it from reaching. She lifted her head up, waiting for my response with a smile on her face. The smile faltered when she realized I didn't have one as well. What's wrong? Does it look bad on me? Oh, no, I replied. Not at all. It goes with your hobo style really well. She giggled, playfully rolling her eyes. It's boho, not hobo. She walked away after being called by Cheryl to help on the registers, giving me a small wave as she did. I bit my lip, worried about how awful things must be going if a witch was giving out protection items to our workers. I made a mental note to tell Lacey what was going on before we left today. It wasn't right for me to not tell her, and I wanted her to stay safe. A lot safer than Gabe. I felt the pit in my stomach grow deeper. Today was going to be another long day. 1:56. The lunchtime rush was close to over when a woman with a very distinctive haircut came barreling through the sliding glass doors, a scrap of paper bunched up in her fist. Another regular, I thought. She approached the register I was at and slammed the crumpled paper down on the conveyor belt. It started to move due to the motion, so she had to scramble to catch it, deciding to keep it in her hand for the time being. As she glared at me, I noticed that she was slightly shorter than me, but the height of her huge hairstyle, laden with hairspray, made her seem a lot taller. The smell of the hairspray was overpowering, extremely pungent with a smell of copper that could be explained by the gaping wound through her forehead. You could see straight through her skull to the shelves of merchandise behind her. Her eyes reminded me of the expression a hawk might give its prey. Do you need help with anything, ma'am? I asked. One of your stupid cashiers told me this coupon was expired over the phone. She snapped. It's not expired. Can I see it, ma'am? She forced it into the hand I had held out, before folding her arms and staring at me with a smirk. She really thought she was right. It wouldn't be funny if she was simply a ghost from another time, but she was a Karen. She would feel this way even if she wasn't dead. You'd think, after her coming in over and over after she had died, that it would stop being funny, but it really hadn't. I unfolded it, taking the time to pretend to read it like I always did, every time she came through. This expired in 1997, ma'am, I explained. It is 1997, she practically hissed. I was almost certain that steam would come out her ears at any second with how angry she was. It hasn't gone out yet. Ma'am, it's 2021, I replied. She looked at me, completely dumbfounded, before switching back to her "you're such an idiot" smirk. Do you think I'm stupid? Like, this is a prank? I picked up a newspaper off the rack behind my register and showed it to her. After she finished reading it and returned her scowled face to me, I also handed her a tissue. What is this for? She asked. What's going on? You are dead, I explained. And you have been for over 20 years. She stared at me for a few moments with a blank expression before scoffing, dismissing everything I had just told her. You really do think I'm stupid? But you're the idiot for trying to mess with me. I swear, dumb teenagers will never learn. Where's your manager? Well, first off, I'm 25. She rolled her eyes after I said this and opened her mouth to speak again, but I yelled my next sentence over her so she would have to hush and listen to me. And I am the manager. I've been the manager for the last few years. I know your memory isn't the best as a ghost, but you don't have to be rude about it. Quit saying that. I'm not dead. What's your name? This caught her off guard, causing her to sputter out a, What? What is your name? I repeated. Karen, she stated matter-of-factly. Well, I guess ghosts do have some memory, but no, that isn't your name. That's the nickname we gave you because women like you have become a meme since you died. Your name is Anne. My name is not Anne. It is, and you died in 1997 when you came in here to bring that very same coupon you carry around with you. Someone robbed the store and they shot you first because you wouldn't shut up. "There's no way," she yelled. "I don't remember that." At that very second, the shooter appeared, and the whole scenario from 1997 began again. I was so bored of it at this point, honestly, that I just stood there as everyone else panicked. Even Cheryl panicked like this wasn't a recurring thing at Charlie's. Just like every other ghostly experience. I waited for the shooter to shoot Karen/Anne, closed my eyes, and groaned as her blood splattered all over me. Why do I never remember to keep my distance whenever she gets shot? I thought. After I opened my eyes and saw Karen staring at me, eyes doe-like and blood pouring out of her mouth as she struggled to grip the register and maintain her balance, I grabbed the gun from the register station and shot the intruder twice. You see, I had to be the one to do it because the manager in 1997 was the one who did it. He didn't die in Charlie's, though, so he didn't come back to reenact everything like Karen and the shooter did. Sadly, lots of people died before we actually figured out we had to stop him, rather than wait for the ghostly version of the shooter to appear. After the events were over, everyone stared at me with eyes wider than Karen's were, waiting for orders on what they should do. I sighed and walked towards the microphone for the intercom. "It's okay, shoppers," I said into the crackling mic. "Just avoid the bodies and the blood, and we will have it cleaned up soon." This seemed to satisfy most of the customers, considering they themselves weren't exactly normal. I honestly didn't care about Karen or the rest of the customers that still remained concerned. I had bigger things to worry about. I had a strong gut feeling that Lacey getting that necklace was a sign of a shitstorm coming. 5:43 p.m. I was teaching Lacey how to type in the code for a buy one coffin, get two free coupon at the register when we saw something roll through the sliding glass doors and slam into one of the magazine racks. I told her to stay by the register and then walked toward it, taking cautious steps as I did. Whatever it was had hit the magazine rack so hard that a stack of them fell on top of it, covering whatever it was like a hat. I grabbed the magazine and immediately jumped a foot backwards when I saw what was underneath. A head with no eyes grinning back at me, with razor-sharp teeth. That grin quickly morphed into a scowl when Cheryl walked up and announced, "Oh, you must be Headless Harriet's grandmother." I turned around to face her and asked, "Headless Harriet?" "The head I pulled out of the M&M mountain," she explained with a look of emptiness on her face before walking away, no longer interested in the conversation or the decapitated head. Sometimes I wondered if she forgot some brain cells at home before leaving for work. Ahem. The head cleared its throat? What do people say in this situation? Had this situation ever even happened before? I doubt it, considering Charlie's was known for its wild occurrences. It cleared something before explaining its appearance. "They sent another one of us, and I'm proud to say that this one bites back if you try to mess with it," it said, followed by a throaty, "No, just a regular cackle." I glared down at it before warning, "I will literally kick you like a football back to your sister." "She's not my sister," it exclaimed. "Man, I will latch onto your foot like a bear trap. Take some toes back with me. So calm down, buddy boy." The head levitated a few feet off the ground to match my eye level, then informed me, "We heard your owners didn't take our threats seriously. So the father thought we should reiterate our claims. Didn't expect you to make my partner wendigo food, though." Lacey walked up at this moment, inserting herself into the conversation. "Have you never been to Charlie's before? I've been here a week and experienced enough weird shit for a lifetime." The head seemed to ponder this statement a moment, floating up and down in a fashion possibly resembling a shrug. "This is a portal to hell, after all." "Why does everyone keep saying this is a portal to hell?" asked Lacey. "I wouldn't be shocked, but is it really?" "You haven't told your little girlfriend about the predicament your workplace is in?" asked the voice. It tisk-tissed before shaking its head, a pouty expression on its face. "I'll tell her." Before we could even react, it zoomed towards her, stopping to hover a few inches from her face. A hand sprouted out from where its neck once was, and it immediately wrapped around Lacey's neck and slammed her into the wall in seconds. Lacey's hands fought to free her throat, but it was no use. "Stop, before I snap your windpipe," roared the head. Spit flew out of its mouth due to the forceful scream, making Lacey gag as it landed on her. What is with you guys grabbing people by their throats? I asked. Are you mad because you don't have one or something? Just let her go.
She asked why this place is a portal to hell, so I'm gonna show her.
It responded with an evil grin. I instantly regretted saying something as soon as the head threw Lacey into the ceiling, so hard that it began to crumble and freefall around her body. The head's hand caught Lacey just before she hit the ground. For just a flash, I saw her eyes, and I saw the complete terror in them as she was swung upwards while the hand wrapped her hair around its fingers. It continued to swing her upwards until her body was straight up in the air. Then it began to helicopter her around and around. I couldn't believe anything that I was seeing right now, my feet firmly planted on the ground out of fear, and I couldn't understand how Lacey wasn't puking her actual guts up. I was struggling not to puke mine, and I wasn't even the one spinning. I was also struggling not to pee my pants, but we aren't going to talk about that right now. She began to scream so loud that I had to cover my ears, and I looked around to see all the shoppers and workers were just as terrified, and covering their ears too. All except for Cheryl, who stood mesmerized as she cradled one of the garden gnomes like a baby. My attention was jerked away from Cheryl as I felt something wet splatter against my face. The first thought in my head was, this is throw up. But nope, it was blood flying out of her head, along with strands of hair, as the head continued to violently whip her around. For some odd reason, at this very moment, I am reminded of a homeless man that sometimes frequents Charlie's entryway, sitting on the lawn chairs we have for sale. The wendigo never bothered him, which I always found even odder than me remembering this random thought. He always told me he could clone me for $10 and a lock of my hair, and I was seriously considering taking him up on the offer right now, so that another version of myself would have to deal with this shit show, rather than this version of me. But then again, he also told me that Charlie's was just a product of him taking too much LSD and then throwing up the whole store, staff and all, and I'm pretty sure I'm not a drug-induced hallucination. I think. I've just about convinced myself that maybe I'm the one who took too much LSD, when I realized that I need to do something. I should be fighting back right now, considering the thing is distracted with treating Lacey like a rag doll, no matter how scared I am. I forced my legs to no longer feel like jello and my bladder to stop screaming, abort. I inch over to one of the register stations and start chucking stuff at the decapitated head. It takes about 3 packs of Skittles and 2 staplers for it to stop swinging her around and face me. There was a moment of doubt and possible pants peeing when I saw the hatred in its eyes, as it glared daggers at me, teeth bared in a razor-sharp grimace. But I stood my ground because I knew I had to help Lacey.
What?
It barked, aggravated that I distracted it from the cat-and-mouse massacre it was attempting. Lacey hung from its hand like a limp rag, not moving and still bleeding. Was Lacey even savable at that point? Had I waited too long? What message is this supposed to send? Just let her go. The razor-sharp teeth quickly transformed into an amused smirk.
Do you not want me to make an example out of your little girlfriend?
An example of what exactly? I asked, annoyed. The amusement left its face as the sharp teeth took over again.
Of what happens if you don't bow down to the father?
It roared.
You know what? I think I'm done playing. It clearly isn't working for me to torture her, so I'll just end her life.
Another evil grin lit up its face before it launched Lacey at the wall, and I saw her body crumple into a broken heap on the linoleum floor. I watched her unmoving body for a few moments, mouth agape due to the sight, and due to me being shocked that I felt tears fighting to leave my eyes. We had lost a lot of cashiers in the past few months. Hell, the last few years, really. But this was the first one I had actually liked. I thought she was a great fit for Charlie so far, and I was looking forward to making memories with her and teaching her the ropes. Maybe she could have been an assistant manager someday. If the world didn't end, that is. With the portal to hell opening and all. Why are you talking like she's dead, idiot? She might be alive. Go help her, I thought. I did just that, running and crouching beside her body. As I did, I jerked backwards, as I saw the head move toward us out of the corner of my eye. I thought better of my decision and immediately moved to shield Lacey's body, not wanting her to have any more pain inflicted upon her. Hopefully, she was still alive.
Relax,
It said, laughing at me.
I'm only making sure she's dead.
A weird light projected out of its eyes, scanning her body before backing away from us. It lifted its arm to its mouth before speaking.
Eva Vich Kuda.
I squinted at it, confused at the strange language. It nodded and responded with a simple,
It means she's dead, kid.
It smirked at me before it waved its arms towards the drink fridges, instantly transforming them into a large door surrounded by stone. Horrible things crawled and squirmed between the worn-down cracks of the stone. Spiders with hundreds of eyes, chopped off hands that moved of their own accord, snakes with acidic venom that poured out of their mouths and melted the floor, and spirits that moaned in pain every time they were forced through the cracks. A countdown clock appeared above the door, with the words, "Until the end."
Toodaloo, and good luck,
yelled the eye before zooming out of the sliding glass doors, leaving us to deal with the wreckage of its antics. Right now, though, I didn't have time to deal with the destroyed store and the possibility of the owners flaying me. I had to take care of Lacey. I turned to her unmoving body, and the waterworks immediately started flowing. Cheryl came over and squatted down on the other side of her, caressing her hair as tears of her own streaked down her face. I tried to find a pulse, but I didn't hear any telltale signs of a beating heart. What I did notice, as my tears dropped down onto her body and her teardrop necklace, is that she was absolutely beautiful, even with half of her hair ripped out and blood all over her. We both just sat there with her, silently crying as customers came and surrounded us, curious as to whether or not she was alive too. And then, the teardrop started to glow, and this time, it made it to her heart, without the chain giving any sort of fight, like it was finally letting it do its true purpose. Lacey's body began to glow too, as orbs of light came out of the jewel and began to swirl around her, slowly at first and then gradually picking up speed. They began to zoom so powerfully that it lifted up the bangs resting on mine and Cheryl's foreheads, and we backed up as Lacey's body began to rise into the air once more, this time gently. We backed up to give her more room, as the orbs began to move so fast they looked like strands of light surrounding her, and gasps of awe emanated from the crowd surrounding us. Their glow became so powerful and bright that we all had to look away. But before I did, I noticed that all of Lacey's wounds were beginning to heal. New strands of hair were growing from her head, and being joined by the strands that were previously ripped out as they flew to her. The droplets of her blood splattered around the room began to fly to her as well, instantly adding a lively flush to her cheeks. She became as bright as a supernova, warming up the grocery store even, and I felt the tears dry on my face from the heat. When the brightness finally left and we could look at her again, she was even more angelic looking than she was before. Her wavy blonde hair, now full of highlights as bright as the orbs, billowed around her like a crown. Her strong cheekbones now a beautiful flush that accentuated her freckles, and her lips were a soft cherry blossom pink. Her eyes also glowed the same light as the orbs, making her look powerful and like something to be feared. She wasn't just some beautiful, helpless thing. She floated downwards and towards me, making me squint my eyes as hers stared into them. "Evavich Nankuda," she said in the same weird language that the head had. "What?" I asked, confused once more. "The witch is not dead," she explained, before her eyes dimmed to their natural ocean blue, and she fell to the floor. 7:38 p.m. Lacey was knocked out for a while, and when she woke up, she had absolutely no idea why the front of the store was trashed so badly. She had no memory of the events. I kinda didn't want to tell her what had happened, but I knew she needed to know what was going on. I told her everything. The first weird encounters with Zuberan's people, the countdown clock's appearance, and what she had said when she was raised from the dead. She told me that she had no idea who the witch was, but she felt different now. This is understandable considering she died, but we also have no idea what that teardrop did to her. The main thing that matters to me right now is that she is safe, though. Gary won't stop picking at me over all the girlfriend jokes the head kept making, but I've just ignored them all and all of Lacey's questions about it. The only thing that matters to me is slightly less important, but still pretty important because it's pretty apocalypsy. But it is kind of taking over the place where our drink coolers are currently, which is something the owners aren't going to be too fond about. Other than that, sadly taking a big chunk out of my paycheck, it kind of just sucks in general that we now have to deal with a doorway to hell being in our way. Zuberan's minions did say that Charlie's was a portal to hell, but it is kind of different when that portal is given a literal door that stares at you as you check out customers. Like, it literally stares at you, because these weird, creepy eyeballs are starting to come out of the cracks. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. Anyways, I have to finish cleaning Lacey's blood off the ceiling. Until next time, readers. And I hope you wish all of us at Charlie's good luck in our latest odd direction. 8:34 a.m. Good morning, Cheryl greeted me. I returned the favor, expecting that to be the end of the conversation, until I noticed her staring expectantly at me, seeming to be waiting. Yes? I asked. I was wondering if my boyfriend Chip could get a job here with us, she said. She motioned towards a guy standing by the front doors that I hadn't noticed before. I looked at the boyfriend. Blonde hair, muscular, eyes so blue and teeth so white that they looked almost artificial. He's got enough money to get work done, but he wants to work at a grocery store? I thought. He also definitely didn't look like Cheryl's type. But then again, the only guy I'd ever seen her show interest in is her garden gnome, and Gary when he's passing out samples to the shoppers. She never asks what the samples are, which is something I highly recommend doing, but she always seems to love the taste of whatever they are. It doesn't help that Gary looks down at the floor and vigorously shakes his head when I ask him. Tell me about yourself, Chip, I said. Hey, my name's Chip Micro. Growing up, I was the weird loner kid in school, till my glow-up during junior year. Everyone started to hang out with me, and then they realized they should have been hanging out with me more in the first place. Cool? I replied. I was about to tell them that it probably wouldn't be a good idea, until I saw Cheryl giving me puppy dog eyes. I could hire him as a shelf stalker, I guess, I told Cheryl. Great, she replied. She and Chip walked off towards the break room as Cheryl mumbled something about getting her chocolate chip an apron, which made me cringe. 11:57 a.m. Are there boomboxes for sale here? Asked Chip. I stopped counting the bag of ancient rune crystals a customer had used as payment to look at them. No, why? Cheryl's on break right now, so I was gonna surprise her with a serenade, he explained. I need to play a cheesy love song from the boombox, while doing it in order to properly confess my undying love for her. Uh-huh, I responded. I paused for a moment to see if he'd explain more, but that was it. Dude, what even are you? I asked. He stared at me with a blank expression for a few moments before his face scrunched up and his left eye twitched aggressively. It was during this that Lacey left the employee bathroom and entered the break room. She paused wiping her hands off with the paper towel, and we both just sat there while Chip had a seizure or short-circuited or whatever the hell was going on. I don't think either of us really knew. My name's Chip Micro. I was the weird loner. Okay, I interrupted him. We have regular radios on aisle 11 if you want to check there. He paused for a moment again, staring off into space. I was afraid my interrupting had fried his brain, but he chirped up after a few seconds and shouted on, Okay, thanks. He spun around and began to march off to finish his side quest. Lacey and I looked at each other at the same time, both with concerned looks on our faces. What the hell was that? She asked as she sat down at the table across from me. No idea. What'd you say his last name was? Micro. His name is Chip Micro? She asked while chuckling. Like microchip, but backwards? I paused my counting again, fully thinking about that revelation. An accepting, was all I could give her as a response. I bet he's a cyborg, she said. I looked up at her with an amused look on my face. What, did you not just see him practically short-circuit in our break room? And his name is literally a technological device. Why would Cheryl have a cyborg? I don't know, but I bet you that's what he is. No way, I said, while shaking my head and chuckling to myself. Bet you $20. I looked at her to see an eyebrow raised in a playful yet challenging manner. You're on, I said, and we shook hands from across the table. Man, her hands are soft, I thought, and I quickly shook my head and snatched my hand away. What? She asked. Nothing. Just gotta chill. I lied. She shrugged before getting up from the table to get a bag of Doritos from the vending machine. Just count your runes, dude, I thought. You have bigger things to worry about besides your love life. She'd never go for a dude like you anyway. 1:03 p.m. So, the owners think that the doorway that took over our drink fridges is great for business. Why, you might be asking? Because a whole slew of oddities has come out of the thing. Not even just demons. Oh no. Apparently there is a wide variety of beings that can manipulate the portals like this one, and they find it convenient that one has popped up in our strange little grocery store. I was informed by some of the beings that our portal was one specifically meant to send someone to hell, but the demons had changed it around a bit to screw with Charlie's. Some customers actually didn't know about the change, and they really thought they would be walking into hell when they stepped out of it. They still decided to shop anyway, though. Nothing like stopping to get a snack on your road to eternal damnation. Am I right? I honestly didn't care, though, because so far the beings didn't seem threatening, and the owners also told me that I didn't have to replace the drink coolers due to the business boom. The only annoying thing about it was that we now had a wider variety of supernatural beings coming to shop with us, which made the owners feel like we should increase our available merchandise. Which is why I was currently stocking jars of pickled human ears, something incredibly popular with our vampire, still sane wendigo. I didn't think they existed either, and cannibal customers. There was another annoying occurrence besides that one, but it was mostly just annoying for the owners. It was absolutely hilarious for us, but it upset the owners because it wiped out our whole entire stock of frozen turkeys. Another new type of customer we had was wizards. We had some in the past, but not enough to really know anything about them as supernatural beings. We learned a lot about them when a group of 5 of them came through the portal, and it turns out that they were the literal definition of crackhead energy. They told us they were looking for party decorations for a ball, but made it very clear they were unhappy with our lack of options of live-action decorations. Whenever I asked what a live-action decoration was, one of them sighed, pointed his wand at the display of frozen turkeys, and gave it a gentle swirl. Immediately, the turkeys began to hop out of the display, hobbling around with their lack of feet and their wrappers restricting them. Soon, though, the wrappers began to pop as they continued to wiggle, stretching the plastic beyond its limits in order to be free. Wrappers littered the floor everywhere, and the turkeys began to slip on them in their haste to be free and flee. Another quick swirl of his wand made the turkeys stop in their path to freedom, instead making them begin to form a circle. The rest of the wizards giggled with delight, running to join them. Soon they were teaching the turkeys how to do Highland dancing, as another wizard conjured up some bagpipes to play. Customers gathered around, entranced by the dancing turkeys and clapping along to the music. Cheryl and Chip even joined in, bringing along her garden gnome. Lacey walked up around this time, and we watched the sight for a few minutes, both amused. Are Cheryl and Chip trying to teach the garden gnome how to do the robot? She asked. I believe so. She started giggling after a few seconds. What? I asked. I leave you alone for a few minutes to go stock some stuff, and I come back to a turkey hoedown throwdown, she said, struggling to finish the sentence through laughter. I rolled my eyes at her before heading towards the intercom microphone to announce the end of the dance party. Before I could make it there, though, a pack of werewolves came barreling through the sliding glass doors and made a beeline towards the turkeys. Total chaos ensued as the turkeys began to zoom around the store, weaving in between register stations and up and down the aisles, trying to get away from the werewolves as fast as possible. The wizards were throwing spell after spell at the wolves, upset that their dance party had been ruined. The spells bounced between the aisles and the shelves within them, causing explosions of products to catapult into the ceiling. Damn it! I yelled. I just cleaned Lacey's blood off of those. Lacey rolled her eyes at me at that comment. Her facial expression quickly transformed into deer in the headlights moments later, as a werewolf leaped over the register station she was standing by. It landed on all fours, skidding to a halt right before our newspaper racks and snatching up a cowering turkey that was hiding behind them. If that turkey still had a head, I 100% believe it would have been saying a lot more than gobble gobble at that moment, before it was ripped to shreds by the werewolf's sharp teeth. Lacey, however, did scream as chunks of turkey organs landed on her. The wolf paused to stare at her for a moment with a confused look on its furry face, before running off to catch another snack. Chaos continued as we watched the wolves playing bumper cars with the shelves. It took 3 of them running down aisle 5 all at once for the shelves to be completely knocked over. A domino effect began, and Lacey and I stared with our mouths agape as all of the shelves came tumbling down. Cheryl and Chip appeared beside us at that moment, just as shocked and mouths just as agape. I'm not sure if it was me seeing things, but I could have sworn the garden gnome also looked shocked for a second there. The events around us prevented me from looking too deeply into that, though, as explosions of fireworks and werewolf growls made their way above the shelf mountain, and the wizards continued to shoot their spells at the beasts. "The owners are gonna kill me," I muttered. Lacey looked at me and nodded, a look of pity on her face. A turkey approached Chip, and for some odd reason, he thought it would be a good idea to reach down and try to pick it up. "Hey, little guy," he said. In its panicked state, the turkey actually let Chip get close to it for a second, before a werewolf approached the two, baring its teeth at Chip. The turkey scurried off, but the wolf was more focused on Chip now. "It's okay, Mr. Werewolf," explained Chip in an attempt to calm the wolf down. "Chip!" yelled Cheryl. "It might not even be a boy wolf. It might be a girl wolf." "Oh," Chip said, not even realizing that possibility. "I'm sorry, Miss Wolf," he said as he reached his hand out. "Here, Miss Wolfie. Here, girl," he said, stupidly calling to it like a dog. In an instant, the wolf's jaws had unlatched and engulfed Chip's arm, biting down and pulling it away with it. Lacey gasped as we saw the loose wires and sharp scraps of metal jutting out of his bicep. Sparks and strange green fluid emanated from the bitten-off limb, dripping onto and burning through the tiled floors. "You owe me," Lacey told me without taking her eyes off the sight. Even though I knew she couldn't see my reaction, I simply nodded in response, too shocked to speak. Lacey and I spent the next few minutes attempting to calm things down and failing astronomically. They only finally started to calm down when the wizards managed to talk the werewolves into a dance battle between them and the turkeys. They promised the wolves that no matter the outcome of who won, they would get to eat turkey no matter what. The turkeys weren't made aware of this, but we didn't particularly care about turkeys right at that very moment. We were just glad things were calming down. The dance competition ended up being pretty fun to watch, and I can now cross watching a frozen turkey breakdance until it thaws and turns to mush off my bucket list. After the dance battle was over, the werewolves finished their feast. We talked the wizards into magically fixing what had been damaged in the store, which was basically everything.
Sorry about all that, guys,"
said one wizard. He looked younger than the others and seemed a hell of a lot more mentally stable.
"We wizards can get a bit carried away."
"It's okay," said Lacey with a grimace. "Just please make sure it never happens again." The wizard nodded before turning to Cheryl as she and Chip approached. She held the garden gnome in her arms like a baby, rocking it back and forth as if it really were one.
"You guys found Larry?"
said the wizard while pointing at the gnome. "Larry?" I asked.
"Yes, he's one of the gnomes that work at our wizarding school," he explained. "You know, Pigweed School of Magical Stuff."
I looked at the gnome, squinting as I thought I saw the gnome's eyes were wider than usual. They didn't move though, so I wasn't sure. "A gnome that looks like this works in your school?" The wizard nodded and opened his mouth to respond, but Cheryl cut him off. "There's no way Chip Jr. works at your wizard school. He's a cyborg like Chip," she explained.
"Did he tell you that?" asked the wizard. "Gnomes are notorious for being deceitful."
"I don't believe you," Cheryl stated, unfiltered as always. Can you fix Chip's arm? The wizard glanced towards Lacey and I, wondering if he should continue his endeavor of trying to convince her. He decided against it when he saw us shaking our heads, both of us knowing it would be futile. He sighed before taking out his wand and circling it a few times around Chip's half-eaten arm. Instantly, the arm began to grow. Weirdly, though, the blood that dripped from his arm was no longer green. It was now crimson red.
Whoops,
said the wizard.
I always get those two spells confused. But don't worry, it won't reject or anything. It might be human, but it is still magically human.
Chip checked out his new extremity, flexing his fingers as he did so. The only thing he had to respond with was,
what is worry?
3:15 p.m. Can you show me where the bread is? The question confused me greatly. Not because I didn't know where the bread was. I knew we were out due to the raft of ducks that had visited us on Tuesday. They were products of an experiment gone wrong. Or was it right? An experiment that gave them the ability to talk. They came in absolutely starving. Another product of the experiment. They left after they got their bread, and after Cheryl spent an hour pissing them off by trying to catch one of them to keep as a pet. I've never thought of a duck as a threat, but they felt very threatening as they ganged up on Cheryl. It took Lacey threatening to unleash Spot on them before they agreed to leave. The reason this question confused me was because of the number of voices that asked it. It sounded like a large crowd had asked it. A crowd that most definitely could not have quietly snuck up on me within the last 5 minutes of me stocking this merchandise shelf. Even still, it sounded like the crowd of voices was coming from all around me, and that didn't really make sense either. The shelf was in front of me, and I could tell no one was directly beside me, yet the voices sounded like they were coming from everywhere all at once. They also sounded like a wide variety of people of different genders, ages, and accents. Now that I think about it, was the question even asked in English? Ahem. The voices cleared their throat, trying to get my attention again. I had been lost in thought, trying to figure out what weird phenomenon I would witness upon turning around. What I saw was unlike anything I had ever seen before, and it immediately made me incredibly uncomfortable due to its complexity. Within seconds of looking at it, I began to get a migraine. Excuse me? I asked the wriggling mass of everything. It was like one gigantic tangle of everything you could think of and imagine on Earth, and things I thought of even began to appear in the mass as I thought of them. Something I can only describe as squiggles of television snow static wrapped around the tendrils of smoke of all colors, even of colors I didn't know were real. Within the middle of those strange squiggles were my random thoughts, and other flashes of things. Possibly thoughts of others in the surrounding area. It was incredibly overwhelming, and I couldn't look directly at it for more than a few seconds at a time. Do you guys have any bread? I started, pausing due to being hypnotized by Lacey smiling at me from within the cloud. A thought that had been populated in my mind for a while now. I shut it down once I realized the possibility of her seeing it, replacing it with images of ducks chasing Cheryl. We did, but a duck rampage took it over. Oh, that makes sense, said the voices once more. I feel like it didn't make any sense, but who was I to argue with a cloud of literally everything? What are you? I muttered out. I'm a living paradox, they responded, leaving it at just that. What is that exactly? I answer and unanswer all questions, it replied, being just as vague as before. I glanced at it again and saw flashes of Lacey and me, a version of us that was dancing, a version of us with kids, a version of us where half of her body was sucked into the portal and cut in half, and many more versions of us in happy and horrific moments. Stop that. Stop what? It asked. You're the one doing it. I'm not thinking of Lacey being chopped in half by a door. No, but you're thinking about Lacey. I'm displaying every possibility you might experience with her. I stared into the cloud, ignoring the pounding of my head as I imagined having a normal, happy life with her. I pictured her smiling at me, glowing as she did that day she was resurrected. The image of her beauty covered the whole span of the cloud, eventually warping the tendrils of smoke into stretched out Lacey zooming around. Wow, you really love her. Shut up, I yelled. We don't have any bread. Can you go away? I'm hungry, and you cannot avoid feeling the essence of life, for you will... I snatched a honey bun out of my back pocket that I had been saving for a snack and chucked it into the cloud. All of the images of Lacey within the cloud had identical honey buns smack them in the face at the same time, catching them completely off guard and causing some of them to flip me off in reaction. There, how was that? I asked. Do you have any more of those? It asked. Aisle 3. The images within the cloud morphed to a variety of people, all nodding and smiling at me in thanks for their sweet treat before the cloud zoomed off in search of more. Did I just use a honey bun to avoid my love life? Yes, I did. Did that leave you, the reader, with a lot of unanswered questions that I am avoiding out of cowardice? Yes, it did. Deal with it. 5:46 p.m. Hiya, came Lacey's voice from above me. I slid out from under the shelf I had been under. Hi, I replied. So, there's a witch at Register 3? She's wondering why we don't have any Eye of Newt and or Toe of Frog in stock. Mustard seeds on aisle 6 and buttercups on aisle 11. I responded. You know, I really wish these witches would get up to date on their ingredient names. Lacey shrugged while looking at me. I just work here. I get what they ask for and hope something doesn't come along and murder me. You're doing pretty well with the wendigo, keeping it from murdering you. Yeah, I got him some dog toys, so I think he likes me more now, she said, while fidgeting with a pack of gummy worms she had taken off a hook beside her. The only thing I can't seem to get down is the aisles. I can never remember where things go. That's because they change every day. The look on her face screamed light bulb moment. That's why the mummy wrap randomly got moved by the moisturizer. I nodded. Sometimes the shelves have a sense of humor. Makes it a little less annoying that they constantly change. I watched Lacey roll her eyes as she replaced the candy back. I don't know how you've run this place for so long. I shook my head. I don't know either. She was silent for a minute, staring down at the exit of the aisle. I straightened some items on the shelves as I waited for her to talk again. Thank you for being there for me that day, she finally said. The topic change really caught me off guard, and I looked at her to see she was already looking back at me. I froze as she began to walk closer, becoming incredibly nervous that she was so near. A feeling like fireworks began to ignite within me as I felt her lips peck my cheeks. My cheeks fired up so quickly that there was no way I could have hidden it. She had caught me red-handed. More like red-cheeked, really. She smiled at me before turning around to walk away, and I honestly just stood there for a few minutes, feeling completely numb with joy, yet dumbfounded. 8:32 p.m. It's been a hell of a time since our last update, even without the threat of dying every second being there. I mean, it is still looming over us like a black cloud, but at least now there's a countdown for it instead of not knowing an if or when. Lacey, Gary, and I have been cooking up some stuff behind the scenes in preparation, since the owners have yet to take it seriously. I literally FaceTimed them the door to prove it was actually there, and they gave zero shits. Anyways, I figured I would highlight some of the other happenings before I finish closing up the store for tonight. They aren't as long, but I felt as if they deserved a mention. There's another plus side to our new wider stock and customer range. Our packaging has been upgraded. I didn't know this, but the owners actually hired a team of wizards to play spells on certain items. Can't have a serial slasher walking into the store and ending us all, can we? No. So now the slasher section we recently added is spell protected, and prevents murderers from doing what they do best, until they are off of Charlie's property. Things like silver, wolfsbane, garlic, steaks, and holy water have also been given protective spells and better packaging. Items that we want to avoid being stolen have been given spells too. For example, we had a man trying to walk out with a flat-screen TV the other day. I will admit that he was ballsy, because who literally attempts that? His ego got downgraded exponentially when he was electrocuted while trying to make it through the doors. We also added more species-specific convenience items, such as fur combs, detangler, fang bleach, SPF 3000 sunblock, brooms, and cauldrons. Oh, and coconut water and free-range fingernails for our more health-nutty types. Acid Dude came back. This time he was completely fascinated with our portal. He stole some band-aids off the shelves and began to put them all over the hands that crawled around it, chasing them in order to do so, considering they did not want him to. Lacey offered him a bottle of nail polish, which he greatly appreciated. He tried to drink it at first, but he was quickly redirected. Gary now has a wider selection of meats in the deli, specifically a monster meat selection, which is what he likes to call it. It's a wide variety of select cuts from special creatures of all kinds. Whether it was able to be created due to the fact that the store now has a wider selection of special creatures as customers, I do not know. But I do know that he has become exceptionally close with a few of our slasher customers. You'd think that would worry us, but that just means he'll tell them we're off the market for their interests. If that means we have to turn a blind eye to Gary's chopping habits, then so be it. I set up a camera on the new shipment of garden gnomes we just got, just out of curiosity. I've also been paying more attention to Larry, otherwise known as Chip Jr. by Cheryl. I've always thought there was something weird about those garden gnomes, and how we get them so cheap from our suppliers. The idea that the owners were in charge of an underground gnome trafficking network didn't really shock me, though. Well, I think that's everything interesting that's happened recently. There will always be more, though, so stay tuned. You never know what's going to happen at Charlie's. And we're glad you guys are here with us. You know how they always say, 1 minute things are calm and then all hell breaks loose? I think I've said it a few times, actually. The other day, Lacey described Charlie's perfectly. Hell breaks loose in tiny increments here, she said. It's one crap storm after another. I truly think it's spot on, so I had to include it. Let me explain all the recent tiny increments and tell you what you missed since your last Charlie's checkup. Incident number 1. The owners bought us some more drink coolers. Cheryl was incredibly excited for them for some reason. I think she just likes new things, really. But the delivery man gave her a weird look when he came in. Everything went fine when the delivery man brought them in, though. He also helped us set them up, which was very kind. When he was leaving, things did not go fine, however. Considering, as he headed back to his truck, he realized it was no longer there. What was now there was a black hole in the concrete, which more than likely was the reason there was no longer a truck there. Just in case you haven't heard of context clues. "The hell?" the delivery man yelled. "My truck!" Spot decided to approach us at this point. He had become a hell of a lot more friendly since Lacey basically domesticated him. His elongated and rotting tongue hung out of his mouth as he panted, perched politely beside me. "The hell's wrong with your dog?" yelled the delivery man again. "He's dead," said Cheryl cheerfully. I nearly jumped out of my skin when she did, because I hadn't even realized she had approached. "What does that even mean?" "It means he's dead?" she responded with a confused expression. Cheryl being unable to comprehend that Charlie's and its happenings were anything but normal was nothing new, so I immediately interjected into their conversation. "He's a malnourished stray that we've begun taking care of," I lied. "Oh, well, I think he needs to go to the vet," responded the delivery man. I nodded as Spot picked up his bony back foot and scratched behind his very clearly not a dog ear. But the man said nothing else. Instead, he smacked his forehead with a hand before exclaiming, "Oh, my boss is gonna kill me. How am I gonna explain this?" "Just say the ground ate your car," suggested Cheryl. "Is she okay too?" he asked me. "Shh," came a voice behind me before I could respond. Lacey approached the delivery man, grabbing his arm so he would face her. I swallowed my feelings of jealousy and waited to see what she was doing. As soon as she locked eyes with him, the man's face went blank. His focus was only on her. "Tell your boss that your truck broke down on the side of the road," said Lacey to the man. "Your phone died, so you went into a nearby gas station to borrow their phone. When you came back, the truck had been stolen." The man nodded and remained blank-faced. Lacey pointed down the small road that Charlie's was situated on. Head that way and there'll be a gas station on the right. Go make the call saying your truck broke down, and then handle the rest when your boss shows up. He gave another nod before slowly heading in the direction Lacey pointed in. Cheryl and I looked at her, waiting for an explanation. Turns out I have a few new tricks up my sleeve, she said with a grin. Incident number 2. Have you seen Cheryl's Snickers stash? Asked Lacey. My fingers paused over the keyboard as I looked up at her. No. Like the candy? No, not at all like the candy, she said with an eye roll. Yes, dummy. She has like 50 bars in her purse. She gave me one because she said she felt like I needed it because of the... She held up her hands to do air quotes. Close call I had. She chuckled before taking a bite out of the Snickers bar I just noticed in her hand. Yeah, she sure is a strange one, I responded. You know, she told me she saved a kitten from a burning building once. Oh, Fifi? Lacey asked. Yeah, actually she did. She showed me pictures and the vet record where they said the kitten had smut in its lungs. Huh, I responded, legitimately shocked. I thought she was full of shit, honestly. Lacey shrugged and said, Cher's got some tricks up her sleeve. She took another bite of her Snickers bar before pointing it in my direction. Want a bite? She asked with her mouth full. Normally, I would find that gross. But since Lacey did it, I felt a weird, warm, and tingly feeling inside. I cleared the sudden nervous catch in my throat before responding, No, I'm good. You sure? I promise I don't have cooties. I want your cooties, said an intrusive thought before I could stop it. I told my brain to shut the hell up before I actually responded, No, I'm sure. Well, maybe we can have lunch together later? She asked with a hopeful look on her face. I tried to hide the smile on my face, but failed. Sure, that sounds great. Great. Somewhere cheap, though. I'm having to save up for a car because my van is on its last leg, so how about the pizza place down the road? You know, if Charlie's doesn't go into a total meltdown without us, she said, followed by a giggle. Yeah, sure, that sounds great, I said before laughing. Lacey gave me a small wave before heading out of the office. I spent the next few minutes trying to finish the expense report, but I was honestly too excited to. This wasn't a huge incident for Charlie's, but it was for me. Incident number 3. I don't really talk about the business side of Charlie's a whole lot, because I don't think it's quite as interesting. But let me tell you, trying to explain on tax reports why your business buys 50 pounds of free-range chicken a week when it isn't on your product list or shelves is rather difficult. But you can't tell them that your wendigo named Spot has grown rather spoiled and refuses to eat anything else. I mean, honestly, I'm starting to miss a time when he ate humans. It was a hell of a lot cheaper. Wouldn't be so bad if the owners didn't make us maintain such a strict budget, but it also wouldn't be so bad if they hadn't grown to love the beast too. They made Gary build a personalized and heated doghouse for the thing, and they gave Cheryl the job of bathing him and changing his bandages to prevent more rotting. I swear, everyone is absolutely bonkers here. However, a professional dog breeder offered to buy Spot from us the other day. Yep, someone who runs a business selling expensive dogs, and they wanted Spot. To be fair, it was a rather old lady who was asking, and I'm not even sure how she and her husband found Charlie's. She absolutely fell in love with Spot, though. Mostly because she was too blind to see that he wasn't an exotic dog. How much for the beauty in the doghouse outside? She asked me. Excuse me? I asked back. I was completely shocked that she'd asked that. So much so that I dropped their bag of onions on the floor mid-scan. How much for him? Free? For my Spot? Spoke up Lacey from her register. I could see a look of fury enter her eyes that was targeted at me, but I couldn't help but smile at the way her lips kind of poked out and her cheeks became red. I noticed it happened every time she got frustrated. He's yours? Asked the old lady. She attempted to turn around to speak to Lacey, but she ended up facing the direction of the merchandise shelves instead. I'll give you a fair price for him. My husband Howard and I breed dogs,
and we would love to have him.
Chip paused, bagging their groceries I was scanning, and repositioned her so she was looking at Lacey.
He isn't for sale, ma'am,
responded Lacey. The woman's face quickly turned to a scowl before she responded,
That's not what I asked, little girl,
she snapped. A man with the same shade of white hair came through the sliding glass doors and approached the woman.
I pulled the car around, love bug,
he said to her.
Howard, I want their dog,
she stated. She was speaking to the area slightly left of him, though, so he shifted her before responding.
What dog, honey bunch?
He asked. She pointed towards Spot, or at least where she thought he was based on her horrible vision. Chip pointed for her, and her husband shuddered as his eyes landed on the monstrous thing.
I'm not sure, sugar dumpling,
he nervously responded.
Honey, please,
she begged.
You said after you finished building the tennis court that you'd buy me something I wanted. Well, I want that beautiful dog.
Oh, okay, he reluctantly gave in.
Whose dog is it, the store's?
I pointed to Lacey, who was still fuming behind her cash register. The old woman attempted to point too, but she ended up pointing in the direction of the deli.
We'll offer you.
He glanced towards Spot one more time before deciding with a shrug.
How does 10,000 sound?
I waited for a response from Lacey, but I ended up turning around when I heard nothing. I couldn't help but laugh when my eyes landed on her. Her face was full of awe at the number he had just suggested, mouth completely agape.
Is that not enough?
The man asked.
How about 15?
Lacey stuttered. The old man waited patiently for a response, raising his eyebrow higher each time she uttered a syllable.
That's enough to buy a freaking car,
she finally spat out.
Well, yes,
he responded.
I suppose so.
He waited a few more moments, staring at Lacey expectantly.
Well, do we have a deal?
Lacey glanced out the double doors and into Spot's doghouse. I knew in her head she was probably imagining him frolicking through some huge mansion, eating lavish meals and being spoiled. I knew she was also imagining herself with a better vehicle than her beat-up old van, and of many more nights where she could afford a meal besides ramen. Lacey tried to downplay her money issues, refusing help from anyone, but it wasn't hard to see she was struggling. How strong she stayed through it is one of the things I admired most about her. And don't tell her I'm saying all this to you, because I would rather keep my life.
Yes,
she quietly responded. The old woman began to bounce with glee, something I wasn't so sure her body could handle. Her husband, more than likely having the same idea, placed his hands on her shoulders to steady her. Chip, can you load our friend Spot up for these customers? I asked him. Acid Dude wandered up and stood by us, watching the entire process of Chip struggling to get Spot into the old couple's cage. I saw Spot contemplate making Chip his new chew toy, until he realized he was more robot than human.
What's the dog doing?
Said Acid Dude. What? I asked, scrunching my face up in confusion.
The dog,
he repeated.
What's he doing?
I ignored him and went over to Lacey. She had her head hung down over her monitor, as she scratched at the plastic peeling off its sides. I realized she was crying as I saw a teardrop fall to the counter.
Can't believe I said yes,
she said. It's okay, Lace, I reassured her. He'll be going to a better place, and you'll be getting what you need, too.
What if they realize what he is and kill him?
I glanced over to make sure the couple wasn't paying attention before lowering my voice and saying, The old lady's literally standing right next to Spot, and still has no idea he isn't a dog. I'd be very shocked if she ever figured out he wasn't. And she seems to get her way in their relationship. Lacey gave my response a thought before a smile cracked out on her face. I've never in my life seen someone so blind, she said with a giggle. I laughed as well. Spot'll be eating fresh steak and salmon every day, probably, I said. Hell, maybe we should have pretended to be dogs. She laughed, but then suddenly gasped. Oh, I have to tell them what brand of chicken he likes, and what his favorite toy brands are, exclaimed Lacey before running off in the direction of the couple. Before the couple left, they gave Lacey their business card. It featured their Instagram, where they regularly posted pictures of their animals. A few days after making his way to their home, they posted a picture of Spot with a huge grin on his face and a very large pink bow on his head. Both Lacey and Cheryl couldn't stop crying at how cute he looked, which was kind of annoying. But I was just glad Lacey felt better about the situation. Incident number 4. Our potions dealer came a lot later than he normally does to stock up our potions. So, of course, the witches were absolutely losing their shit. I was in the middle of a screaming match with them when he finally showed up. "I want to be the fairest in all the land," said the one with the black tunic on.
"And I want that wretched thing to go to sleep already,"
said the one with the spiky black hair.
"I want a pretty little voice all to myself,"
said the one with a huge purple wig towering over her head. "Ladies, I'm working on getting him here," I explained. "I'm sorry for how long it's taking, but I don't really have any control over it." I reached for the landline to call him again, right when the short and pudgy man ran through the sliding glass doors. "Oh, speak of the devil," I said. I looked all around me out of fear of the father randomly showing his face, regretting what I had said. All seemed well, though, so I directed my attention back to the commotion in front of me. "Nothing to fear, for I am here," he announced. I hid my snickers at his entrance line, while the woman whooped and hollered, surrounding him and yelling for him to share his products. "I have," he began as he fished one hand into his bag. After a few seconds, he gave up and decided to just dump all of the contents onto my conveyor belt. He waved a hand at the mess of products he had just unleashed from his too tiny bag. "Man, how'd you fit all that in there?" I asked. "Oh, the bag is charmed. Special spells and such," he stated. "Anywho, I have They're Coming in 5 milliliters, a poison elixir in 7.5 milliliters, the cure for cancer in 1 milliliter." "You have the literal cure for cancer?" asked a shocked Lacey. "Well, yes, but there are a few possible side effects." "Like what?" Well, loss of some limbs, growth of a talon, instantaneous death, trivial matters and whatnot," he explained with a nervous chuckle. She gave him a rather perplexed look, but spoke no more.
"What's this bottle right here?"
asked one of the witches as she picked it up. It was a rather large bottle with 3 tiers to it that resembled a snowman's shape. The colors of the potion itself, however, were incredibly unlike a snowman. A neon green color filled the very bottom, with a deep red in the middle and a violet at the top. The colors clashed horribly, and the stench that came out of it when the woman pulled its stopper was downright foul. "Oh no, be careful," he said before snatching the bottle back up. "Why don't I just hold on to this?"
"Why, is it dangerous or something?"
she asked, with an eyebrow dramatically raised. "Well, all potions have the smallest bit of danger within them," he said, while attempting to shove the bottle back into his bag. The outside of it appeared to be rather slick, however, with the nervous sweat he had just broken out in. The 3-tiered monstrosity didn't hesitate to slip out of his wet hands and fall to the floor, smashing into many pieces. "Oh dear," he whispered as he dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief. "What does that potion do?" I asked him. "Well, you see," he began, but one of the women let out a screech before he could finish. "Snakes!" she screamed. Upon that outburst, all 3 of them scattered, and the potions dealer looked close to fainting. I looked down at the floor as I felt something wrap around my ankle, just in time to see a serpent giving me a mischievous grin. I bent down to try to remove him, but I was quickly whipped back into the checkout station behind me before I could. "What the hell?" I exclaimed. The snake gave me a hiss while I wiggled my foot around to free it. It seemed like it was going to lunge at me, so I began banging it against the cash register. Eventually, it fell off and slithered off in the opposite direction. "What the hell, man?" I repeated while glaring at the potions dealer. "How am I going to fix something like that?" "There are only 5 snakes. 5 rather strong snakes, but only 5 of them," he explained. "They shouldn't be a bother," he said, as screams sprouted throughout the store. "One just knocked me to the ground harder than hurricane-force winds," I argued. "How is that not bothersome?" He shrugged at me with a nervous expression. As I heard shouting behind me, the witches steadily approached. All three of them whizzed past me and headed straight for the potions dealer, who had already taken his cue to leave and darted out the front doors. They each had their own snake that continuously wailed hits on them as they chased the short man. I turned around to see where the ruckus behind me was coming from, and I found Chip fighting off his own snake. Chip Jr. threw himself into the mix, and began chasing the snake around his adoptive cyborg father's body. Today's gonna be an interesting day, I announced, before heading to go clean up whatever mess the snakes had made. Incident number 5. Stop that, I ordered, as I swatted Acid Dude with a newspaper. He paused in the middle of placing a pretty pink-flowered Band-Aid and slowly turned his attention to me. His eyes looked completely glazed over. "What?" he asked. "Quit putting Band-Aids on the portal's hands," I explained. "But they need them," he responded. He went to place another one, this time tie-dye, onto a hand, but I smacked him with the newspaper again. "They don't need anything," I argued. "They are evil hands coming out of an evil portal, and you're wasting our Band-Aids." "Have you ever met anyone evil that had a smiley face Band-Aid on?" he asked while holding up said Band-Aid. "This'll help the bad vibes go away." I stared at him for a moment while pondering what he said. "Fine. Don't use any more boxes on them." "Cool, dude," he said with a huge grin. I walked back to my cash register, leaving Acid Dude to his strange end-of-the-world survival techniques. I spent a few minutes watching him delicately place the colorful bandages. He even held one of the hands for about 5 minutes, singing an impromptu song about all the foods he currently wanted to eat. He was a few lines into Disturbia by Rihanna when I nearly jumped out of my skin due to a very loud bang that came from my right. I looked over to see a huge and hairy man unloading his groceries onto my conveyor belt. The bang had been the result of him placing his watermelon down. I was shocked it hadn't smashed the thing, and that I hadn't heard the man approach at all. "I'm sorry," he said, speaking 10 times slower than Acid Dude, which I didn't know was possible. He moved at practically a snail's pace as he unloaded his groceries. During the 10 minutes that he took to unload his buggy, all while refusing any help from me, I couldn't help but stare at his strange appearance. Charlie's was known for its strange customers, but he was a new type of strange that I couldn't figure out. He was covered in thick hair from head to toe, besides a uniquely shaped section of his face. At first, I thought he was a werewolf with a strange hair growth pattern, but I had never seen a werewolf that slow. After I finished scanning all of his items, Chip began to bag them all. "Cash or card, sir?" I asked him. He stared at me for a few moments, but it was a bit longer than I felt comfortable with. I was just about to repeat myself, afraid he hadn't heard me, when he produced a slow "card." I tapped a few buttons on my register before giving him the go-ahead. He slowly placed the card into the slot, pressing his pin into the keypad even slower. I let out a sigh as an error message popped up on my screen. "It said it was declined, sir," I stated. His attention remained focused on the keypad, his hand hovering slightly over it. "Sir, it said..." "I typed in the wrong password," he mumbled. "Ah," I responded, before quickly pressing the transaction button again. "Try again," I said. He picked out the numbers one by one, his speed ranging somewhere between a turtle and a zombie. It finally went through, so I told him to go ahead and remove his card. He continued to stare at the keypad still, instead of removing it. "Sir," I started, until I peered over my screen and saw his hand inching towards the card. I was entranced by his strange, pointed fingernails, until I heard him jumble out, "Can I have my receipt, please?" I handed him the paper and told him to have a good day, before bringing my phone out of my back pocket to Google something. "What are you doing?" Lacey asked as she walked up. "Trying to Google what my customer is?" I whispered while glancing in his direction. Lacey followed my line of sight before turning back towards me. "Jared, he's a sloth," she stated. I looked up from my screen. "A what?" "He's a sloth?" she repeated slowly. "Is that too weird for your brain to process?" "I mean, I've just never seen a customer like that come into Charlie's." "Hey, that's the first time you've ever been called by your name in the story," pointed out Lacey. "Way to break the fourth wall, Lace." She giggled before continuing with our previous conversation. "Maybe the portal's causing strange things to happen," she suggested. "Even stranger than what Charlie's has ever seen." We both looked at the huge doorway, watching as Acid Dude emptied his last box of Band-Aids. "I hope this is all over soon," she said. The ultimate incident. When the time came, it came in full force. I managed to talk the owners into letting us shut down the store for the day. We spent most of it rounding up people to help us defend the place. Wizards, witches, gnomes, werewolves, serial killers, some Wendigo friends of Spot, some gnome friends of Chip Jr., along with our current stock. You name it, and it was probably there. Then we all surrounded the portal, watching the digits continue to go down as we snacked on what Charlie's had to offer. Cheryl passed out some of her Snickers stash, and Gary also took it upon himself to whip up something special and pass it out. When asked what the supposed delicacy was, he only stated that it was a surprise. Cheryl and a few of the werewolves were the only ones who seemed able to stomach the strange gray meat. Lacey sat on the floor beside me, knees bent and arms propped upon them. She tapped one foot nervously as she bit her lip. She hadn't taken her eyes off the doorway in a while. "Lacey, you okay?" I asked. "What if he has a rocket launcher?" she asked. "What?" I said, struggling not to laugh while doing so. "I can tell you aren't taking me seriously, but that was a serious question," she said. "I mean, this dude clearly means business. What are the chances he wouldn't bring something crazy like a rocket launcher or a blowtorch?" I nodded while soaking up her theories. "I guess it is plausible to be worried about that." "He said this would be the end of the world," she said before looking me in the eye. "What makes Charlie's that special?" I shrugged, and the conversation was left at that. As it grew closer to time, we all finished our goodies and got ready. Weapons prepared and combat ready, we stared at the huge clock as it counted down its last few seconds. The disembodied hands actually held up their fingers and counted down with the clock when it hit 10 seconds left. Battle ready, we stood fiercely in wait for what would come. What did come was possibly the last thing we would have ever expected. I kid you not, the Monster Mash began playing at full volume once the clock hit all zeros. It caught us off guard and made us wonder if it was a joke the whole time. I busted out laughing, actually, convinced we had been pranked. But mere seconds after the song began playing, demons began to flock through the store, making their way through the portal and popping up throughout the aisles with white puffs of smoke announcing their entrance. They each had a wicked snarl on their face, baring their fangs at us to assert dominance. In response, Gary loaded up his shotgun, Lacey summoned a fireball in both fists, and I held up the pointy end of the mop I had spent all day sharpening. The fight began with Cheryl launching Chip Jr. into the menacing horde. For the first time since his arrival at Charlie's, Chip Jr. let it officially be known that he wasn't an inanimate object. And he did it by letting out a war cry that sounded like a chipmunk screeching. It was quickly drowned out by demon roars as our crowd of fighters mixed with the hellish beasts. What I'm going to describe to you about the fight was mostly seen on the security cams that made it through the battle, but also from the bits and pieces of moments I saw while in the midst of it. At one point, I saw Lacey conjure up a whip made of fire and literally slice demons in half. The ends of her hair lifted up into the air, lit up with a fiery blaze that also accompanied her eyes. I saw Acid Dude launching garden gnomes at full speed. Chip Jr. had taken command over the gnomes and was actively chirping at them to go for the throat. Instead of fighting against each other this time, the werewolves and turkeys were working together. The turkeys were still being used as bait, but the wizards had talked to them beforehand and told them it was all for the greater good. Gary and his horde of slashers were doing what they do best: slashing and slicing. I wouldn't doubt it if Gary had been excited about possible new meat selections, as I watched him stab a demon in the eye. Chip had fully upgraded one of his arms to be titanium steel, and was knocking demons out left and right, as Cheryl was safely perched on his back, and actively chopping off demon heads with an axe. Puffs of colorful smoke and sparks surrounded the commotion, as wizards cast spell after spell. It didn't take long for my pointy mop to be downgraded to a simple mop head. I was in full-blown panic mode and being chased down by 2 demons, when one of Gary's friends shot them down with a shotgun. He then handed it and some ammo over to me. Shooting demons was a lot more fun than I thought it would be, and I honestly felt like I was playing a virtual reality zombie game, nausea and dizziness from the motion included. Even the snake from the potion fiasco was helping out, by yeeting demons in all directions. I think my favorite moment of all of it, though, was when I saw some witches full-on roasting a demon like a rotisserie chicken, tied up on a spit with an apple shoved into his mouth. He looked absolutely horrified as the witches cackled around him. Looking back, well in the middle of it, I honestly thought we were losing. Maybe because it felt like hours before the portal stopped regurgitating its monsters. Or maybe it was me watching Chip's last remaining cyborg arm being ripped off by a demon. I felt like I was watching the store fall to shambles all around us. Whole chunks of the ceiling were gone, and I could see the stars shining down on us, as monsters of all kinds beat each other up to bloody pulps. I was sure death would come soon, as I held on to the last bit of ammo in one hand. When I had shot my last bullet, I heard a loud bellow sound from somewhere to the far left of me. I didn't understand what it meant until all of the demons began to retreat, scrambling like rats to the portal. As the opening consumed them, they began to topple over one another in their haste to leave. Strictly for shits and giggles, I fired my last round into the chaos, and laughed when I heard a demon let out a loud squeak. Storm clouds appeared outside, as flashes of lightning shined through the remaining ceiling and windows. Thunder boomed as the smoke within the portal began to violently spin, becoming so powerful that it projected high-force winds into Charlie's. What wasn't already damaged by the battle was blown away by the portal's winds, and I began to panic when it started sucking things up in its vicinity. "Hold on tight, everyone," I yelled before grabbing onto Lacey and hunkering down behind a register. I saw a few gnomes and thawed-out turkeys flying by, and I held onto Lacey even tighter. I couldn't help but smile as she shoved her head into my chest. A few moments later, a loud pop sounded throughout the store, as sun rays took the place of the storm cloud's shadows. Angelic bird chirps filled my ears as I stood up, no longer feeling the portal's force against us. I looked in the direction it had been to see it was now gone, along with its god-awful hands and the countdown clock. The only thing that remained was a floating banner that read, "You stink. The Father." That too quickly disappeared as it disintegrated before our eyes. "We won!" roared Gary, and all of his friends began to whoop and holler, shooting random shots into the air. They shut up when one of them shot a ceiling tile that was hanging on by a thread and it landed on his head. Lacey burst into giggles beside me, and I looked over at her. The beauty emitting from her was absolutely insane, and she was glowing with power. Cheryl walked up at this point, stealing my attention from Lacey. She faced her back to us, and I wasn't sure what she was doing, until I saw her lift her cell phone over her head and angle it towards our group. She yelled, "Say cheese!" before snapping some pictures. Gary ran towards me and threw an arm around my neck before smiling. Chip shifted the fingers on his ripped-off arm into a peace sign symbol before holding it up beside his grinning face. I was in the middle of laughing at him when Lacey wrapped her arm around my waist, pulling me towards her until our cheeks were touching. I knew she could probably feel how my cheeks were burning up with excitement, but I didn't even bother to worry about it. I was just happy to be so close to her. "What was that for?" I asked after our photo shoot was over. "I asked the owners if they wanted any updates after the battle," said Cheryl. "They said they did?" I asked. I didn't think they would care, considering they didn't seem to be taking any of it seriously. When I'd asked them if we could close the store, they'd laughed and told me it would be coming out of my pay if I did. They texted back that little yellow guy that looks like he's crying and laughing, she explained. I figured that was yes in another language, so I'm sending the pictures. She looked up from her phone with a grim face before stating, I would Skype them with my laptop, but I accidentally broke it in half. I slowly nodded my head before responding, Thanks for the hard work, Cher. I didn't even feel like explaining that you could use your phone to video chat. She gave me a grin before heading towards Chip. Everyone seemed busy celebrating, so I took a chance while they were distracted and ran to the bathroom. Demon slaying sure did make you feel like you need to piss your pants every 5 seconds. I'm proud of myself for making it through that whole battle, honestly. I headed towards the bathroom in the office, only to realize extensive damage to the building had completely blocked the doorway from being entered. I decided to take another chance and head to the weird customer bathroom. You know, the one that stayed covered in blood. For once, though, it wasn't covered in blood. I let out an accepting, huh, as I heard the out of order sign clattering against the door. The urinals looked god-awful, so I walked to the nearest stall. I was mid-unzipping when the door swung open, but I stopped in my tracks before using the bathroom. Congrats, Garrett, read the words carved into the tiled wall. You finished round 1. So yeah, that was pretty much all the weird shit Charlie's had to offer in the days leading up to our battle. We've actually been given a paid vacation, shockingly, but I think it was mainly due to the fact that the owners found out we weren't joking around. Just seeing their mouths practically fall to Charlie's burnt linoleum floor in shock was pretty cool too. But I'd be an idiot to turn down a paid vacation. Do a backflip, yelled Lacey from her pool chair beside me. I looked over to see her sipping her fruity drink as she swirled the tiny umbrella in it. Chip Jr., after realizing he had a captivated audience, took 3 of the most dramatic jumps on the diving board before somersaulting through the air, gracefully landing in the water with a splash that barely reached a foot in height. Bravo! Yelled Cheryl as she clapped behind us. I swear I saw her wipe tears away. Meanwhile, Chip and Gary talked at the bar across from the pool. They were debating whether or not the bar's smoothie blender could take a bear in a fight. Chip had some fair points, honestly. I was also still in shock that Cheryl had her own mansion. As for the words carved into the wall, we had no idea what they meant. And there wasn't exactly a when you survive a supposed apocalypse but still keep getting creepy messages survival guide floating around there to help us. We chose to ignore it, honestly. Besides, Lacey was now deciding to pronounce my name as Garrett instead of Jared. Screw post-war typos. Take one day at a time. I mean, never mind the fact that Lacey and I were really the only ones who could understand the seriousness of it all. The rest of them just wanted to celebrate. I could not tell you the last time I saw Gary drink anything but tequila. I'm seriously worried for the guy. Anywho, thanks for surviving a little while longer with us at Charlie's. And, as always, we'll keep you guys posted. 7 a.m.
Good morning, Charlie's customers.
I admired Lacey from my spot at Register 1. She had been giddy for our grand opening all week, and I found her bubbly attitude adorable.
Thank you to our loyal customers for joining us for the grand opening of the updated Charlie's.
She waved her hand dramatically towards the banner above her head that read, Your local family department store is back. Cheryl bounced up and down while clapping at Register 2. Proud of the banner she had used 10 bottles of glitter glue to complete.
We can't wait for you to enjoy our new self-checkout stations and the new mystery vending machine. If those don't fit your fancy, we have plenty of new options we know you'll love.
Lacey spent 4 days of the past week writing the morning announcements, and I had spent all 4 of them begging her not to include "fit your fancy" in it. Clearly, she didn't consider that for the final draft. She might as well have added a few yee-haws while she was at it.
Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll be here if there's anything at all you need help with.
She removed the shiny new microphone from her grasp, but she did it the same way you had to maneuver the old one to avoid feedback noises, making me laugh. Her blonde curls bounced at the same rhythm as her footsteps as she walked over to me. Her smile was as bright as her tie-dye shirt. You did great, I told her. My heart fluttered as her smile brightened even more. You'll always be our resident party popper, chirped Cheryl. I noticed she had some purple glitter glue in her hair. I wouldn't put it past her to have done it on purpose.
Cheryl, you're needed at aisle 12 for a code brown?
Said Chip over the radio sets clipped to our belts.
I repeat, Cheryl, you're needed at aisle 12 for a code brown?
Cheryl furrowed her brow. What's a code brown again? There's a party popper on the loose, I explained. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed. A surprise party. It will definitely be a surprise, I agreed. After plopping her red and white striped elf hat back on her head, Cheryl scampered off in search of her party. Isn't a code brown the lady that always comes in on Tuesdays, shits on the floor, and then stole laxatives? Asked Lacey. Precisely. She shimmered in discomfort while groaning, Poor Cher. Welcome back, Charlie's folks. We had quite a break, didn't we? I honestly expected to be back sooner, but things haven't exactly gone to plan. Well, some have and some haven't. Let me explain the outcome of where we left off. Due to the events of the last entry of the Charlie's Chronicles, the owners decided we needed a little break. Well, that was how it was explained to us at first. In reality, they thought it was an excellent time to revamp the store. So, as they put it, they graciously offered us some time off during the process. The graciously was believable at first, until our paid vacation was no longer paid. We should have known it was too good to be true. But you live, you learn. After the bills got too overbearing, Cheryl offered for us to move into their mansion. Of course, due to our lack of jobs, we agreed. Lacey, Gary, and I had applied to many different places, yet we failed to receive callbacks. After seeing black sedans following us everywhere we went, we figured the owners might have something to do with our failed career endeavors. Can't have their loyal workers finding better jobs, now can they? I even tried that Demon Dash app that everyone's been raving about, but it didn't work out. Demons rarely ever tip you. I did have one offer me a human heart, though. I debated accepting and selling it on the black market, but I figured it would land me in the doghouse with Lacey. We spent most of our time enjoying sliding up and down Cheryl's ginormous staircase, just like they did in the movies. The staircase cascaded from nearly the ceiling to the floor, and a huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling in the middle of the staircase landing and the front door. Chip Jr. regularly hung from the chandelier, re-envisioning it as a high-dollar jungle gym. The fun ended after Gary lost his balance mid-slide, fell backward over the railing, and snatched up Chip Jr.'s tiny foot. Obviously, that didn't work, and they went tumbling to the expensive tiled floor. It took about 6 months for the store to complete construction, but we've been here for the last month helping set up everything. In whatever universe Charlie's occupies, it is currently the Christmas season. Christmas carols had been on full blast from the boombox Chip implanted in his chest, giving us a free concert from Lacey and Cheryl, and Chip Jr. on backup vocals. I would have given my tickets to someone else if given the opportunity. The many beautiful, twinkling Christmas trees decorated around the store made up for it, though. Here's a list of the new stuff added to the store. Self-checkout and a mystery vending machine, as announced by Lacey. A full-sized furniture and housewares section. Dimensional portals. A larger parking lot. Special parking for online order pickup. Smart car charging spots. Smart broom charging spots. Pharmacy, apothecary. A new pylon sign, because apparently the old one got stolen. And the Witch's Brew coffee shop. With everything new added, we are absolutely thrilled, yet also kind of terrified, for obvious reasons, for what is in store for Charlie's. But right now, I have to save Chip Jr. He's in the middle of a battle with two old ladies who are convinced he would make the cutest Christmas decoration ever. Hopefully he doesn't bite them before I can make it over there.
Rhonda's back,
said Cheryl over the radio. I could hear how teary-eyed she was, clearly saddened by the lack of party popping in the bathroom.
I repeat, Rhonda's back. Man, you guys are big fat liars.
10:48 a.m. I finished checking out the customer at Register 1 and breathed a sigh of relief. I had been stuck there all morning, and the rush was finally over. Relaxation did not last long, however. I felt a strong gust of cold wind as someone ran behind me. I turned around to find Gabe at Register 2. He flung his messenger bag to the floor, before searching all of the drawers to the register station, clearly frazzled. "Gabe," I said as he quickly threw open the third and then the fourth drawer. Pens, paper clips, and receipt printer refills were rapidly flung over his shoulders. I know, he hushed me, waving a dismissive hand. "I overslept. I couldn't find my name tag anywhere. Looked all over my house and found zilch." He aggressively rummaged through the drawers, even flinging things over his shoulder. "When the hell did these drawers even get here?" I looked over to the wall of workers, which the owners implemented after the many deaths Charlie's faced. It was meant to be meaningful, but it felt more like a warning of impending doom. It also didn't help that they had forgotten a few workers, even after I reminded them. Gabe's picture was the first on the third row, his name tag dangling from the picture's thumbtack. Lacey had found it in Spot's victim trophy pile. "Gabe," I said, more forcefully. He looked up at me, clearly aggravated that his attention was stolen from his search. "What?" I stared at him for a few moments, wondering how he still looked intact. They always showed at least some signs of their death. Even Mora had a gunshot wound under those bright red curls atop her head. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked with a nervous chuckle. "You're looking at me like you do Mora." I let my blank stare be my response. Recognition filled his face. "Got me, didn't it?" I nodded and pointed at the wall. He followed my finger's direction. He stared at his picture for a few moments before sighing and slapping a hand to his forehead. And then he rubbed his eyes as if waking up from a nap. After walking over to the wall, he snatched his name tag off. He clipped it to his shirt collar, snatched a hat off one of the life-size Santa decorations, and sat on the stool before Register 2. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Getting ready for work," he explained. "It's not like I have anything better to do." I shrugged. As long as you stay for the whole shift." He gave me a blank stare of his own. "The only time I've ever left early for a shift was when I died." Fair point. Midnight. "Hey guys, Lacey here. I thought it might be fun to write my own entry, so I asked Garrett, if I could. He told me to write something weird that had happened, and I was all like, which something? Get it? Because everything here at Charlie's is weird. Look, I know I'm not as funny as Garrett, but you still could have laughed. Anyways, a customer asked me where the paprika was, and I had no idea what to tell them. I'm convinced the aisles hate me and try to test my patience daily. I don't find their jokes funny. Not even when they place the chocolate-flavored laxatives by the brownies. Okay, that was a little funny. You know, you don't have to change as frequently as you do, I told them on my first walkthrough after coming back. The lively shelves responded by throwing a packet of tuna at my face. I'm glad it wasn't in a can, but still, I was not too fond of the shelves' humor. I'm tired of your shit. A container of cat litter catapulted over the shelves and landed beside me, exploding on impact. I scowled as the particles rained down on me. Without thinking, I snatched a can off the shelf beside me, stepped back, and launched it into the rack. In return, I had 2 cans thrown at me, missing me by mere centimeters. An all-out battle ensued, with me throwing items as fast as possible at the sentient shelves. They were going faster than me, obviously, but either way, it didn't take long for the shelves to empty. But not completely. The only thing they contained, really, was splattered food debris. I smiled smugly at the shelves, placing my hands on my hips. How do you like them apples? The smile only lasted a few seconds, though, after I realized what I had said. Wait! I yelled, holding up my hands as I heard something soaring through the air. I snatched up 5 packages of tortillas and placed them over my head as a makeshift shield. Our entire selection of apples began to rain down on me, hitting as hard as a hailstorm. I pictured the stack of them in produce gradually being emptied and weaponized. After a good 5 minutes, the apple assault finally ended. But I wasn't even given an opportunity to breathe before loud creaking noises filled my ears. As I realized the shelves were attempting to crush me, I quickly hopped to my feet. My whole body was sore, but I refused to back down, squeezing through the little available opening of the shelves before they collided. A horrified look spread across my face, as I saw that all the shelves were toppling like dominoes. I hopped from shelf top to shelf top, determined to get to the exit before the whole store fell to shambles. And then 12:39 p.m. Lacey had been karate chopping the air in her sleep for the last 5 minutes, so I gently shook her awake. She woke up with a start, a string of drool dripping from her lips and onto the break room table. "Hey, you okay?" I asked. "You're having a nightmare." "What about the flying turnip greens?" she asked me. I paused for a moment, not sure what to say. "The what?" was all I could come up with. Lacey tried to explain, but she didn't get the chance. She held up a hand toward me as she clued in her headset.
"Lacey, you're needed at the back for a truck. Not the transformer kind,"
Chip said.
"I repeat, Lacey, you're needed at the back for a truck. Not the transformer kind."
"Why the hell does he keep saying it that way?" she asked me. "Do you not remember the week where he barricaded himself in one of the guest bedrooms and binge-watched all the Transformers movies? The same week Gary binge-watched all the Halloween movies?" I nodded. "Yeah, Cheryl told me her Christmas present for him was new parts that will make him transform into a small motorbike at will." She cocked an eyebrow at me, slightly nodding in approval. "I'd rather be a moped, honestly." "You'd be a cute moped," I said with a grin. "Honestly." She returned my grin and kissed me on the cheek before heading to the back room. Oh yeah, that was new too. 1:42 p.m. "You gotta be kidding me," I said to the security cameras. I released a sigh, walked outside, and headed toward the right side of the parking lot. A small tent, about the size of a porta-potty, sat on the freshly paved handicapped parking spot. Loud music blared out from behind the canvas, and the fabric rippled and wiggled as the bass boomed. I sighed before pressing the doorbell that floated beside the tent's zipper. Although the tent seemed minuscule from the outside, it was obnoxiously large from the inside. This tent gave the Henry Pitter tents a run for their money. The music lowered significantly before a voice called out, "It is unlocked. You may enter." The zipper glided open before me. "You're aware you live in a cloth tent, right?" I asked him as I motioned toward the opening. I could just walk right in. "You're aware that I'm an all-powerful wizard who could lock your mouth if I wanted to, right?" He snapped back. "A tent is nothing." I rolled my eyes. "And did you forget cameras exist with all of your infinite wisdom?" His cheeks blushed. "Whatever do you mean?" I rolled my eyes again, sighing dramatically. He held up his hands defensively. Now, I know my presence has put a bit of a damper on your establishment, so I've decided to help you." "Oh, so you're going to give back all the stuff you stole?" "I haven't stolen a single one of your inadequate items." "If they're inadequate, then why do you have every piece of the living room set we just got in?" I walked to the living area and pointed at the giant Christmas tree. Its 12-foot size struggled not to rip through the tent's 8-foot height. "And this looks an awful lot like the tree Lacey and I decorated 2 days ago. Are you really going to tell me you didn't steal it?" "That's right, mortal," he responded with a smirk. "I would do no such thing." "In what ways do you help, then?" He jazz-handed dramatically while saying, "Fortunes." His eyes glimmered as he said it, but I'm not sure if it was a magical enchantment or me slowly losing my mind from stress. "Oh, you'll be paying the fortune you've stolen from the store?" I gave him a fake smile and a pat on the back. "Sounds great." No, I can tell you the fate of Charlie's. I saw it in my crystal ball last night." He pointed to a card table I knew I had stocked last Tuesday. In the middle of it sat a clear ball propped up on a very tiny packaging box that was just big enough for the ball to poke out of. "Okay, so what do you see? Next week's sale on patterned cloaks?" His eyes widened. "Those are going on sale?" "Just tell me what it is already." I highly doubted I could take anything this wizard said seriously, but part of me hoped it wasn't another episode with the father and his minions. His eyes lit up once more. "A legion of robot slaves, led by a vampire. Crazy, right?" I sighed. Yes, you are," I said before heading towards the exit. I'm being serious, mortal. Well, if any robot vampires or whatever show up, I'll be sure to let you know. It's an army of robots, led by a vampire. Yeah, I said. And then I noticed something in the back that paused my escape. Is that our old sign? You should be getting back to work, he said while shoving me out the door. But be sure to tell me when those cloaks go on sale. 2:37 p.m. Ahem, someone above me said. I looked up from my perch on the floor to see a woman standing in front of me. Do you think you could help me, handsome? She asked. Sure, I responded. I placed the box I was stocking on the floor, stood up, and brushed my pants off. You wouldn't happen to have any switchblades that could double as a lovely shade of lipstick, would you? She gave me a devious smirk that somehow still came off as sexy. I thought about it for a moment, scanning the stock list in my head. No, but we do have some purple daggers with skulls on them over in the slasher section. She gave me an eye roll. That would match my shields, but I'd rather drop dead before wearing something that resembled him. She rolled her eyes once more upon the mention of this him, but I had no idea who he was. I fought the urge to give her a confused look, debating the possibility of her being some sort of war veteran ghost based on her pistol and bandages hanging from her belt. She reminded me more of Sofia Vergara, wearing an outfit in Beyoncé in Austin Powers-esque style, rather than anything from Nom, though. She didn't seem to mind my lack of response, as she twirled a chestnut brown lock around her finger. She checked her wristwatch, which had a strange triangular symbol on its head. She noticed me staring at it, which sparked her to say, "You like the bling?" sarcastically. I risk my life for every game, and all they could give me was this lousy thing. A loud bang sounded from outside the store, causing me to jump out of my skin nearly. In my haste to learn to fly, I accidentally bumped against her arm. She jerked it away, gripping onto the silver and gold bangle garnishing it. Gotta be careful, she said with a chuckle. This thing's been on the fritz lately, and you wouldn't want me skyrocketing through your ceiling. She pointed upwards, but then placed the hand on her hip and smirked. Unless you want a better view. But you wouldn't be the first. Did you hear that? I asked her. While the loud noise hadn't fazed her, my lack of notice at her flirtatious attitude made her face drop. I was just worried I was beginning to hear things again. I did not have time to be exercised for the second time, but that's a story for another time. Suddenly, a voice crackled out of her watch.
Enemy spotted near me,
spoke a robotic voice. Even more unexpectedly, a jetpack-clad figure zoomed through the aisle's opening, barely missing the woman in front of me. Gunshots rang out as a robot chased after her. A smiley face on its chest screen grinned eagerly at the game of cat and mouse. The beauty in front of me sighed deeply before sliding a gun out of her bootleg. I backed up a bit, shocked as I watched her take aim and land a headshot on the pilot, just as she had begun to sail upwards. Her body hit the ground with a loud thud, and the robot jumped up and down cheerfully as it applauded her. Good one, friend, it shouted. I'm never going to hear the end of that one on date night, she said with another eye roll. Thanks for the help, she said before saluting me. She ran off in the direction she came from, the robot trailing after her. I scanned the rest of the store, slightly worried that no one else had witnessed the gunfight. A second later, the pilot's body vanished into thin air, and a metal box slammed down in its place. A woman dressed in an actual army uniform and a cyborg rushed to the box, swinging it open and shoveling its contents into their pockets and backpacks. I released a sigh before crouching to finish stocking the shelves. I really hope I'm not possessed again. 2:54 p.m. I think one of my favorite sections of the store right now is the one we let Gary have complete creative control over. The slasher section of the store is his favorite for obvious reasons, and he decided to decorate it just for the holidays. The front shelf, usually meant to display the lightest slicing and dicing products, currently contained a small Christmas tree, decorated with various horror movie-themed ornaments. Red, blinking lights garnered its black limbs, and the star on top matched. The best part was the backdrop, a blood-splattered black and white plaid blanket. He had hung up a small banner across the top that read, "Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh." I'm not sure if the blood was real or fake, but I knew I loved the various pictures of our small ragtag team scattered across the plaid squares. I admired it as he was adding the finishing touches. "Looks great, Gare Bear." He turned around to beam at me.
"Jared, we have an issue,"
said Lacey over the radio.
"Can you come to the registers?"
I distractedly eyeballed a picture of Lacey and me decorating one of Cheryl's many Christmas trees. She had 5 throughout her mansion, and each had its own theme. Her face was lit up with joy at the joke I had just cracked. I felt butterflies in my belly at that memory.
"Jared?"
she repeated, waking me from my trance.
"Can you come to the registers?"
As I walked through the store, I noticed a man speedily trying to shove as many rubber ducks into his pants as they could contain. His wide, unsettling eyes and greasy, jet-black hair told me to steer clear. And what's one of my top mottos working here, folks? It's not polite to stare. "The registers aren't making sense anymore. It's all gibberish," she explained after I arrived. I checked out all of the registers, and sure enough, their language settings had been changed to an alien concoction of symbols. The strange thing was, the letters on the keyboard had also been changed to the weird language. I curiously pressed a single key on the register in front of me. In return, it gave me a very loud and unpleasant beep. An error message took over the screen, its exclamation mark blinking angrily. I said back to it. I pressed the spacebar carefully, a bit scared of what would happen. A large red squiggle stretched across the screen, and it took me a minute to realize it was an electrocardiogram. The error message flashed before changing to, "Look behind you." "Lacey said you needed assistance?" I jumped at the sound of Chip's voice, and I turned around to find him waiting for a response to his question. He ignored the annoyance on my face and waited for an order. "Yeah, can you take a look at the computers for me? I think they've swapped to a dead language." As he read the screen, his expression filled with calculations, and I mean that literally. It was actually full of calculations. I could see bright blue numbers flying around in his eyes as he determined what the language was and what era it was from. He stared at it for a long time, unblinking, which I don't think he needed to blink now that I think about it. "Okay, so what does it translate to?" I finally asked, growing more frustrated. He finally looked up, and his expression had swapped from concentration to worry. "Says something very dire and imminent." I waved my hand as if to say, "Go on." "It says," he started, pausing for a dramatic effect. However, I don't think it was on purpose. "We've been trying to reach you regarding your car's extended warranty." I just stared at him blankly for a few moments, waiting for him to laugh or something. But the worried expression didn't leave his face. Did cyborgs even have humor? "You're shitting me," I finally responded. His face contorted with confusion. "I don't have any bowels to empty?" My blank stare stayed, although it clearly did not affect him. "Just fix them as soon as you can." The computer chirped to get our attention. "Good luck," the screen read. 3:05 p.m. One of the owner's latest business ventures happened to be something that brought immense humor to Charlie's. A vending machine. Why, you ask, does a vending machine bring humor? Because this was no ordinary vending machine. This was a mystery vending machine. The shiny and sleek metal contraption housed 4 rows with 4 spots for items each. All of the spots contained brightly colored boxes with mystery items inside. I'm not going to tell you what all of the mystery items were. Hell, I didn't even know all of them, honestly. But I will tell you one thing that some of them contain. Potions. Potions that our lovely partner, Quick Brew, supplies. As always, they were late. But luckily, our coven of witch customers were too distracted by the new coffee shop to notice. A sharp-dressed fellow entered the store, just after I had swapped the register tills. Honestly, he looked like a mob boss to me, and I was worried Gary had gotten himself into some deep shit. "I'm Joey," he introduced himself. "I'm your new potions dealer from Quick Brew." "What happened to Herschel?" "He got. replied the potioneer. Got? What does that mean?
All I know is there was a mishap with a vampire island. Now the poor sap is burnt up, he explained. So Joey's here now, and Joey's got the goods. Are we gonna have a problem?
Do the goods contain snakes of any kind? He cocked an eyebrow at me before shaking his head. Then you are wonderful, I replied. And don't forget to restock the new vending machine, too. He saluted me.
Aye, Captain.
He picked up his potions bag, mumbled something close to "Good day, Toots" to Lacey, and headed into the store. Heavy, thudding footsteps approached behind me, and I turned around to find Gary coming in hot. "Gare, I told you to stop trying to sneak up on me." Lacey snickered beside me, but Gary gave no response. As he came closer, I noticed how wide his eyes were. He latched onto my arm with a vicious grasp, shaking me a bit as he yelled,
"How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?"
My face scrunched up in confusion.
"How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, Jared?"
I looked at Lacey for help, and she looked just as worried as I felt. "I don't know." Rage clouded his face as he gritted his teeth.
52.
He overpronounced each syllable, as if my inability to answer the question caused him physical pain. My arms began to burn at his intense grip. "Gary?" spoke up Lacey. His head swiveled so aggressively towards her that I heard his neck crack. It snapped back to its normal position as his eyes trained behind me on someone else approaching. He scampered off without hesitation, running through the doors and abandoning his previous task. "What the hell?" I asked.
"Staring at a metal wall will do funny things to your noggin,"
responded Joey as he walked up beside me. "Staring at a metal wall?" asked Lacey. Joey ignored her.
"All filled up, chumps. You got all the necessary goods, including all the new seasonal items."
"Ooh, what new seasonal items?" asked Lacey. "I've been wanting to add to my selection."
"Coal and Curse Blocker, Fruitcake Fiasco, and the Carrie Christmas Curse. It's a potion that teleports whoever you choose to a universe that contains only a Mariah Carey concert. But the only song she ever plays is All I Want for Christmas, and she plays it on an infinite loop."
Lacey looked horrified, but she said nothing.
"I also did want to let you know that your butcher was passed out beside the vending machine, though. I slid him behind the butcher counter. Bad for business to have bodies lying around."
He fished a quick brew pamphlet out of his bag and handed it to me. I took it without looking at its contents and shoved it into my back pocket. "Passed out? Did you make sure he was alive?"
Yeah,"
he replied calmly.
"He's just an evil clone."
What?" asked Lacey, concern in her voice. "Evil clone?"
"Yeah,"
he confirmed.
"Looks like your butcher drank one of those potions from the vending machine. He should be fine, but I'd keep an eye on the clone until he wakes up."
We glanced towards the direction evil Gary had run in. "Well, shit," I muttered. "How are we going to do that?" Joey shrugged while glancing at his wristwatch.
"Well, looks like I need to be on my way."
Lacey flung out an arm to stop him. "Wait, what does an evil clone do that makes it evil? How bad does it get?" Joey gave Lacey a look that said, "Is it not obvious? I guess you'll figure it out." And with that, he hurried out the door. Lacey turned to me, her face full of concern. "What the hell do we do?" I shrugged. "Make another clone to man the deli?" Her look was replaced by frustration, and I chuckled nervously. She made her exit as well. "Was the joke that bad?" I called out. 4:31 p.m. Acid Dude showed up a little after 4:30 in the afternoon. Rather than his usual slow demeanor, he was practically vibrating. An energy drink can was clutched tightly in his fist.
"Hey, boss,"
he rattled. I gave him a concerned look. "Are you okay?"
"Yes, sir. Just reporting for work, sir."
I allowed him to breathe a few heavy breaths before I responded. "Work?
Owners told me to clock in at 8 a.m.
It's 4:30. He paused for 3 seconds as he pondered what I said. He re-gripped the caffeinated can, crushing it a bit.
What day is it?
Monday. He counted his shaky fingers for a moment.
I thought it was Tuesday.
Did they tell you to clock in on Tuesday?
No.
He left it at that as he chugged the rest of his drink. Once empty, he crushed it on his forehead before LeBron Jamesing it into the trash can. It was hard not to stare at him in bewildered amazement, honestly. When did they hire you? Because they haven't told me anything. He walked over to a drink cooler and grabbed another drink, quickly opening it and knocking it back for a few gulps. He released a "whoo" and rubbed the excess caffeine slobber off his chin. My face was clouded with disgust as I waited for his response.
They hired me yesterday due to my high-quality Band-Aid decorating skills.
I motioned towards his can. And how many of those have you had?
4? Wait, no, 5.
5? I exclaimed. His tremors increased as he nodded at me, particularly with his head.
Yes, sir. I want to stay focused, sir.
I sighed as I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Go be focused on zoning the grocery aisles, then. He saluted me with his free hand.
Sir, yes, sir.
He zoomed off towards aisle 1, and I swore I saw a dust cloud trailing after him. I looked up at the security cameras angled towards the registers.
At this point, you guys just hire anyone.
7:19 p.m. Since his untimely departure from Charlie's, Gabe has had a few memory-related issues. Mostly, he's been struggling to remember the crucial procedures and codes we have in place, so I made him a cheat sheet. We've noticed it helps Mora when we do similar things, so I decided to give it a shot with Gabe as well. Here, I said as I handed it to him. He looked up from his change drawer, instinctively breaking 2 rolls into their respective sections without even looking. Memory after death is a strange thing.
What's that?
He asked. A cheat sheet for all the codes and rules at Charlie's, I explained.
It's more like a cheat book, but okay.
He skimmed over it, his finger tracing random bits here and there as he flipped through the pages.
They're so specific.
And they were. The list was a mixture of stuff the owners told me when they hired me, and the things I had learned on my own. It has 42 codes and double that amount of procedures. Just for curiosity's sake, I'll tell you guys the top 5 most essential codes to know. Number 1. Code Red. The front restroom is covered in blood again, although this hasn't happened since remodeling. 2. Code Orange. Fire. 3. Code Brown. Rhonda is in the building and has defecated on an aisle. We don't know why she gets pleasure from it, but she does. 4. Code Black. Bad weather. 5. Code Light Blue. There's a baseball game between vampires and werewolves in the parking lot, and someone just got decapitated in a flashback. Proceed with caution. Let me make it imperative that these are only a small selection from the extensive list. This is 5 of 42. Plus, it is constantly being added to. You truly never know what could happen at Charlie's, even if you've worked here for years. There are many things I've never even witnessed or had to handle on this list, but there are also many things I've added myself that the owners never witnessed. Gabe's forehead wrinkled as I could see the immense worry growing on his face.
Did I remember all this when I was alive?
I shrugged. Probably not, but don't worry. We'll help you. I gave him a reassuring pat on the back. Just glad to have you here again. A smile lit up his face as he folded up the packet and placed it in his back pocket. I'm glad to be back. His face went blank a second later.
Now take my picture off that wall.
9:06 p.m.
Attention Charlie's customers. The time is currently 9:02 p.m. The store is now closed. Please bring all items to the front so we can check you out,
announced a very sleepy-looking Lacey. She let go of the microphone's button to release a long and drawn-out sigh before continuing.
And we know you're hiding in the bathroom, Arnold. Walk out with your hands up and we won't hurt you.
Arnold peeked his head out of the bathroom's tiled opening. so only his eyes showed. They still looked off. He made no effort to walk out. Lacey scowled at him for a moment.
Anyways, the store will open again tomorrow at 7 a.m. We thank you for shopping with us at your local family department store. Have a nice night.
Go ahead and lock up the dimensional portal, Cher, I said. Aye, aye, Captain, she said while saluting me. She headed over to the 3 huge doorways set up by the front door, which seemed a little too reminiscent of the portal the father had opened in our store. But the owners didn't seem to care about whether or not we had lasting trauma from that ordeal. Before Cheryl could close all the doors, a goblin popped out of the first one.
Extra, extra, read all about it,
he shrieked, before launching something at my face. I am ill-prepared for situations where goblins appear through portals and throw things at you, so it smacked me straight on the nose. I yelled out, mostly in shock, but before I could retaliate, the short creature had retreated into the portal to safety. Little asshole, I said as I reached to pick up the item it had thrown at me. The telltale sound of something shooting through the air hit my ears again, but I managed to duck this time. As I snatched various snacks and magazines from the register shelves to weaponize, Lacey grabbed the item that had offended me to begin with. Ursula replaces the father after failed grocery store stunt, she read aloud. Take that, you little shit, I yelled as a pack of gum smacked the goblin in his knobby nose. The creature released an angry shriek, admitted defeat, and departed. I gave the doorway a triumphant smirk before looking at the item Lacey was shoving in my face. I took it and read the title she had just read. From Disney? She pointed towards the subtitle that read, Ursula, not the Disney sea monster, Jones. Ah, I said while nodding. Her parents suck for that one. With our conversation having distracted us, it gave Arnold a chance to make a mad dash for the front doors. Tucked under both of his arms were several rubber chickens. They squawked in panic with each step he took. Arnold, I called out. His head swiveled around way further than it should have been able to, and his crazed, bloodshot eyes met mine for only a second, before he darted through the doors. The rubber birds begged for help during the whole escape. Chip, Arnold is on the run. I spoke into my radio's headset. I repeat, Chip, Arnold is on the run. Lacey grabbed my jaw and turned my head back toward her. Do you think Ursula will pull another stunt like the father did? I shrugged and threw my hands up. I'm still wondering what we did to piss the father off. Well, the bathroom wall did say we finished round 1. So, how many rounds are there? And why do we have to go through them? I shrugged once more, and the conversation ended at that. The worry on Lacey's face broke my heart, but I really didn't have an answer to her questions, and I think she knew that. So she just hugged me before heading off towards the management office. A lot has happened since Charlie's first came into existence, and a lot more will happen in the future. While my time here hasn't always been daisies and rainbows, I'm glad I've experienced it. I'm grateful for the family and friends I've made along the way, and I'm thankful for all of you reading this right now. Thank you for joining the Charlie's journey, and I hope you continue to stay along for the ride. Hey, howdy. And how are you, Charlie's fanatics? I'll have to make this short and sweet due to how busy we've been lately. I haven't had much time to do anything but worry about everything going on. So, this part of the Charlie's Chronicles will be tidbits and memories I never included in previous parts. I will give you the gist of current events happening behind the scenes, though. We have a new pet. The wizard was shockingly right. And Charlie's has a new owner. I hope you enjoy these, I guess we'll call them bloopers, and we'll see you soon. This occurred during the last entry's time period, but I forgot to include it, so here you go, guys. Since reopening, the store had become an absolute mess, and everyone had their hands full with maintaining customer satisfaction and store upkeep. We were all doing things not normally on our roster, and this is why I found myself sweeping the front of the store after the lunch rush hour. A strange slapping noise took my attention away from the task at hand. I looked all around me to find the source, and it grew louder and louder until a fuzzy, white being stood at my feet. Quack! It roared ferociously.
I think my duck has taken a liking to your store,
spoke up someone behind me. I looked towards the voice to find the kleptomaniac wizard decked in a green and red cloak. Jingle bells, ornaments, and Christmas lights wrapped around his pointy evergreen hat, resembling a 3-foot Christmas tree. Practically 2 packs of bobby pins lined the hat's brim. Not everything could be accomplished with magic, I guess. Quack, quack, agreed the duck. He wore a green and red striped sweater with a grinning Rudolph on the front, and a red blinking LED light where his nose was. What's the little guy's name? I asked. 2 seconds later, I received a slap so powerful it knocked my head to the right. All I saw beforehand was a blur of white, red, and green. I'm almost positive that if I had looked into a mirror, I would have seen a tiny, webbed foot-shaped welt on my cheek.
His name is Mr. Quacksworth,
responded the wizard as he laughed.
And he doesn't like to be underestimated.
I see, I said while rubbing my sore cheek. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Quacksworth. Quack, he said before giving me a tiny bow. Wow, he knows tricks, I said. That's cool.
Yes, he knows many tricks.
I was confused by the way he responded, but I ignored it. What are some of the other tricks he knows?
Oh, the usuals,
he started before beginning to count them off on his fingers.
Sit, roll over, play dead, world domination.
Oh, I said, even more confused.
Jiu-jitsu, knife throwing, acrobatics, necromancy, he continued. He can also cook a steak so good it would give Hordaunt Gampsy a run for his money.
Hordaunt Gampsy?
The best wizard chef there ever was, he explained. But my duck is better because he is the amazing Mr. Quacksworth.
Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from in front of us, and Mr. Quacksworth fell dead. The wizard immediately fell to his knees beside his furry friend, crying out in agony. The intrusive thought of the fact that I would now have to not only sweep, but also mop up blood entered my head. Sometimes it's hard to show emotion when the antics never end. 2 men, decked out in camo, eagerly ran through the sliding glass doors, hooting and hollering over their fresh kill.
"Who we gonna have duck for Christmas dinner, Mikey?"
screamed one as he attempted to snatch it up, but the wizard slapped his hand away.
"What in the gods is wrong with you? How could you kill him?"
The wizard was a blubbering mess as he held on to the duck's corpse. "Well, shucks, buddy," said Mikey. "Didn't know you and the ducks was in cahoots. We just wanted a good dinner."
"Cahoots? You nincompoops!"
He released a roar that shook the store, causing a few customers to stop in their tracks and look around in panic. However, background characters have short attention spans, so they resumed normal shopping a moment later. The wizard dramatically whipped a hand out of the folds of his robe, aimed it at the 2 hunters, and yelled,
"One to heal, one to reanimate. Take these poor fool souls and leave them without a plate."
Both men began to levitate, as white wisps lifted from their gaping mouths. They began to waste away, rapidly becoming frailer and frailer. Their eyes popped out of their heads and landed with a wet plop on the floor, leaving black holes where their eyes should have been. Their bodies shriveled to skeletons before they were released, and their bones clacked together as they dropped to the floor. With a simple flick of the wrist, the white wisps soared into the duck's tiny body. Mr. Quacksworth coughed violently, his feathered body convulsing before he sprung upright. Without skipping a beat, the wizard picked up his furry little buddy and gave him a delicate hug, before smiling at me happily. Later, during my lunch break, I texted the group chat. "So, the wizard stole some customers' souls earlier? I think it might be time for an intervention." That's probably the weirdest thing I've ever sent in our group chat. Actually, scratch that. It probably isn't. Gotta love Charlie's. Case number 987365. Project Level Infinity. Version 432B. File justification. Redacted. Register 1 is open now if anyone wants to come over here. 3 customers shuffled over from Cheryl's extended line with their merchandise, and all 3 had a shopping cart. I was surprised to see the man with the least amount of products in his buggy waving to the other two to go first. Only a quarter of his buggy was full, but I just assumed he was being a good Samaritan and kept it trucking. When it was his turn, I saw his cart only contained 20 items, which I guesstimated would take 5 minutes to check out usually. Yet, I was perplexed to find myself still checking him out 30 minutes later. Yet his buggy still looked just as full as when I had started. I had nearly convinced myself that Acid Dude had somehow drugged me without me realizing, when the man mumbled, "It's happening again, isn't it?" I looked up from my conveyor belt to see his face look more frantic than mine. The look on my face confirmed his suspicions, and he quickly shut down. His fingers went to his hair, tugging on it as he sank to a sitting position on the ground. "Sir?" I said, trying to sound calm, yet failing. He began muttering to himself as his eyes grew wider. I heard bits and pieces of the mutterings, mostly including the words, "stuck in a time loop," and, "Oh God, why?" "Sir?" I repeated to no avail. His words were actually starting to scare me. What the hell does he mean, stuck in a time loop? I walked around my conveyor belt to aid him, but he rapidly scooted away from my presence. He slid the rest of the way down the aisle as I struggled to shove my hand into his now overflowing buggy. I tried to find the bottom as the products waterfalled over the edge, but it had simply disappeared. And then, I realized the products weren't even real. They were prop boxes with logos written in gibberish that somewhat resembled English but wasn't. Most of the boxes couldn't even open, and the ones that did either contained nothing or something that very clearly wasn't the item it was meant to contain. Time loop? I muttered to myself finally. It dawned on me to look around us, and I saw that every person, place, and thing had paused. In fact, every being in the room was staring at us with wide, sunken eyes. The man's screams tore my attention away from our audience, and I followed his gaze to see 3 lab coat-donned men marching through the front doors. His screams echoed through the store as they began to drag him toward the exit. His attempt to find traction on the linoleum floor only led to bloodshed and a loss of fingernails. All I could do was stare in frozen horror and confusion. "Help me!" he screeched as he stared at me, but I still found moving impossible. "Is this hell?" were his last words before finally leaving. Mere moments later, everything and everyone unpaused, resuming their previous actions as if nothing abnormal had happened. And really, to them, it hadn't. I stood there staring at my conveyor belt, trying to process the situation. However, my brain felt like jello. Had anything happened? Was that man really in a time loop? Was he in his own personal hell? Who were those men? Wait, what men? I raised my eyes from the conveyor belt, shaking my head to try and clear the fog thickening within it. What had I just been doing?
"Jared, you're needed in the back room,"
said Lacey over the radio, stealing my thoughts away.
"Jared, you're needed in the back room."
What had I just been so worried about? I shrugged and headed towards the back room. I figured it would return to me later if it was truly important. So I helped Lacey with 2 shopping carts filled with broken items we needed to label in the system as claims. It was a rather tedious process, but we did it quickly. I just didn't get where all the broken items came from. Some of their labels didn't even seem to be in English. It resembled English, but it definitely wasn't. Anyways, when I got back up front, I headed to Register 1 to help Cheryl with the sudden rush. 3 customers shuffled over when I announced my register was open, and I was surprised to see the man with the least amount of products in his buggy waving to the other 2 to go first. Continued on page 4584. Results not yet determined. Project still in progress. The crackling through the store intercom speakers had been going on for 10 minutes, and it was giving me a headache. It also made the customers give me dirty looks like I had just run over their dog or something. I couldn't find where the sound was coming from, though. All the microphones had been checked, and all seemed fine. Upon my third check of the intercom of the clothing department service desk, I noticed a slender porcelain arm draped over the counter's edge. As it was raised, The tip of the porcelain arm's pointer finger just barely met the height of the microphone's button. The finger held down the button for a few seconds before letting go and repeating the process. The microphone rustled around in its stand, creating that god-awful crackling noise. I approached the desk slowly, regarding it quizzically. As I rounded the corner, the hand dropped from the button. It also dropped off its owner's body completely, but she didn't seem to mind. "Oh, thank goodness," said the noisemaker. As I often do in new Charlie situations that I'm unsure how to navigate, I made a crappy joke to mask my surprise. "You're supposed to drop the mic, not your hand." The all-white figure released a sigh. Can you just help me up already? My body is too slick to get a grip on the floor." "That would be because you're a mannequin, and you're not supposed to move. You try living with a metal pole shoved up your butt and see if you like it." I held up my hands. "Don't get me wrong, you have a point, but I also don't make the rules." "You literally do," she said, attempting to stand up by herself and failing again. "That's what you wrote in the last entry, at least." "You don't have eyes, but you can read my posts?" "Ever heard of YouTube narrations?" I shook my head, so she flung the other hand at me. "I have ears. How else would I be hearing your blubbering right now? Now help me up." "Say please," I ordered. She groaned. "Please," she said through gritted teeth she clearly did not have. After I helped her up, she brushed her dress off rather dramatically, even though she had nothing on it. I picked up her hands off the floor and handed them to her. Although she had no facial features beside the soft indentation of eyelids and a mouth slit, I could picture the look on her face that read, "Really?" I apologized for my blonde moment before reattaching her right hand. "Thanks," she said, before sliding the other back into position. They made thick clicking noises that were rather satisfying when inserted once more. Once both were reinserted, she quickly clapped her hands together to the best of her ability. That was not a satisfying noise. "Well, I'll be going. I've got a party to attend." "A party?" "Yeah, the clothing store next door is going out of business, so we decided to have a little fun. You know, with everyone slowly losing their outfits as the store gets sold out." I paused for a moment as my mind began to wander. "A little fun?" I finally asked. Her brow bone slightly lowered, as if she were glaring at me. "Oh, don't be a creep. We're going to have a fashion show. Normally we do them every Tuesday, but this will sadly be our last one. Plus, I want to know how Manny and the Lady of the Fountain from the mall are doing. I heard their relationship was becoming a little frigid, and I'm in the market for a stone-cold fox." She giggled at her joke before saluting me. The salute caused her hand to almost fly off again, but she caught it and then wobbled off towards the entrance of the store. "Well, that's another thing to check off the Charlie's bucket list," I said to myself. The idea of a bucket list sounded amusing, but I feel like it would quickly become infinite. Anything could happen in this place, and I had to stay on my toes. I'm sure you guys feel the same way. Charlie's Yelp reviews. Magical Dan, 42. The blue-haired fellow was very helpful and entertaining. I watched him try to teach the commodes how to willy-wop for 30 minutes. Very insightful, and we will return. Deborah Demon Lady. Absolutely horrific service. There was no WD-40 in stock, and whenever I tried to ask for help, the workers would run away screaming. I will be back to torment them. Cheryl loves Snickers. I love you guys. Can't believe I work with my absolute besties. Also, I got your hemorrhoid cream, Jared. Wait, this isn't the group chat. Siri, delete the message. Siri, delete message. Arnold Swanson, 86. The rubber ducks are absolutely delectable. Live, love, laugh, whine. Haha. I will not be coming back. Ever. Only 2 of the 8 registers were open. The bathrooms were covered in blood, and some freaky-looking dog kept whistling at me. Plus, a priest came up to me and asked if he could exorcise my demons. How rude. I need those. Space Donkey Ninja. 4 out of 5. Would give 5, but there weren't enough snakes wearing cowboy hats. Place gets a 4 because the dude with the blue hair is the one who helped me see them. Kinda disappointed they didn't come home with me. Marty reviews. I've heard wonderful things about Charlie's Deli, so I decided to come and check it out for myself. Gary, the butcher and chef, is an incredibly lovable guy, but you'll love his food even more than him. Not only does he have a wide and exotic variety of fresh meats, but his already prepared food is also delightful. Whether it's his sushi surprise, or freshly ground hamburgers made with meat so rare I've never even heard of it. It's made of long pig, but he swears it's not pork. You'll be in for a tasty treat. Aspiring Jillian, 07. I know this will sound crazy, but this place is a portal to hell. No one wants to believe me, but I have proof. Charlie's is an anagram for the name of a demon that's spelled Hlyarak. He has been around for centuries and is referenced in several ancient tomes I've studied extensively. I've even had the demon himself contact me and order me to stop researching this. I'm not scared of you, demon. Plus, how have you guys never noticed the worker named Chip, who never blinks or breathes? He literally carries a garden gnome with him everywhere he goes. See more. Even when we were a smaller store with a less extensive catalog, we always had a large toy selection. Whether you were looking for a Barbie or a Holly hatchet, complete with her latest Butcher Shop playset, we've got it. We also have the new Operation game that comes with a real cadaver. The use of a cadaver is actually rather important in this entry, and I'll tell you why. Usually, after the lunch rush, I'll grab a shopping cart or two and make a lap around the store, filling them up with items that customers hastily discarded in places they don't belong. I was in the middle of returning said items to their proper places when I spotted what I could only describe as a ritual of some sort. After pulling my buggy over to the right side of the aisle, I walked over to the puncture party. Hey, Cher. She glanced up at me from her position on the floor. Neon rainbow jump ropes bound her hands and feet, yet she had a bright and oblivious smile on her face. The two girls accompanying her ignored me. Hi. What you doing on the floor? She wiggled her bound feet excitedly. Girls asked me to play Operation with them. Mm-hmm, I said, looking over at the girls as they prepped their surgical equipment. I looked back at Cheryl, who still maintained her kid in the candy store smile. And did they ask you to play with them forever? The children's heads jerked upwards so swiftly that I heard their necks crack. Their eyes flashed back and forth between Cheryl and me as we talked. Yes, but I told them I could only play during my lunch break. I nodded. That would explain why they're already trying to kill you. Kill me? Asked Cheryl as concern spread across her face. I could feel the twins glaring at me, practically burning a hole through my skull. Paranoia got the best of me, and I even felt the back of my head to ensure there wasn't a hole. I played it off as if I was scratching an itch, though. The kids love to intimidate, but I wouldn't let the twerps get the satisfaction. I kept my eyes trained on Cheryl. Yeah, this game normally comes with a cadaver, and they're trying to make you theirs. Confusion took control of Cheryl's emotions, more than likely a comfortable feeling for her. They're gonna turn me into fish eggs? I immediately face-bombed and released a sigh. No, Cher. Cadaver, not caviar. A cadaver is a dead body. Her eyes widened as the alarm returned. Man, it must be interesting inside her head. The girls both stood up simultaneously, as their prey had her revelation. However, their ominous glare stayed on me even as Cheryl began to squirm in her restraints and scream for them to free her. In one fluid movement, they both launched their scalpels at me. I flung my body backwards, making my back parallel with the floor as their weapons soared over me. They landed in a display of baby dolls behind me, and unleashed a chorus of motion-censored baby cries. "Jared!" shouted Cheryl as she struggled against the jump ropes. As the girls walked toward us, I chucked whatever toys I could reach to deter them. Most were avoided until I threw an entire box of squishy stress balls at them. The rubber rainbow made the perfect tripping hazard, and one actually landed a hit on the right one's forehead. The frustrated look spread across her porcelain face, almost as fast as the red mark where I hit her. Then they both fell to the floor. Rather dramatically, I might add. I quickly dragged Cheryl out of the aisle by her jump ropes. I whipped my phone out of my pocket before making a left. After I dialed her number, Lacey picked up in just 2 rings. I moved briskly as I talked to her, ignoring my nervousness at sounding out of breath. "Where are you?" I asked. At the same time, she said, "Hey." Produce," she responded. "Why? What's wrong?" I ignored her questions. "We'll be there in a second." I hung up and hightailed it to the produce department while ignoring Cheryl's complaints about being dragged along. Lacey looked confused when we approached her, but a loud rumbling noise took center stage before I could explain. I dragged Cheryl behind the Apple display and motioned for Lacey to duck down with me. "Untie me!" yelled Cheryl, and I shushed her with a finger over her mouth. Lacey and I peeked over the display and saw the twins riding down the main aisle side by side on 2 red tricycles. "When did we start selling tricycles?" asked Lacey. "We don't," I said. "It's just the writer trying to avoid copyright infringement." Lacey squinted at me. "But they weren't even the ones riding." A flash of fear entered her eyes as she looked toward what I'm assuming was one of the security cameras. "Never mind." They continued driving, glancing in all directions to look for us. When their search didn't turn out, they began to turn around. However, when Lacey untied Cheryl, she stupidly hopped right up, alerting our hunters of where their prey was. They quickly did a U-turn on their bikes, ringing their bells threateningly with devilish smirks. "What the hell, Cheryl?" snapped Lacey. Cheryl's mouth fell open as she struggled to respond. "I'm sorry, Lacey." "Yahoo!" Our heads whipped around to find Chip Jr. ramping a partially empty base shelf. And you want to know how he's doing that? I forgot to mention that one of Gary's unemployment projects was to upgrade a hot pink Barbie car for Chip Jr. Not only did he add a weed eater motor to it, but he added tires from a go-kart and covered it in pink Swarovski crystals. 2 silver plaques garnished each side of the sparkly creation, with Barbie Beast engraved in both. And now, Chip Jr. was on a mission to make the twins' faces a Barbie Beast racetrack. However, before his enlarged tires could land on their faces, the twins leaped from their rides, wide-eyed and terrified. It didn't take long for him to be right on their tails. He shouted something about his Mama Cheryl and why not to mess with her, before bursting into high-pitched maniacal laughter. Meanwhile, all 3 of us stood rather flabbergasted behind the display. As we watched the twins get mowed down, Lacey and Cheryl's mouths hung open in shock. Their jaws extended once more as they saw Chip run over their bodies not once, not twice, but thrice until they were unconscious. He then hopped out of the vehicle, tied them to the plastic trailer hitch, using the same type of jump rope they had tied Cheryl up with, and then dragged them toward the back of the store with a honk signaling his goodbye. After a few moments of silence, Lacey asked, "What do you think he's going to do with them?" "Hey!" All 3 of us looked toward whoever had yelled at us to find the same college-age girl the twins had last kidnapped. However, she looked much older than she had when I first saw her. Living with murderous children will do that to you, I guess. "You gotta be kidding me," I said in shock. She quickly approached us, her eyes flashing back and forth from us to where Chip had headed with the twins. A smile of delight was gradually growing on her face. "Are they really gone?" Yes?" She clapped her hands to her mouth as her eyes began to water. She began to wave at her face to stop the waterworks. "I looked away for 2 seconds to park the car, and when I looked back, they were gone." She broke into hysterical sobbing. Cheryl began to rub her shoulder. "It's okay. Maybe Chip Jr. won't kill them." Her words were cut off as the college girl got in her face, stabbing the air in front of Cheryl's nose with her pointer finger. "Make sure he does," she ordered. And with that, she marched out the door, triumphantly clicking her heels together before leaving our line of sight. I've never really talked about it in the previous Charlie's posts, but before the current communication setup with our new radio sets, we used our cell phones to relay messages we couldn't say over the intercom. We also have a group chat where we all regularly communicate and send funny pictures to each other. Now, Tell me why Lacey sent a blurry picture of rice and beans splayed across the floor, and why they looked like they were standing. Don't actually answer that. It's a rhetorical question. Clearly, this situation was rather bizarre, but definitely serious enough for a phone call to be made. Before I could call, though, I pulled my buzzing cell phone out of my pocket and found Lacey's grinning contact photo staring at me. By the tone in her voice, I could tell there was not a similar grin on her face currently as she explained the situation. She was spewing everything out too fast, though, and I could barely understand her. All I heard was the word hostage, which did put me on high alert. It's the beans. The beans and the rice. My face contorted in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? And what the hell was that picture? The beans and rice have taken Cheryl hostage, and they say she's a war criminal. I took a moment to respond as I tried to process the situation. Did you get something from Acid Dude? I heard multiple voices shouting distantly in the background, and her shouting something back at them that I couldn't make out. No, just come to the rice and beans aisle, Jared. And with that, she hung up. When I made it to the aisle that chose to contain the rice and beans today, the battle had come to a halt. Cheryl was tied up with an apple in her mouth, and her eyes widened when she saw me. However, she made no effort to acknowledge me, probably due to the blade being held against her throat. Multiple beans were wielding it, and when I say multiple, I mean several hundred. They had done so by combining into the shape of a hand to grasp the weapon. If you think that sounds ridiculous, just wait. Lacey was currently negotiating with their ruler, a pack of Link sausage. It had donned a princess tiara from our birthday item selection to make its leadership known. Its pink jewel sparkled atop the wearer's plastic-wrapped head. A mountain of beans held the sentient sausage up to be at eye level with Lacey. Its face looked like a cartoon, as if someone had cut a character's face out of a newspaper comic and glued it on the wrapper. It was very trippy to see it moving. Mr. Wiener here says we are committing mass genocide by selling his weenies and their beanie friends, explained Lacey when she finally noticed me. It is Wiener, screamed the ruler in a thick German accent, pronouncing it as Wiener. Well, it's a good thing that's me, I said, while showing him my name tag that read store manager, and also listed off how many years I'd been working there, which was clearly more than everyone else. I removed the apple from Cheryl's mouth, causing the thousands of rice grains scattered across the floor to screech. I winced in pain at the ear-splitting noise, and quickly covered my ears until they stopped. Please let me go, Mr. Wiener, begged Cheryl. Tears had begun to stream down her face. It is pronounced Mr. Wiener. I'm the one who places the orders that brings you to the store, so I'm pretty sure it's Wiener. And how are you a he if you're a member of the food pyramid rather than the food chain? You're not even the whole pig. Because I am bigger than what's between your legs, he said, as one of his comically large eyebrows raised, and he smirked. It was replaced by a look of determination as he continued his spiel. Now, silence, human. Listen to me. We are tired of being herded like innocent cattle in your money-hungry hands. Well, it's a good thing you're made of pork. And we will no longer be pawns in your supply and demand. Okay. I'm shocked a package of sausage knows this many adjectives, but can you please just get to the point? He glared at me. My point is that we refuse for your customers to buy us for their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We are tired of being made into jambalaya and rice and beans. Would you prefer chili? I would prefer to expunge the universe of vermin like you. Well, calm down there, tiny Hitler, I said while defensively holding up my hands. Why don't I make a deal with you? And you can let go of my friend. This deal better be good, he responded while crossing his stickly arms. I'll agree not to sell this batch of merchandise, I stated, while motioning toward the rice and beans scattered about the aisle. But you have to agree to release my friends. If you... And I'm not done. You also have to agree not to try to take over the store. Okay, whatever. Deal? He rolled his eyes.
Deal.
After they had released Cheryl, we walked back up front with Lacey. I ensured Cheryl was okay before she hopped back on her register, and then I pulled Lacey aside. "That was easier than I thought it would be," she said. "Well, it's not like he has a brain capable of larger schemes," I explained. I checked in all directions to make sure we weren't being watched by any conscious cuisine before I continued speaking. "Now, I want you to put all the beans and rice that have an affinity for living on clearance, and give Vaynar and his pork patrol to Gary." "What do I put the rice and beans in to keep them from escaping?" I shrugged. "Can't find a spell or something?" "Yeah, let me just whip out my centuries-old spell book and flip to the sociopathic sausage section," she said sarcastically. "Well, joke's on Lace, because I found out that magic is exactly what created them in the first place. The company we normally bought the beans, rice, and sausage from was a rather strange company from Germany. I have no idea where the owners found them or why they bought products from a company that far away. Normally Gary handled all of the meat deliveries, and he had failed to mention something to me about the delivery drivers joking that the company used witchcraft to enhance their products. Not quite sure why he didn't feel the need to tell us about that, but it was quickly confirmed by the person who picked up when I called. Honestly, it sounded to me like they were suggesting they ran a wizard-filled sweatshop to create their products. Not sure how they pulled that stunt off, but I could most definitely picture a disgruntled and overworked wizard causing chaos to disrupt the company's sales. I also went ahead and removed them from our supplier list. They were disappointed, but not surprised. Anyways, if you ate some sausage, rice, and/or beans around March of 2022 and felt a bit funny, it was because of that. The company described feeling funny as symptoms, including nausea and/or vomiting, extreme drowsiness, lockjaw, cottonmouth, loss of motor function for more than 24 hours, strange green liquid coming out of your facial pores that slightly burned, rapid increase in overgrown toenails, the ever-present taste of mayo in your mouth, or a belief that an omnipresent force is around you. Owners didn't let me release this in case the company tried to sue them. My apologies for not telling you guys sooner. But at least none of you guys died. Right? Hi, hello, and welcome, Charlie's aficionados. I'm coming to you from the trenches of our battle with unemployment. However, I am coming in peace, so please don't gut me for our disappearing act. I will explain in due time, so be patient, please. For now, enjoy this tale of our jobless antics. So, I wrote this before we found out we were reopening. I never found the motivation to finish it, and kinda thought you guys wouldn't care to hear anything we did that wasn't involved with the store. Plus, did you guys know that not having a job can cause depression? Finally getting into a relationship with your dream girl helps, but those trenches were deep for both of us, sadly. One thing that we've learned about Cheryl and Gary is that they should never be left alone. And not for any nefarious or infidelity-related reasons, so get your twisted minds out of the gutter. I mean it as in, you never truly know what they will get into. They always had fun, whether it was finger painting with Chip Jr., or dyeing what little hair Spot had left on his rotting head. Both stated from previous experiences. This morning, I found them recreating Charlie's in Cheryl's second living room. They had been accumulating various empty grocery item boxes for a month in preparation. It didn't take long, because Chip could empty his stomach contents to further shovel his mouth. I found him last night pushing a whole box of Twinkies down his throat. Box, plastic wrappers, and all. Plus, Lacey and I helped paint the boxes, but Cheryl and Gary handled everything else. I sipped on my coffee as I watched them set up the tiny shelves, various action figures, handmade clay products for sale, and Barbie cars for the parking lot. They even had a black hole in one of the parking spaces, with half a Hot Wheels truck getting shoved in, mid-Galaxy Trip style. Ah, memories. After about 5 minutes, Lacey and Chip joined me in watching. Why am I a Barbie if Chip is her boyfriend's doll? Because Chip looks like Glenn, said Cheryl, and you look like Barbie. Which one are you? Cheryl pointed towards a blonde baby Bratz doll. Admittedly, the doll did seem to match her short height. I had not noticed the name tags on our doll counterparts until she pointed at hers, and I reached down to pick up the doll labeled as me. You think I look like a G.I. Joan doll? She has your same haircut and facial structure, explained Cheryl. I looked at Lacey for confirmation. She shrugged. I find it cute, but that might be the pansexual in me speaking. Cheryl gasped and dropped the pasta box turned returns counter. Her reaction drew our attention back to her. She looked horrified and concerned. You're attracted to pans? Chip raised his hand and stared at Lacey in wait. Yes, Chip? She finally asked after several awkward moments of silence. Are you the reason our kitchen no longer has pots? No, Chip, yelled Cheryl. She likes pans. Actually, interjected Gary. Gary used pots to make Transformers armor. That sounds worse than what Lacey does with them. I'm going back to bed, I announced. This is too much. I'll join you, said Lacey. Can Gary join? No, we responded in unison, both with uncomfortable looks on our faces. He shrugged. Gary thought he'd give it a shot. I hope she doesn't leave you for a pan, Jared, said Cheryl brokenheartedly. Thanks for the concern, Cher. We headed off to bed and piled back up. However, it wasn't long before I was woken up again. I felt something tickling my nose, and I screamed when I opened my eyes and found a doll leaning over me. It was the Joan doll, and she gave me a mischievous chuckle before holding her tiny finger to her lips and giving me a shh. See, one thing you guys don't know about Lacey is she is a very heavy sleeper. She also likes to talk in her sleep, which is what she was doing when I looked towards her side of the bed. I also saw the other dolls traversing our bed sheets like they were atop a mountain. Joan slid down the silk-sheeted slope of my torso before making her way over to Lacey. She whistled, summoning the other dolls to their meeting place atop Lacey's stomach. All the while, Lacey was releasing snore-laden mutterings that could have been spells, but could also have been her usual order at McDonald's. I scooted my hand over to her right arm, giving it a light jostle. All I got in return was a snore and something about donut dolphins. A chorus of chuckles sounded from the team of dolls, and then I saw them begin to remove Lacey's left arm from the cover. Lacey, I said softly as they combined their efforts to lift her arm from the bed. I tried to shake her awake again, but she still didn't budge. And honestly, I was kind of amused by whatever the dolls were executing. That was, until they started waving her arm around all willy-nilly and casting spells on everything in the room. One minute we had curtains, and the next they were 7-foot-long golden manes that would give Goldilocks a run for her money. Several of Lacey's tapestries were transformed into tie-dye backgrounded prisons for 2D humanoid creatures, all silently screaming to be freed. The god-awful floral-painted wallpaper that Cheryl had donned the room with now contained hyper-realistic bumblebees, wearing hot pink tutus. I drew the line when my gaming system became a vase of daisies wearing Hawaiian shirts. Lacey! I yelled over the dolls giggling. What? She shouted as she bounced up from the bed. The dolls were flung against the wall, their plastic bodies thudding loudly when they hit the wood. They screamed a few angry cries at her, making her finally notice them. She glanced around at the state of the room, wincing at the beings that had become trapped in their tapestries. I was sleep spelling again, wasn't I? I nodded and she sighed. Then she simply snapped her fingers and everything reverted back to its normal state. The dolls were simply inanimate plastic. The tapestries, curtains, and wallpaper no longer contained human or bug-like qualities, and my game system was replaced. I noticed it still wore a brightly colored Hawaiian shirt, though. I cringed at the tacky red cloth, dotted with pink, black, and orange hibiscus flowers. I think one of your spells is still stuck, I said, turning to her, but she had already drifted back into her coma-like snooze. I shrugged and laid back down to snuggle her, before drifting off less than 5 minutes later. Hi guys, this is Cheryl speaking, or writing, or typing. Siri is doing 1 and I'm doing 2, I think. Anywho, Jared told me I could write the ending section for this post, so, hi, with like 3 eyes. You got that, Siri? It tells him I'm excited. Also, I have a joke to include. Gabe actually told me this one the other day. What do you call hermits in an icebox? Gary's lunch special. But I don't get it. Do people even eat hermit crabs? I was kind of hoping you guys could tell me what the joke meant. Honestly, that was my whole point in asking to write the ending section. No one here will help me. So I hope you guys will. Bye, guys. "8:02 a.m. When I entered Charlie's this morning, Lacey and Mora were already there. Lacey sat behind the service desk, speaking quickly with her hands while Mora soaked up every word she said. Lacey had been working with Mora and Gabe to help them harvest the energy supply of Charlie's. Many customers leave a sort of emotional footprint when they shop here. Since they clearly weren't going anywhere, Lacey decided to teach them how to harvest the energy from those emotions. It helped them retain memories, better understand the world, and interact with their surroundings. They had been unconsciously doing it since they first appeared here after death, but she was teaching them how to control it. This lesson seemed a bit different today, though. The first thing I heard out of Mora's mouth was, "So, they no longer do lobotomies, but you all are willing to poke holes in your own body for fashion?" She reached out and lightly flicked Lacey's septum piercing while she said fashion, making Lacey giggle. "How underfunded was your asylum if they still did lobotomies?" asked Lacey. Mora rolled her eyes. "Why do you think I wanted to leave so bad?" Lacey giggled again before finally acknowledging me. She gave me a kiss on the cheek and wrapped an arm around my waist. "Good morning." "Morning," I responded with a smile. "Hey, Mora." "Yo," she responded. I walked over to Register 1 and put in my login code in preparation for the day. Lacey asked if I needed her help with anything, but I told her they could keep doing their thing. Before I had even walked off, however, history class was abruptly put on hold. Our attention went toward the sliding glass doors as two women entered, one younger and one older. The gears in my head began to turn as I realized I recognized the woman, but I couldn't remember from where. And then it hit me. Ursula Jones was walking toward us, the father's replacement. Surprisingly, weapons are not a hot commodity at Charlie's. I mean, they are, but they aren't laying them out all willy-nilly. Most are in protective packaging. So, to defend myself, I picked up the thing closest to me, the conveyor belt grocery divider. I brandished it like a sword, pointing it right at the enemy. "Good morning, darlings," greeted Ursula as she placed a ribbon basket of muffins onto the register's conveyor belt. Her short brown hair was rolled into poodle-cut curls. She wore a simple black dress, black flats, pearl earrings, and bright red lipstick. Very fashionable, but I know enough about femme fatales to not let my guard down. She gave my makeshift weapon a look of pity before gently moving it downwards with one finger. "Did the previous owners not tell you?" The younger girl, a miniature of Ursula and surely her daughter, eyed us curiously as she sucked on a cherry-red lollipop. She was decked out in more black than her mother, with 3 cross necklaces adorning her neck, all of their chains at varying lengths. The only color about her was the forest green tips to her long black hair. "Tell us what?" asked Lacey. I could tell by the fists clenched at her sides that she was also on high alert, and ready to summon any number of powers to defend the store. Ursula gave us a wide grin. "I am the new owner of Charlie's," she announced, before motioning to her gothly daughter. "And this is my daughter Daisy, your new store manager." 9:10 a.m. While randomly getting new bosses today might be stressful to us, and possibly even to you, dear reader, especially if you've been in a similar scenario, the owners have never been fond of others' emotions. Want to know how they told us goodbye? After I called them approximately 15 times, all of which got sent to voicemail, and also texted them asking what was going on, they finally gave us a response. The response was creating a group chat, sending a message to said group chat containing only the peace sign emoji, and then blocking all of our numbers. However, as long as the doors are open, the customers will keep coming. And they did. And so, the day went on. Before we even had time to process the huge change and how it might impact us, we were getting our morning rush. Ahem, said a voice behind me. I turned around to find Daisy waiting expectantly with her hot pink clipboard. It had black and white star stickers all over the back. I would very much like you to show me all of this business's amenities. I nodded before pausing my task. I would have to finish counting the clown statues later. The only reason I had started counting them was because a customer told me they saw one wandering around, which would explain why they had been going missing over the last few weeks. I got up to 13, so don't let me forget that number. I took her to the bloody bathroom first and explained its historical significance. When the blood flow was still a thing to worry about, we would jokingly say that the bathroom was menstruating. The bathroom hadn't had its time of the month in a while, but it's definitely something we would not forget. Next up, I brought her to Gary's deli. While she seemed rather cheerful at Gary's lovable demeanor, I think she was a little put off when he couldn't tell her where his special of the day spleens had come from. My stern look told him to keep quiet, which made his smile quickly disappear, and disappointment took its place. She asked me if I ordered it, and I told her I let Gary handle the deli tasks. I also chose not to mention that I had accidentally found Gary's little black book of victims a little while back, and I had a good guess at just how well he knew those spleens. To be fair, little black books of all kinds are not considered conversational topics to me, but our little hunter Gary will always have a soft spot in my heart, no matter how deranged he seems. After the fifth, Gary forgot, that the poor guy muttered, I distracted Daisy by mentioning the display he regularly decorated to brag on him a bit. Deranged or not, the guy has definitely got some talent. In the decorating department, not the carving one. I ended the tour with some of the new additions to Charlie's: the Witch's Brew Cafe, the magical vending machine, the housewares department, and the extension of the parking lot. She had a few questions as to why there was a wizard living in the parking lot in a small tent, and I had no answers. I had even fewer answers when his pet duck waddled out from the tent, lit up a charcoal grill, and began grilling frogs. The wizard gave us a wave, his wispy beard blowing in the wind as he stood there, in just a pair of white boxers polka-dotted with red hearts, and a matching wizard hat. We waved back before making our way back inside. Pretty much the only time Daisy showed any emotion during our tour was when Cheryl decided to join us. Well, really, she kind of showed up when the Poltergeist showed up in housewares. I'll get to that later. Don't nag me. By the end of the tour, Cheryl was absolutely bawling her eyes out and shouting, "Where has the time gone?" Daisy attempted to console her and give her a reassuring pat on the back. There, said Daisy awkwardly. The whole interaction came off as more robotic than anything, so I was shocked when it actually calmed Cheryl down. But then again, Cheryl is dating a cyborg. Okay, so you've obviously met Cheryl and Gary. You've met me, Lacey, and the coffee shop folks. Have you met Gabe? She shook her head. Who's Gabe? Unbeknownst to her, a suddenly summoned Gabe appeared behind her. Boo, he said, causing her to drop her clipboard. She glared at him as it clattered to the floor. Oops. I laughed at them and received my own glare from Daisy. I rubbed the back of my head nervously. Sorry, he's become a bit of a trickster since his death. Just as quickly as he had shown up, Gabe disappeared again, and that seemed to conclude the tour. Daisy went off to monitor and assist everyone's duties, as she put it, and I went back to my previous task. Now, where was I? Clown statues. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 12? That's what it was last time, right? 10:36 a.m. Here's yours, Jared, announced Danielle as she placed my caramel frappuccino on the counter. Lacey's is almost ready. Thanks, I said. I grabbed it and took a sip, enjoying the icy treat. Within 30 seconds, nearly a quarter of it was gone, and I could already hear Lacey nagging me about coming to buy a second coffee later. I may have adopted a coffee addiction thanks to our new cafe. Unironically, the Witch's Brew was a magical place. I absolutely loved the atmosphere, with its high ceilings, dim lights, and gothic charm. The only colors involved in the decor were Halloween shades: orange, purple, and green. Oh, and black, of course. Cheryl bounded up to the register giddily as I slurped on my drink. "I'm so glad you guys are finally open. Feels like I've been waiting forever." Ursula, the cashier, gave her a puzzled look. "Honey, we've been open since the store opened." Cheryl gave her a puzzled look back. "Every time I tried to come in, the door was always locked." Ursula, Danielle, and Blount, the other barista, began debating whether or not Cheryl had been hexed. As I turned around to look at their door, which was currently held open with a door stopper, an idea dawned on me. "Cheryl," I said, interjecting into their conversation, "when you came to see if they were open, did you push or pull on the door handle?" She tilted her head to the side and placed a finger on her lips, as if lost in deep thought. "Pull," she finally said. The sign on the door read "push." A chorus of "ah" filled the room as the explanation came together in everyone's heads. Cheryl stayed oblivious. Actually, the room's response made her even more confused. "Oh, honey," said Ursula, her voice full of pity. "What can we get for you?" "It's on the house," said Danielle, her voice also dripping with pity. Blount handed me Lacey's drink as Cheryl ordered some complicated coffee recipe with nearly 20 ingredients that she had found somewhere online. The witches all looked disgusted, but it sounded kind of good to me. As I was about to make my way out the door, Lacey texted me that she had enough time to meet me at the cafe to enjoy our coffee together. I talked to the witches and Cheryl while I waited for her. "Here you go, darling," said Danielle as she handed Cheryl her coffee. As she was turning around to pass it over, I saw her pointer finger swirling above the beverage, as it softly spun around its cup. She knew I had seen what she had done, so she gave me a wink as Cheryl took a sip. She mumbled something about giving Cheryl a little pep in her step. Apparently, the first sip was so good that Cheryl felt the need to take a few gulps. Had I known what she was going to do, I would have highly advised her not to take a drink from the list of hot coffees, but there's a high probability she wouldn't have listened to me anyways. I could tell the witches felt the same by the concerned look they gave her. After demolishing nearly half the coffee, Cheryl's body spasmed and jerked, making her stand up straight as a board as she yelled, "The square root of pi is 1.77245. Danielle's face completely blanked, as if her brain was rebooting before cringing at what she had just done. "May have added a little too much pep," she said as Cheryl continued rattling off numbers. 11:02 a.m.
"Hey, Jared, can you tell Gabe to come over to the office?"
asked Daisy.
"I've called him 3 times over the radio and he hasn't come."
I had failed to mention to her that Gabe didn't use a radio, because they fell through his body if he lost focus. It just so happened that he was walking by me as Daisy finished asking her favor. He was pulling a rather large pallet of merchandise behind him, and I told Daisy I would let him know before shouting his name. His head snapped toward the direction of my voice, causing him to lose focus on his current task. However, the pallet had not yet gotten the memo that he was stopping, and panic filled me at the possibility of him getting hurt. "Oh crap, wait!" I yelled, motioning for him to get away. I winced as the pallet drew closer and closer, and he still wasn't moving. He was also giving me a rather strange look, but I just kept yelling for him to move. And then the pallet simply went through him, and my body slacked. "Oh," I said as he approached me, laughing at my freakout. "Did you forget I'm dead?" he asked with a smirk. I rolled my eyes before relaying Daisy's message, and he wandered off to see what she needed. As I busied myself with checking if my register's drawer had enough change, I wondered how he decided whether to simply teleport or walk normally to places. Personally, I would teleport everywhere if given the opportunity. "Fifi!" Cheryl's screech made me launch a roll of quarters in my hand across the registers, accidentally landing some hits on a big burly Sasquatch. I gulped as the monster lumbered over to me. His hot, stinking breath heated up my cheeks, as anger bubbled in his eyes. As he released a roar so loud it blew the hair out of my face, I snatched up a stapler beside me and aimed at his large, furry face, ready yet fully expecting to die. He raised a meaty fist, but before his first attack could be landed, our battle was sidetracked as Cheryl screamed once more. This time, however, it was followed by a cat's hiss. A black blur clambered up onto my conveyor belt, as an out-of-breath Cheryl nearly collided with it. She leaped for the small black void and it hissed again. A thick chrome collar looped its small neck with a flashing purple light dangling from it. "Enough, Mother," ordered the kitten. With enough feistiness to ignite a fire, the fluffy creature turned to the behemoth before me and hissed. Without hesitation, the Sasquatch raced out of the front doors, before the kitten's fur could even rise to its full extent. He'd even forgotten his groceries, but I had no plans of running them out to him. The cat rolled her eyes, before settling into a relaxed loaf mode in front of me. "Yes?" I asked her. "We're out of my brand of cat food." "The truck's gonna be here a little after lunch," I responded. If she'd had eyebrows, I swear they would have creased at my response. "And how does that help me during lunch?" "Well, considering it will be your..." I paused dramatically to look at my non-existent wristwatch. "Third meal of the day already. I think you'll be fine." The kitten's eyes became slits as they stayed glued to me. Every hair on its body raised as it slowly stood up. Her claws came out, gouging deep holes into the counter below her. My eyes drifted over to Cheryl to figure out what was going on, but I got no reassurance. She looked ready to piss herself, honestly, especially when the cat burst into flames. I jumped back and immediately reached for my eyebrows, fearful they had been singed off. Turns out she had more than enough feistiness. With a shriek of rage, the cat jumped up onto her back legs and launched a ball of fire toward aisle 7. A fully inflamed Chip escaped the aisle and zoomed over to our cooler housing the bags of ice for sale. He didn't even bother opening its door and just jumped straight through, creating a gaping hole in the thick metal. Luckily, the ice's cool embrace succeeded in putting out the fire, and wisps of steamy relief floated upwards. Chip gave Cheryl and me a thumbs up from his safe space, and a piece of his melted, rubbery cyborg skin fell off. The cat released something between a hiss and a growl before hopping off of my conveyor belt. Every step she took burned the floor, leaving a trail of blackened paw prints in her wake. Although tiny, her heat made her seem bigger, and I could already feel a trail of sweat trickling down my back. The sprinkler turned on, but it did practically nothing to her blaze. Cheryl rushed over to Chip in the cooler to make sure he was okay, while I ran to the service desk.
"Attention all shoppers. If you can do so safely, calmly make your way to the exit and avoid the flaming cat. I repeat, all customers please calmly make your way to the exit and avoid the flaming cat."
Fifi walked in the direction of aisle 4, where a man decked out in some strange outfit was exiting, and he began shouting belligerent words at her. She began screaming back at him, but I couldn't hear them over the customers' screams as they fled to the exit, practically trampling each other.
"Literally nothing about that was calm. But okay,"
I said into the microphone. I began walking in the direction of the cat and the man, slowly, just to get a better look. His body was mostly covered in silver from what I could see. After a few steps, Gabe materialized beside me to join me. He walked in silence a couple more steps until he asked, "Is that Cheryl's baking pan on his chest?" We both stopped and I squinted in confusion. Yeah, I think it is." We entered a moment of silence before finally locking eyes. "Gary," we both said before continuing and also speeding up our walk toward them. When we got close enough to hear their conversation, Gary was gesturing wildly with his hands. I could now see all the pots, pans, and utensils he had melted together to create an armor. This was one of his unemployment projects from back when he went through his Transformers craze. While it was nowhere near the level of car parts, It was still pretty impressive.
Fifi no burn down store. No burn loved ones. No burn customers,
yelled Gary. Fifi let out a furious roar that sent a spurt of flames at Gary. Gabe and I let out screams of grief and terror at seeing our friend get possibly roasted alive. It felt both like 1 second and also an eternity that the flames were upon him. Either way, I fully expected him to be dead. Yet, when Fifi closed her mouth, Gary still stood there, looking much angrier than before. Our screams quickly died in our throats, getting cut off so quickly that I choked and began coughing. Gary let out a roar of his own before grabbing a chunk of metal off his back that was once a cookie sheet. He bended the materials as if they were clay, shaping it into a makeshift mouthpiece. As soon as she pieced together what he was doing, they began a game of cat and mouse through the aisles, where Fifi, ironically, wasn't the cat. Fifi would randomly throw fireballs to divert Gary, but he would take them like a champ and keep rolling. Gabe and I watched, fascinated with the fight. At one point, Gabe vanished, and reappeared a moment later with 2 bags of freshly popped popcorn for us. It was easy to see how frustrated Gary was becoming, and we felt bad that we couldn't help. We still couldn't understand how Gary was so unfazed by her fire, though. And so the chase continued. That was until Cheryl appeared, with a now bandaged Chip hobbling beside her. Ignore the fact that he's a cyborg and doesn't need bandages, because that's clearly what Cheryl did. She let out a screeching, "Fifi!" at the top of her lungs, and the kitten stopped in her tracks. Gary was about to quickly grab her by the scruff of her neck while she was distracted. She yelped before beginning to whine. "But Uncle Gary, I just wanted lunch." She struggled against him, covering her mouth, eventually melting the piece of metal until it was useless anyway. Gary groaned like a father, using his last bit of patience.
"Fifi going to time out."
Her flames blazed once more, just to the left of me, barely missing me by inches, which was entirely too close in my opinion. I made a mental note to check and see if I still had eyebrows later. She actually did hit Gabe, causing him to scream as he too forgot his ghostly qualities. He blushed bright red with embarrassment afterwards. Fifi's roars continued Godzilla style, taking down a shelf of bread, 2 self-checkout stations, and a snowman customer that had been lingering in the store.
"You'll be hearing from my lawyer,"
the melted man's mouthcoals blubbered, before floating separately away through the sprinkler's puddles. Gary carried her through the store as her tantrum continued, bringing her to the safety of the parking lot. By the way, did I mention that this is Charlie's new pet? This is actually the 3rd incident we've had like this week. You would think we'd have a process or a plan for when she does this, but that's still a work in progress. Rage therapy is definitely on the list, though. "I'll let the wizard know we need a reset spell done," said Gabe before vanishing. Cheryl was able to completely calm Fifi by running to a store down the road to buy her specialty cat food, so all ended up being well. I made another mental note after this encounter, to keep an extra stock of that brand to avoid Fifi's hangry wrath in the future. Oh, and Danielle later explained to me that she had put a protection spell on Gary's makeshift armor, but that she had never told him that she did. That's how Gary was unaffected by Fifi's fiery flames. However, if you asked Gary, he would tell you with full seriousness the Transformer gods gave his armor magical abilities. Did you know there's a secret underground religion for Transformers? Learn something new every day. Charlie's group chat, 12:03 p.m. Lacey, do we sell dentures? Jared, no, why? Lacey, zombie customers with no teeth. Why would you even let that sale happen? Cheryl, the customer's always right. Lacey liked Cheryl's message. Cheryl, tomorrow is Chip's B-Day. Lacey, cyborgs can have birthdays? Chip, it's my manufacture date. Don't you guys have one? Jared, yeah, I got Lacey from the lab last April. Lacey, my birthday's in October. Jared, that's just what you're programmed to think. Acid Dude, what am I programmed to think? Jared, At this point, I'm pretty sure that you're programmed to have no thoughts. Cheryl. That's so cool. Can I do that? Chip. I'll research how to remove your motherboard. Acid Dude. I'll let you borrow mine. Jared added Daisy to the chat. Daisy. Good afternoon. Cheryl. Hasta luego. 12:27 p.m. Do you know what really sucks? When you really, really just want the day to go right, but life says screw you and throws you one curveball after another. My limit had not only been reached, but massacred. I felt like I had received a curveball to the face, my head was pounding so hard. I have to rant for a moment. So, if you don't want to hear me whining, skip to after the bullet points. Here's the crap I've had to deal with so far today. And that's not including the new ownership being thrown at us. Chip got into an argument with one of the card readers, and it chose to go offline until he apologized. He refused, and it's still offline. Gary dragged a centaur carcass across the store, and traumatized several customers. Cheryl nearly drove her new Lamborghini through the front windows. She tried to gaslight me into believing there was a road through the front window and Charlie's was just in the way. Danielle decided to prank everyone by spelling the whole store to only speak pig Latin. Thankfully, it wasn't long before she reversed the spell, because she was the only one who found it funny. We have yet to convince Acid Dude that it was just a spell, and not some miracle language he created, and then completely forgot 20 minutes later. So, even as I sat at the break room table and tried to enjoy my free pizza, I still felt like a curveball might smash through the break room door and knock me out for one final blow. And it was only just lunchtime. Oh, let me explain the free pizza thing. Since it was our first date with Daisy, Ursula told her we could close the store for an hour to all have lunch together. She ordered us a couple pizzas and told us to pick out some chips and drink. Everyone else seemed to be enjoying it at least. Why are you so pale? Acid Dude asked Daisy. I'm dead, she explained. Well, undead, really. Cotards? Asked Acid Dude. No, I'm a vampire. She opened her mouth a bit to flash her fangs. Acid Dude scrunched up his face in disgust. Homie, you need to go to the dentist. So far, I've only seen Daisy show two emotions while here. Oh, you poor thing, and are you really that stupid? The second one kind of mimicked curiosity, but it most definitely wasn't. I'll let you guess which one she was giving Acid Dude right now. When the lunch party had reached my third slice of pizza o'clock, Lacey and Gabe started bickering. I'm not even sure what started it because I'd been so zoned out, but it felt like this weird dark cloud came over them. It felt like it came out of nowhere. One minute I was staring at a lopsided ceiling tile and trying to determine if I saw a clown staring at me through its gap, and the next they were shouting. How'd someone like you even get a job here? Yelled Gabe. Did you flirt your way into the position? Well, that escalated incredibly quickly, folks. Here comes Daisy's fake curiosity look. Honestly, I couldn't blame her. Will you quit insinuating I got this job just because of my looks? To be fair, Lacey was gorgeous, but she was also very good at her job. Well, it definitely wasn't because of skill. I had enough skill to befriend your murderer, she snapped. Just because you're a freak that likes freaky things doesn't mean you belong here any more than I do. I mean, I belong here so much that my spirit came here after death. Just because your spirit is trapped here doesn't mean you belong. From what I heard, you were being marketed as Gary's daily special while I was being trained. I was on the verge of telling them to cut it out before I lost my mind, but... Oh yeah? Well, at least I didn't use a love spell to make everyone, including a wendigo, like me at this job. But then you fucked up and made Jarrett fall in love with you, didn't you? Wait, what? Lacey didn't respond. Instead, her eyes began to well up with tears as they darted back and forth between Gabe and me. As soon as the words left his mouth, I could see the dark cloud affecting him lift and recognition enter his eyes. That still didn't take away the hurt of what he had just said. What? I said out loud to her. Her face flushed with worry and shame. I can explain. No, I said, standing up from my chair so fast that it fell backward. I almost fell with it, but I regained my balance and once more said, no. My brain felt like it was exploding. Had my love for her, our love for each other, all been a manipulation tactic for a freaking grocery store job? Everyone had quieted at this point, except for Cheryl, who had been oblivious to the argument, and who kept saying, "I will always love you," to Chip Jr. Chip quickly covered her mouth. Daisy once again had a look of pity on her face, but I ignored it while I made my departure. I made sure to grab a box of pizza on my way out, though, and I ignored Lacey's final attempt to stop me. Today could most definitely go fuck itself. 2:42 p.m. We did inventory last week, and I screwed up by accidentally ordering twice the number of crackers we needed. I had them marked down to half price, which Mr. Ducksworth had noticed. A paddling of ducks marching into the store was something I had never expected to see, but I'm glad I got to experience it. I have to admit, they were rather adorable in their determination to wipe out our supply of crackers, and Mr. Ducksworth was even more adorable, as he guided their mission. Don't tell him I said that. I don't want to be slapped again. The cause and effect of this is that I am now restocking the crackers. Normally, the overnight stocking crew does this, but the Duck Army bought literally every box. Even now, I can see them eyeing me as I stock the shelves, munching on their crackers greedily. I had to block off the aisle with shopping carts, so they knew waddling onto this aisle was off limits. As I placed one of the slender boxes of crackers onto the shelf, every single box of crackers I had placed behind it toppled like dominoes. I groaned before placing their shipping box on the shelf beside them to free my hands. As I straightened the crackers, the cardboard box flew off the shelf as if thrown. I rolled my eyes. Already over today, and lacking the patience to deal with the shelf's antics. I was going to throw the box away, I told him. I just had to fix these boxes first. A box of graham crackers slid to the front of the shelf, and I watched as the box's logo morphed into the words, "It wasn't us." A grin spread across my face as the feat left me amazed. "Why have you never told me you could do that?" I asked them. "That's actually pretty cool." The bear on the box shrugged before its cheeks blushed, smiling smugly and waving its paw as if to say, "Aw, shucks, that old trick?" I jumped as all of the boxes on the shelf behind me were flung out so hard that some of them hit my back. The shelves in front of me responded by morphing all of their items' logos from the beginning of the aisle to the end into one long string of, "Hey." Then it threw some items back, which I ducked to avoid. To my shock, they did not hit the shelves on the other side. Instead, it hit some type of force field in front of the shelves and clattered to the ground. I watched one single box float into the air, before being thrown at me too. It whacked me in the face, causing me to yell out more in shock than pain. The logos changed once more to read, "Leave Jared alone," all the way down the aisle. "I'm done with this," I announced while raising my hands above my head. I made my way out of the aisles, calling out, "Clean up your mess when you're done," over my shoulder. Later on, when I saw Gabe, I asked him if we had a poltergeist in the building. "Oh yeah," he confirmed. "Cheryl spent an hour this morning playing catch with it." "Is that all it wants?" He nodded, and I nodded back in understanding. "And the shelves don't want to play catch with it?" I said, mostly to myself because Gabe had already walked off. I realized that an intervention had to happen when the altercations began to involve customers. I saw a man angrily speedballing cans into the shelves surrounding him, and I immediately stepped in to help. After apologizing to him and offering a 50% discount that might make Ursula hate me, I turned to the shelves. "Look, guys, this has got to stop. Putting me through it is one thing because I'm the store's guinea pig, but dragging customers into it is where I draw the line. It's extremely bad for business." I crossed my arms and waited for a response, but none came. After a couple of minutes of waiting for one, I sighed and began tapping my foot, as my aggravation and impatience grew. Maybe 5 seconds later is when I saw the cans to my right begin to tumble off their shelves. Soon, hands appeared, their formation resembling someone swimming forward while underwater. "What the?" I began, as I saw the owner of the hands shimmying through the space it had cleared out. Stringy tendrils of hair trickled over the shelf edge, falling downwards until they almost touched the floor. The crown of a head peeked out over the edge, making me step back a bit. Recognition began to creep into my bones, but I couldn't tell why until I heard a familiar popping of the being's neck. I debated running away, but the head snapped upwards before I could respond. A foul and rotten face locked eyes with me, giving me a horrific grin. "Deborah!" I yelled while falling back on my butt. Before I had even landed on the floor, however, she was gone. I looked all around me rapidly, dread overwhelming to the point that I felt bile rising up in my throat. Deborah's disembodied laughter began to fill my ears, and I felt like I was about to pass out. Until a note floated downwards and landed in my lap. I picked it up and read the scrawling handwriting. It almost resembled a child's writing, even written with crayon, and it was something I had most definitely never seen before. "Gotcha," it read. I groaned. That wasn't funny. Another note floated downwards and landed in my lap again. Yes, it was. I heard a clinking above me and looked up to find a stack of cans with their logos just changed. It kinda was, they read. I rolled my eyes. At least you guys are getting along, I guess. 7:13 p.m. Knock, knock, knock. I sighed in annoyance. "Go away." "Can I come inside?" spoke up the child's voice on the other side of the locked glass doors. His eerily monotone voice had become a rather aggravating occurrence to me. "No. Go away," I said, more forcefully. "Ooh, Barty is here," Cheryl crooned from behind me. "Hi, Barty boy." "My name is Bartholomew," said the boy, sounding slightly annoyed before switching back to his bland cadence. "Can you let me inside, Cheryl?" "No, I'm sorry, Barty," responded Cheryl, her voice dripping with disappointment. "Jared says I'll die if I do." "I'm not gonna hurt you," said the strange child. "It's cold out here. I would like to call my mother." "He doesn't have a mother because he's not actually a child," I explained. "We've been over this, Cheryl." "Yeah, but he's just so darn cute," she responded. "And clearly he needs new clothes. I mean, these were popular in, colonial days." I finally looked up from my register to take a closer look at Barty. He was also looking down at his outfit as if he hadn't realized his fashion sense was centuries behind. When he looked back up, his jet black eyes locked onto mine. The sickly sweet smell of death was already getting unbearable, and that was with him on the other side of the door still. His eyes resembled black pits of despair. They beckoned you closer and closer, and if you got too close, they would swallow you up. They began unearthing my deepest fears. Lacey never loving me, the store firing me, dying alone. Just before the feelings consumed me entirely, before I was convinced that the only answer to my salvation was to let him inside, I managed to look away. "Go away, Barty," I ordered once more. His porcelain face glared at me. "My name is Bartholomew, and I need to come inside." Cheryl looked toward me in hopefulness. When I didn't respond, she began to shimmy closer to the door as if I wouldn't notice. "Cheryl, he's dangerous." "Barty wouldn't hurt a fly." I watched as she ignored me and stepped just before the door. Barty's coal-like eyes stared up at hers, and she quickly let out a cry like she was in pain. She leapt backwards, falling onto her butt. Yet only a second later, she was on her feet, running as far away from the front doors as she could. I turned towards the rapid footsteps coming from the direction of the office, to see a frazzled Lacey throwing her hair up into a quick, messy bun, as if ready to fight any intruder we had. "What's going on?" I avoided eye contact with her while responding. "Barty's here, and Cheryl got too close." It was hard not to look at her after being in love with her for so long. I noticed her looking for the chain around my neck, double-checking that I was still wearing the protection pendant she'd made me. Did it work? Our eyes connected, and I looked away while shrugging. I didn't want to take the chance of not wearing it, knowing what the store throws at you. It did not prevent heartbreak, I'll tell you that much. "Can I use your telegraph?" spoke up Barty. "Wrong century, demon," snapped Lacey. She crossed her arms and locked eyes with him. "And I told you not to come back." Barty and Lacey bickered back and forth for a few more minutes before the being suddenly disappeared, angry that his wish had once again not been fulfilled. Lacey looked away for a split second to catch something the poltergeist threw at her, and then he was gone. Barty is part of the reason why Cheryl will never get her own keys to the store. We've even let Gary have his own set, but we just can't trust Cheryl not to open it to any number of creatures we have to deal with on a daily basis. Barty seemed unaffected by Lacey's protection and diversion spells, and we all know how successful her spells are, based off of the last entry. I really need to shut up and stop talking about it, but it's all I can focus on. I think I just need some time to think. So, I'll talk to you guys later. 9:54 p.m. Heyo, what up, guys? It's Gabe here. Jared said I could type up the conclusion. I guess I have no idea how hard it is to type when you don't have a physical form, though. Finding the right amount of pressure to press the keys and not completely demolish the keyboard is tedious. The pain is all worth it for you guys, though. You're always there for us, so I want to be there for you. Just look behind you. I'm just kidding. If I really wanted to visit you, you'd have no idea about it. There's been a strange vibe around the store today. I'm not sure why. Everyone just seems off. Even me. It took me 20 minutes to check a customer's single item out earlier, because I couldn't remember how to open a plastic shopping bag. We've all been stressed. There's just this feeling of darkness over us. I hope things improve. And I hope you guys keep coming along for the ride. Peace out. Daisy closed the thick binder that lay on the desk before her. Random scraps of paper and sticky notes jutted out of its edges, and it was clear it was close to overflowing. "So, that's the rulebook you made?" she asked. I nodded. "It's everything I've learned while working here." She gave me a smile as she said, "You seem like a very organized person." I shrugged. "Well, all I really did was color code everything to know what to avoid. So, like, 80% color coding, 20% luck, and 0% skill or mental stability." "Well, I think it's brilliant," she said with a smile. It was the first genuine smile I had seen her give since she's been here. I couldn't help but smile back, making her look away. Her cheeks reddened a bit as she cleared her throat. "Could you show me how to decipher the inventory books? It doesn't make any sense to me." "Oh, yeah," I said, ignoring the awkwardness in her voice. "The shelves actually handle those, and they don't speak fluent English. I'll show you the dictionary we use to translate. It's honestly not that hard to learn, though." I typed the name of the dictionary into the search bar of our office computer, but I could still feel her staring at me. I locked eyes with her once more, and she was smiling again. "You have nice eyes," she said. Now it was my turn for a blush to creep onto my cheeks. We're still dating." "Shit," I said while jumping. Lacey was scowling at us from the doorway with her arms crossed. "You scared the hell out of me." "That doesn't mean his eyes aren't nice," snapped back Daisy. Lacey ignored her, placed some paperwork on the desk beside the keyboard, and walked out. I could practically see steam billowing out of her ears as she did, but I said nothing. Things were still kind of awkward between us. "Could I talk to you for a second about some logistics issues?" Daisy asked. "Sure," I responded. "The frozen turkeys are on the loose," she stated. "Tell the wizard." She nodded. "The drink fountains in the witch's brew are dispensing blood. Make it a new menu item. A customer named Arnold has stolen several rubber chickens and hidden somewhere in the store. He does that every Tuesday. I've been meaning to ask Gabe to handle all the shoplifting because he says he can stay undetected." "I'll let him know," she said while jotting it down on her clipboard. "The vending machine is eating people's hands." I shrugged. "Well, let it eat till it's full." Mora has talked the shelves into not listening to me. Her voice had taken on a strange, blank tone that made me pause my task. The second I locked eyes with her, an intense anger bubbled up within me. We'll have to do something about that, I said, as I shoved my chair nearly back into the wall to stand up. I exited the office and marched in the direction of the closest shelf. Finding the cause of this anger was in the back of my mind at that moment, as the shelves, specifically aisle 8, had my undivided attention. "Hey man," said Acid Dude as a greeting. I heard another voice, but I paid both of them no mind. I aimed an accusatory finger in the direction of aisle 8 and kept on trucking. "Look here, you rusted, second-hand fine piece of..." My breath caught in my throat as an intense chill overcame my body. I let out a gasp before toppling to the floor. "What the hell, man?" yelled that same voice. The anger-fueled tunnel vision had left, and I realized that Gabe was the voice screaming at me. "You walked right through me." "What?" I asked. I couldn't stop shivering, even though the cold sensation had disappeared. "You were inside me," clarified Gabe. Daisy scurried back into my field of vision, causing that same fiery hot anger to come back. "Well, move the hell out of the way then," I yelled. I tried to get back up, but he wouldn't let me. He looked absolutely baffled as he fought to keep me down. Daisy attempted to help me, but Acid Dude started slapping her hands away while yelling, "Viper, no swiping!" "Stay away from him," Gabe yelled, as he began to drag me away from Daisy. Without thinking, he wrapped me up in a bear hug, and that same icy cold chill came back. My fight-or-flight response was worn out by this point. The last thing I remember before passing out was Gabe saying, "Oops." "Sup, guys? Gabe here with another stellar Charlie's entry from beyond the grave. Well, actually, from beyond the hellacious realm of retail. One plus side of my paranormalcy is that I'm extra stealthy. I'm like a see-through ninja. That's why I wasn't shocked when Daisy pulled me aside to offer me a Gabe-specific role. She said Ursula had noticed my ninja-like qualities and decided to give me a specific job. Theft detection. I didn't expect my first theft buster shift to be fruitful, but I spotted someone acting suspiciously in 5 minutes or less. I started trailing her as she made her way through the store. She took her dear sweet time in the beauty section, spritzing perfume on her wrists, throat, behind her ears. She made a pit stop at the lip glosses, tucking 2 in her pocket before whipping around to sniff our lotion options. I let her get a few good whiffs in before I phased into sight. I cleared my throat to alert her of my presence, which made her drop 2 bath bombs. We watched them roll under the shelves before she made eye contact with me, and I gasped before I could stop myself. Her cheeks were plump and, bumpy. "Are you okay, ma'am?" I asked with genuine concern. 3 bottles of nail polish tumbled out of her mouth as she responded. "Yeah." I could tell by her speaking that her mouth was still very full. The bottles cracked when they hit the floor, and their 3 different shades of pink began spreading across the tiles. I didn't know what to do, so I just nodded nervously. I hadn't even expected to get this far so soon. The woman continued her theft spree as if I hadn't seen her. Honestly, I wanted to pretend like I hadn't seen her. Whatever was happening was traumatizing enough to watch, and I didn't really want to see what else she had in her mouth. However, I also didn't want to take the chance of Ursula firing me over not reporting the theft. Pretty sure she would have my spirit banished from the store, and I'm kind of scared to find out what's after this dude. I was an asshole. So, I chose to follow the woman, and boy, was it a wild ride. I didn't know a mouth could fit so much. She looked so human, but there's no way she was. A human mouth cannot fit a 10-ounce bottle of lotion, 3 oranges, and a 4x7 picture frame, a 12-pack of canned sodas, a porcelain doll, 2 medium-sized, floor-length floral print dresses, a bottle of cologne, and an unknown number of nail polish bottles in their mouth. Well, at least not comfortably. And that's only the stuff I actually saw her put in there. I couldn't get past the soggy dresses either. Probably the most shocking thing about this whole encounter was what happened at the end, though. A few more minutes into me following her around, her eyes lit up like July 4th fireworks. She quickly unzipped her purse, opened her practically overflowing mouth, and let the contents tumble into the bag. She picked a lipstick out of the slobbery hoard and applied the plum shade to her lips. She plumped her hair a bit before I noticed the reason for her dolling up. Gary. Gary has a girlfriend? I couldn't help but say. Gary began to trip over his words as he walked toward us. Gary. You never told us, Garster. The lady gave him a huge grin. A small streak of plum could be seen on her right front tooth. I got you a present, honey. She whipped the cologne bottle out of her bag, making my eyes narrow and Gary's widen, both surprised in our own way. Gary loves it, he exclaimed. You gotta pay for that, I said, which got me a scowl from her. I was planning to, she snapped. All of it? I asked. She gave me an intimidating look, but I stood my ground. She may have been wearing a gaudy, bright pink dress with some red heels, but this was not a video game. I would not be another thing she inhaled in her gaping maw. Mary has stealing problem, but Mary's still nice, Gary said while giving me a nervous smile. Gary want friends to like her. I gave him a reassuring nod. I'm sure we will, buddy. He nodded back at me. Gary has to get going, he said, before giving her plum lips a kiss and heading off towards the deli. I'm gonna marry him one day, she told me, before spitting out a huge 10-carat gold ring and showing it to me. I nodded. Well, just make sure you swallow your wedding decorations at another department store, please. I personally escorted Mary to checkout, but I did let her use my store discount. I pointed out who everyone was, but I didn't introduce her. I think my introduction wasn't exactly according to Gary's plan today, and I'm sure he'll let her meet everyone in due time. I'm kind of intrigued to see what she'll have stolen next time. I wonder if she could fit a full wedding gown in there. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but the shelves have this ability to stock themselves. However, and don't tell them I told you guys this, since the store expanded and we've gained more customers, it's been hard for them to keep up with the demand. Due to this, Ursula hired overnight stalkers. They've done a wonderful job keeping up with the demand, and though they'd never admit it, the shelves were grateful. Overnights were rather strange here at Charlie's. Luckily, I never had to deal with them. Our less fortunate and, frankly, trapped, Gabe, workers weren't as lucky. But one night, Lacey also had some bad luck. We were seriously understaffed during some holiday that I don't even remember. They all kind of run together. Anyways, we had a huge sale the next day, so Lacey came in to help. Plus, she wanted a little overtime money. We were planning on finding our own place back then. Now, I'm not so sure. Here's Lacey, though.
Lacey, you're needed in the hygiene section,
said a monotone voice over the intercom. I sighed as I stood up from the floor, dusted off my bell-bottom jeans, and headed in that direction. When I made it, the first thing I saw was 2 overnight stalkers on the shampoo aisle. They worked in methodical silence, quickly putting items away in their respective places. Each had their own cart, and both carts were organized in a certain way that went way over my head. What confused me was that they would periodically swap carts and work whatever was on them as if they were their own carts. How they knew what was what also went over my head. And then, I saw one hold up a box to the other before quickly putting it back down. No speaking occurred, yet it felt like communication had happened. And then they swapped carts again, not even skipping a beat. Freaky, I thought. What's freaky is you stopping to stare at us, they both said simultaneously. They didn't even look up from their carts. They just kept operating like a well-oiled machine. Did you guys need my help with anything? This made them both stop, and they both placed the box they were holding onto opposite hips. One put hers on her left hip and the other on her right. No, we just called you over here to gawk at us, they said, their voices dripping with sarcasm. We need you to unlock the cases so we can put away the products that go in them, explained one. Apparently, they find us more likely to steal condoms and potions than you, so we don't get our own sets of keys, said the other. They have potions over here? I asked. Just the essence of life, they responded in unison. The essence of life? I repeated. They each held up identical oval-shaped bottles. I couldn't tell if they were actually dingy or just made to look unnecessarily ominous. Along with its neon purple glow, it contained spirals of smoky beings that float around in their glass confines. Each of them had hauntingly deep-set eye sockets and gaping voids for mouths. Their expressions were hungry, longing, and agony-filled. If I could have heard them, I knew they'd be moaning. The bottles freaked me out, so I unlocked the case as quickly as possible. As the glass door opened, a cold breeze escaped it, sending shivers across my body. I could hear the workers snickering behind me, murmuring things that were clearly how they felt about me, and it pissed me off. Before leaving, I noticed there were 3 large pallets left. "Chop chop," I ordered. "Guess I have a lot left to stock, so speed it up." The worker... Hold up, Lacey wouldn't say that, said Jamie, Lacey's actress. "I agree with Jamie," said Janet, the actress behind Cheryl. "Lacey is too much of a sweetheart. But this is a flashback, remember? Everyone's actions are being affected by the..." began Archer, before a look of worry came over his face. He locked eyes with the security camera in the corner of the room and mouthed, "Sorry, Ash." Janet shook her head at him, as if pitying a child who didn't know better. How ironic. "By the way, Jan, where's Chip?" Jamie asked. Janet's eyes went wide. I forgot to take him off his charging dock for the meeting." She hurried off to go fetch him, leaving the others behind. Archer tisked at her departure, and Jamie gave their dislike for each other an annoyed sigh. "Anyways, when she gets back, we can discuss the elephant in the room," she said. Archer assumed she meant he and Janet's ongoing kerfuffle, which made him raise his eyebrows and nod his head in the direction she had gone. Jamie waved a dismissive hand. "You two need to get over yourself. I'm talking about the next chapter." She held up the script so he could see. The title of the next chapter read, "Chip Jr. teaches the shape-shifting daycare kids Kung Fu." Does Ash not realize the amount of training it'll take that little dude to even fake being a Kung Fu artist? I mean, does she even think about... Archer sighed as he phased out Jamie's rants, and he gave the security camera a knowing wink. I shot upwards so quickly that the office chair fell backwards. The several handmade by Cheryl quilts covering me cushioned my fall, but not by much. My hand shot up to cover the painfully bright fluorescent lights, and Ursula came into focus. "Oops," she said after I landed, placing the end of her walking stick back on the floor. She had whacked it so hard it looked dented. My obvious pain didn't faze her. "Jared, darling, could you let everyone know we're about to have a mandatory meeting?" I grumbled something close to "sure" before relaying the message over our radios. Well, in my sleepy days, I tried to relay it over the computer's mouse at first, but the second time was the charm. She huddled us into the break room, and the tension was so thick Gary could have cut it up for his daily special. If the meeting wasn't mandatory, I would have walked out again. I already got lectured for walking out of the last one, but who cared? "Hi, my little daffodil," Ursula told her daughter in a sing-song voice. "Actually, her name's Daisy," said Cheryl in her usual state of oblivion. Ursula picked up a magazine off one of the break tables, rolled it up, and swatted Cheryl's head with it. "Bad girl, you only speak when spoken to." She swatted her again for good measure, and Cheryl's brows knitted together in sorrow. Ursula seemed satisfied, so she placed the magazine back where she had gotten it from before making her way to the front of the room. She cleared her throat. "Okay, let's begin. I know you guys have become a mishmash of components due to a lack of proper management," Ursula began. Cheryl whooped. It was ignored. "You all have really shown resistance and courage through all obstacles, big or small, and I find that astonishing. I hope to incorporate that bravado in future stores. One day, there will be a Charlie's in every town, and someday, every country." "Yay!" cheered Cheryl. "I want to go to Cancun." Ursula scowled at her, so Cheryl slouched in her seat as if awaiting another scolding. However, after a moment, Ursula's smile returned. It gave me the impression that she felt Cheryl was now a well-trained dog.
There's only one thing we need to accomplish to initiate this takeover, she continued. It seems the future of corporations within our world lies within technology, something that Charlie's has been lacking in. I have also noticed a major struggle in the ability of Charlie's employees to stay alive. While you bunch have stayed alive and have even managed to reanimate.
Her eyes landed on Gabe, giving him a strange look.
Many deaths still happen on the property. They're just never brought up or acknowledged for some weird reason. In fact, you bunch are the only ones with employment records. Like you're the only ones that matter or something. I mean, even the gnome has a file.
There were a few moments of awkward silence before she continued.
Anyways, with all of that being considered, we've decided to switch our current method of operations to a more technologically friendly route.
Can you cut the filler and just say it? Said Lacey. Ursula made a point to scowl at her for a few seconds before responding.
Yes, I was getting to that, she said before clearing her throat again. Keep in mind that I say this with immense sadness in my heart.
She paused to give a dramatic sigh.
Except for Chip and Gabe, you are all fired.
Lacey sat up straight in her chair.
Excuse me? Chip will get to stay because of his technological strengths. He will be a great asset for Charlie's,
explained Ursula.
And Gabe will stay because he seems invincible to this place, which might come in handy.
But no one else gets to stay? Asked Cheryl. Actually, began Daisy as she looked up from her clipboard, I was hoping Jared would stay. She gave me a smile. The offer is most definitely on the table if you'd want to take it. Lacey stood up from her chair so fast that it clattered backward.
This blood-sucking bitch is not going to take my boyfriend.
My eyes widened. What the hell has gotten into you? I yelled at Lacey.
How do you not see what they are doing to us?
She said, fanning her arms outward to indicate everything around us.
They're leeches.
Daisy softly shook her head. Who was leeching on who? When you put us down as a reference on a job application, I figured you would be jumping at the opportunity to leave. Lacey's mouth dropped open in shock before she lunged at Daisy. Daisy flinched, but she was spared by Gary, who dragged Lacey away, kicking and screaming. Lots of profanities and possibly even incoherent spells could be heard trailing off through the building as she was brought outside. Gabe followed behind them, exiting the room with a shake of his head. So much was going on that it was hard to process it all. I chose what I felt was the most concerning thought.
She applied somewhere else?
Daisy nodded.
To 3 places, actually.
I nodded, paused for a moment, then asked, Why me?
I'm not very good at interacting with people, she explained. But you know this place, and its people inside and out.
She was right. I've been here so long, it's like Charlie's is second nature for me. I'd given it my all for several years, and couldn't imagine my life without it. And as far as I could tell, Charlie's was the only thing I could rely on to stay.
Yes, I said finally.
So, how often do you do this? I said mid-munch on my cheesy crackers. I offered her the snack box as a reflex before I remembered who I was talking to. She ignored the gesture. Normally only at night, but it got pretty boring after a while, she explained. I wanted to explore during the day while the store was open, but the other mannequins told me it was a bad idea. She was wearing a bright pink floral dress, one of the latest releases for our spring line. Her stark white features were just as I remembered, though. How many others are there? She shrugged, her plastic joints making a clicking noise. Maybe like 8? It's hard to tell who's sentient and who's just afraid to get caught. And they told you not to do it? The concept of these mannequins having something within them, which was powerful enough to determine right and wrong, was fascinating to me. Yeah, they were all like, what if someone sees you? And I was like, we literally live in a grocery store for like vampires and werewolves and stuff. I saw a demon wearing a sombrero last week. Like, come on, guys, lighten up. How would a mannequin walking around be weird? Oh, I simply responded. Really, I didn't need to respond. She was a chatty Cathy, and would continue even if I didn't speak. Yeah, I think some of them are just afraid of getting dismantled. I waved a hand, brushing that idea off. We'd never do that. I'm unsure how I could tell, but she furrowed her brow at me before speaking again. Are you sure about that? Things are kind of tense around here. What's going on with you guys anyways? I shrugged and swallowed my crackers before explaining. Ursula decided to fire everyone, so shit kind of hit the fan. She gasped. Well, that's a good reason for shit to hit the fan. I nodded. Yeah, it was a colossal shit. There was a moment of silence before she spoke again. So, what are you gonna do? What do you mean? Well, Charlie's can't stay this way, she explained. This place isn't the same without you guys. You're like the dream team. You keep this place running, and you guys working together have made it the best it's ever been. There's a reason you were all brought here. I scoffed. What, like destiny? She shrugged, clicking again. Something like that. Well, thanks, I said, while nervously rubbing the back of my neck. How long have you been here exactly? You don't want to know, she said, with a tone that told me she would roll her eyes if she had any. But I've been to a lot of stores, and I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. Charlie's is definitely one of the good ones. Wow, I said with genuine shock. It was hard to believe her words after all I had seen here. But they also helped me understand why you guys might enjoy our chaotic tales. Marlique saw this hellhole in a new light, and I pondered that while snacking. Not only did I owe it to Lacey, Gary, Cheryl, and Chip, but I owed it to you guys to save Charlie's. That's when the veil came down. Or the rose-tinted glasses, if you will. The funky vibe I had felt since Daisy and Ursula got here just lifted. I could finally see what I needed to do. But first, snack break. What other stores have you been to? I asked Marlique. Probably the worst one was that adult store. Oh, I said again, as my cheeks reddened. You will not believe some of the things you people do. You don't have to go into detail if you... She directed my attention to her foot with one bored straight arm. This is my second set of feet. The first got stolen. Alrighty then, I said, standing up. I have to finish closing the store, so, you can keep the snacks. I'll talk to you later. But wait, she began. You haven't heard what happened to my old friend Tommy's head. Having already begun to walk off, my only response was, Bye, Marlique. Hello, it's Cheryl. I have another joke for you guys. Why should you never trust stairs? Because they always let you down. I never thought I'd say this, but Jared is a lot like stairs. Well, bye guys. I hope we see you again soon. I fished another applesauce cup out of my bag, peeled back its lid, and handed it to Chip Jr. He grabbed it with his grubby little hands and bit into it, plastic and all. Are they still mad at me? I asked him. He shook his head before taking another crunchy bite. He tapped the screen of my phone with a finger to light up my screensaver, which contained a selfie of Lacey. He motioned toward her. Just her, huh? He nodded as he took his last bite. I grabbed another cup, but before I could take off the lid, he snatched it away and took a bite. Based on his smile, I guess the aluminum foil added more flavor. A toddler waddled up beside me. His blonde curls were almost long enough to cover his blue eyes, and his shirt had a red monster truck on it, below the word artichoke. By the time my brain had registered how strange that was, his facial structure had changed. Green eyes now stared back at me above a pointed nose. I watched his hair slowly straighten and shorten into a bowl cut. He babbled baby nonsense, and a chill ran down my spine as his voice changed mid-sentence, cracking a bit before deepening. Jared? I turned to the woman staring at me from the playroom's doorway. She was grinning, but it seemed forced and entirely too wide for her face. Then I realized it was because the rest of her face was still reforming into its new state. Her brown eyes blinked, and her irises were blue when they opened again. "We're about to lay them down for a nap." I sighed before standing up from the floor, taking my cue to leave. "I'll see you later, buddy," I told Chip Jr. I threw him another applesauce cup, and then, without thinking, one toward the shifting toddler. It bounced off his face, but he showed no reaction to the saucy attack whatsoever. The worker didn't either. Her stoic grin remained on her face. Chip Jr. saluted me while snickering, and I headed toward the door. Before I left, curiosity got the best of me, and I paused just beyond the door. "How do you know my name?" I asked the worker. "The records," she said, that eerie smile unchanging on her face. "Chip Jr.'s file?" She abruptly extended her right arm to the side of her, straight as a board. She then snapped her forearm to her temple, aiming her pointer finger at it. "The records, no." I squinted at her. "What?" She forcefully tapped her temple with her finger. "The records, just no." Okay," I said, before slowly exiting the building. Let me explain why I was currently supplying supernatural gremlins with applesauce. This daycare was actually across the street from Charlie's, but we have no idea how it got there. One night we clocked out, and by the next morning, the brightly painted and rather gaudy building sat in the once empty field. We had a slight panic when Cheryl enrolled Chip Jr. without telling us, but he's been going here for about a month and has come out unscathed after every visit so far. He did tell us something strange about the place, though. Never mind the fact that he wasn't actually a child, but instead a 134-year-old adult gnome. We know this because Lacey found his flying broom license, which listed his birthday. He told us that every day the establishment had new children and new workers. However, after witnessing what I just had, I began to wonder if he thought that because they constantly changed appearance. It also had an entirely new layout within its walls every day. Both the rooms and furniture would change. Those apparently only changed once a day. I've never seen them change while I was there. Anyways, I had been going to visit him because I missed everyone. By this point, besides Chip Jr., I hadn't seen them in a month. There were many times when I tried to see them to apologize, but I am 99.9% sure Lacey had bewitched the road Cheryl's house is on. Every time I tried to go there, even though I knew the way by heart because I had lived there for so long, I would get turned around in one way or another. One time, I was in the middle of turning onto the road, and was suddenly in the Wendy's drive-thru. I took it as a sign that Lacey knew I was hungry. I'm not exactly proud to say that I ordered everything we usually get when we go together. 2 chicken sandwich combos and a 10-piece spicy nugget, and then binge-watched several rom-coms. Her favorite, while I devoured it all. Today, as I pulled out of the daycare, I decided to try going there once more. Cheryl's house was in a small community on the outskirts of the town Charlie's occupied. It was a 10-minute drive, max, and I spent those 10 minutes absent-mindedly playing songs that reminded me of Lacey. I was belting the lyrics to When I Was Your Man when I turned onto the road. Now my baby's dancing, but she's... Oh, shit. A black shadow had leapt onto my hood, causing me to slam on my brakes. My heart pounded in my chest as I took in my surroundings. As I realized what had happened, I groaned and honked my horn. A familiar hiss came from the shadows, and her hair stood up along her body. I rolled my window down and stuck my head out. "Fifi, what the hell's wrong with you?" "I wanted to see you, asshole," she said with lowered ears. "Watch your language, young lady." She rolled her golden yellow eyes before they softened. "When are you coming home?" My shoulders slumped. Her question had sounded genuinely sad. "I'm not sure, Fee." She dropped down from my hood, and then I heard the sound of something dragging. She came back into view as she slowly backed around the car, and then I realized she was dragging a bag in her mouth. I opened my door and grabbed the bag from her, and she then jumped onto my lap after I had moved it. "Okay, we can go," she said as she curled up into a small ball and began to purr. I looked into the bag and found an assortment of toys and a half-empty bag of treats. She had packed herself a suitcase. "Fee, I'm not a catnapper." "Well, I am," she responded. "And this is the spot I plan to do it in." I sighed, put the car in reverse, and headed back to the hotel. When we made it there, I sent a picture of her to the group chat, explaining where she was in case they got worried. A minute later, Lacey called me, and Fifi began to purr louder. I stared at the thick stack of documents on the desk before me, and released an annoyed groan. Job interviews were always tedious and anxiety-inducing, but this particular batch of them felt endless. I began them at 8 this morning, and a quick glance at my cell phone told me it was now 8:45 a.m.? Holy shit, was I in a time vacuum? Also, wasn't I supposed to be doing something? A quick rapping at the office door stole my attention away from my forgotten appointment. I looked up to find a set of shelves attempting to shimmy through the doorway. As if sensing the struggle, the opening widened and modified to let the hulking metal enter. They slid toward the desk and stopped to tower over me. I cleared my throat nervously and looked down at the desk. The previously ginormous stack had shrunk considerably, and now only one paper remained. "You must be Mr. Shelves," I read aloud from the paper. I held out my hand. Though they had a severe lack of eyes, I could feel them watching me, waiting for me to notice that they also had a severe lack of hands. I mumbled an apology, chuckled nervously, and dropped my hand. "Have a seat, The non-eyes bored into me once more. "I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Let's just get started with the interview." You wouldn't believe this, but the list of anatomically correct things they lacked was ever growing. The next on the list was a mouth, but that didn't prevent communication from happening. It used a combination of metal creaks and groans to speak with me, and I somehow understood it. From what I gathered, their name was Sentient Shelves, and they had the ability to expand at will to accommodate whatever type and size of shelf our store needed. I wasn't able to get anything beyond that, due to an incessant pounding on the office door. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sent. Can I call you Sent, by the way? Do you hear that annoying knocking?" It creaked affirmatively, then said something I'm pretty sure was, "It's Lacey." "Oh, yeah. We have a date at the pizza place. At least, I hope it's a date. We were gonna go get pizza." It didn't respond, so we sat in silence while it stared at me with its non-eyes. "Jared, what date do you think it is?" It eventually groaned after several moments of me not getting the memo. "Huh? She's trying to wake you." "I am awake." My eyes shot open immediately. I was greeted by both my alarm clock telling me it was 8:45 a.m., and that same beating on a door. Only this time, it was on my motel room's door. Sunlight peeked around the edges of my window's dingy curtains, and the door beside it practically bounced on its hinges. I could hear Lacey yelling for me to wake up. Still groggy, I stumbled out of bed and toward the door. I opened it mid-knock, and her eyes widened as if I had startled her. She was still as beautiful as ever. Honestly, even more beautiful than the last time I had seen her. She had beads braided into her blonde waves, and she was ever radiant. Although, the fact that she glowed a bit when frustrated might have contributed to that. She was always like a star on the brink of bursting when angry. "What took you so long?" I didn't sleep much," I mumbled. "Do you want to go get pizza?" "It's 8 a.m., Jared." "Oh, okay." We settled on a frozen pizza from a nearby dollar store. Luckily, my motel room had a microwave oven, and we took our brunch out to a sun-bleached picnic table next to the establishment's out-of-service pool. So, how's everyone been? She finished chewing her bite of flimsy pizza before responding. Well, she said, wiping her hands on a napkin. Cheryl and Chip have been fighting, because his programming is malfunctioning. Malfunctioning how? His model of Cyborg has default personality settings built in. You can make a custom one, and they do adapt as they learn more. But he's now randomly swapping back and forth between the other settings. He does it randomly, and some of them aren't so nice. Weird. But how's everyone else? Pretty sure Gary has someone's grandma locked in the basement, but Cheryl's too stressed out with Chip to notice. And I've pretty much been locked away in our room trying to figure out what to do. Lacey, I really am sorry about Charlie's, she interjected. Our problems don't matter when Charlie's is under attack. I nodded, took a deep breath, and released it. Have you figured out why exactly they want to take over Charlie's? I asked. Well, my current theory is that they aren't vampires. I looked at her quizzically. What do you mean? Well, they don't feed off blood. They feed off of energy. Think about it. Have you ever actually seen them consuming any sort of blood? I did think about it, and she was right. I had never seen them ever drinking blood. But I do remember all the ups and downs of everyone's emotions since they had been in charge of the store. Lacey started a fight with Gabe. My random outbursts of anger and being unable to think clearly. I shook my head, both to answer and because I found it ridiculous I hadn't noticed sooner. What the hell? Ursula wants to use it as an ongoing power source to live eternally, she explained further. We always said that Charlie's collects a lot of energy because of everyone coming and going. I think she's discovered that herself. I've done a pretty extensive background check on her, and she seems to have several chain businesses in many different countries, planets, and dimensions. Planets and dementia? I asked with surprise and a mouthful of pizza. Yeah, aliens are real. Anyways, back to the worries at hand. Basically, Miss Dictator is greedy. But every dictator has a weakness, or they would let up on the reins a little. Now that we've discovered their reason for firing us, we can't let the chaos of Charlie's be left in their hands. They're careless and moronic parasites that only care about turning everyone into brainless zombies. And we're the ones that have to prevent the weirdness that is Charlie's from being unleashed on the world. She was out of breath by the time she finished her explanation turned rant. I took a few moments to take it all in before responding. All I managed was, aliens are real? She rolled her eyes. We can go over the many mysteries life offers when Charlie's isn't under dire threat again. Many? Look, I made protection pendants for everyone, she said, while holding up a small drawstring bag with shiny golden stars dotted across its black velvet fabric. They all look different to avoid suspicion, of course. I nodded to show I was listening, even though I was still thinking about aliens. I watched her carefully dump them out on the table, sliding one out of the pile toward me. It was a deep red garnet, carved into the shape of an anatomical heart. Several symbols I recognized from her spellwork were carved into it, but I didn't know their meaning. A gold wire was wrapped tightly around it, and connected it to the gold chain. She saw me eyeing it, and so she said, I started working on it before everything. I nodded, but said nothing. She gestured for me to put it on, and so I did. She showed me each piece of jewelry she had made, briefly explaining how it was unique and based on the individual who would be wearing it. We talked for several hours, both catching up and working on formulating a plan. The longer we sat there, the more we both came out of our shells. With Fifi curled up between us, softly snoring intermittently between getting pets, things were beginning to feel back to normal. Lacey parked her car in the handicap spot located at the back of the lot. I already know what you're thinking. How could it be a handicap spot if it's all the way at the back? Well, for your information, it's in the back today. Much like the shelves, its location changes every day. You really thought Charlie's cared about safety and accessibility? You silly goose. Anyways, this meeting was the first step in our coup. The meeting consisted of me, Lacey, Cheryl, and Gabe, once we got a hold of him. Well, really, it was once he got a hold of Lacey. From her spot in the back seat, Cheryl handed Lacey our necessary gear. A pair of noise-canceling headphones, a handkerchief, a notebook containing a page of questions scrawled in my chicken scratch, and a spirit box. Cheryl eyed the items curiously as Lacey set everything up. I was handed the notebook as Lacey put the headphones around her neck. "So, we're gonna use a Walkman to talk to Gabe?" Cheryl asked. A smile lit up Lacey's face as she plugged the headphones into the device. "We're gonna use a spirit box, which is what this is. And it's gonna help us do the Eustace method?" "Estes method." "Oh. So put these on," Lacey said while holding up the headphones to her. "And the blindfold so I can't see or hear. And then Jared will ask the spirit box questions and I will voice the responses. And I record everything," Cheryl said. "Yes, exactly," Lacey agreed. "We need a spy because we aren't allowed inside. And that will be Gabe." "So, we're here to take the store back?" asked Cheryl hopefully. "We're here to devise a plan to take it back, Bear," responded Lacey, with a gentle pat on Cheryl's hand resting on the passenger seat. "And Gabe is going to help us." She tied the handkerchief around her like a blindfold, slid the headphones over her ears, and gave me a thumbs up. I motioned for Cheryl to press the record button on her cell phone before picking up the notebook. With it tightly clutched in my hands, I cleared my throat and asked my first question. "Is anyone there?" Cheryl's eyes darted back and forth between Lacey and me expectantly. Silence filled the car. I waited for a few seconds before speaking again. "We're trying to contact Gabe." I looked at Lacey. The wire of the headphones was tangled within her fingers. As her grip on the cord loosened, I could tell she was becoming more relaxed. "Gabe, if you're there," I began again. "Me, Lacey, and Cheryl are here to talk to you." Cheryl and I watched Lacey intently, waiting for a response. The car was silent again for roughly 5 seconds, and then... Cupid vomit. As she recited the words, she lightly cocked her head as if they intrigued her. "What?" I asked in bewilderment. She snickered and grinned before responding, "Fuck love." I went straight face. "Yep, this is definitely Gabe." "Trouble in..." she relayed slowly. Her face scrunched up at what she heard next. "Paradise?" she asked, her face filled with confusion. Her face softened as realization hit her. "Shut up, Gabe," she snapped. "Gabe," I began, "what's going on in there?" As we waited for a response, Lacey's face slacked. Suddenly, she began to convulse, tremoring so violently that the car shook. I cried out, my hands reaching for her. She slapped them away. Her eyes faded to a milky white before closing. When they popped back open, her irises weren't their usual blue. They were hazel, like Gabe's. "Watch your hands, bro," she said while sliding the headphones off. Her voice was still her own, but slightly deeper. "Gabe? The one and only." Lacey Gabe gave me a shit-eating grin before their face slumped. "Sorry I'm possessing your girlfriend right now. You guys are back together, right?" My grin faltered, but Lacey's head began to shake before I could respond. She shut her eyes so hard that creases formed in the eyelids. "Mind your business, Gabe," she snapped in her normal voice. Another round of shakes resulted in Lacey Gabe returning, saying, "Sheesh, alright, my bad." "So, besides your relationship," he began, but Lacey's head violently jerked as he finished the last word, giving an involuntary aggression to the P that made her lips pop. Gabe got the message to lay off and conveyed his own by rolling Lacey's eyes before continuing, "What else is new?" "Chip's being mean," announced Cheryl. "Oh great, more relationship issues." "He's malfunctioning," I corrected. "He told me I've crashed too many Lamborghinis," said Cheryl, her lip poking out into a pout as she crossed her arms. "That's not mean," I said. "That's the truth." "He also told me that Chip Jr. isn't our child, Because we can't have kids, I didn't give birth, and Chip Jr. is a 134-year-old gnome pretending to be a child. The car was silent for a moment because no one knew how to respond. Finally, I said, "We'll discuss that later." I turned back to Lazy Gabe and asked how things had been for him. "Bloody bathroom's back. Robots everywhere. And Ursula's practically become a dictator," he explained. "Oh, and since it's about to be Valentine's Day in Charlie's Land, Ursula made it look like Cupid's baby vomit." I cringed, and Lazy Gabe nodded. "Yeah, exactly. What the hell are these wenches?" "Lacey is pretty sure they're succubi," I answered. "They just pretend to be vampires to deceive people. I haven't seen them drink a single drop of blood. Let me tell you, they have ample opportunity with how much the bloody bathroom's been flooding." "Well, things sound dreadful. But that's exactly what we're here for." Hope entered Lazy Gabe's eyes. "War 2.0? "Oh yeah," I said with a nod. He grinned. "I can cause some sort of diversion so you guys can sneak in," he suggested. Diversion? Same difference," he said, flicking Lacey's wavy mane behind her shoulders, as if the locks were suffocating him. "Do whatever you have to do for as long as you can. We'll handle the rest." "Sounds great. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna get out of your girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend thing. The smell of coconut oil, vanilla, and..." He sniffed the air dramatically. "Adder's fork. It's giving me a headache." Lacey quickly returned to herself, and all she had to say was, "I am not a thing." I stared at the mop lying on Cheryl's dining room table. Like my last one, it had a thick wooden stick and a stringy white mess as the mop head. Lacey had sharpened it into a point, before carving protection sigils into the stick. She told me creating it had been somewhat therapeutic. Apparently, hand-carving a weapon was a great stress reliever. I supported whatever helped her heal, as long as she didn't use any weapons on me. Chip walked over to stare at the mop with me. He propped one leg up on the table's bench seating. "Missing the glory days?" he asked. I side-eyed him. "The glory days of almost dying?" "I remember my glory days," he said smugly, ignoring my question. "Leading my team to the state champs title, being crowned prom king, throwing absolute ragers when my parents were out of town." "You did none of those things," I said. He had a stupid-looking smirk on his face. "Jealousy gets you nowhere, kid." "Everyone gather around the dining room table, please," ordered Lacey as she approached the table herself. She snapped her fingers, and a clipboard appeared out of thin air. It hovered into her waiting hands, and she waited for Cheryl, Gary, Chip Jr., and Fifi to join us before she began to speak. "Since we'll be heading back to Charlie's tomorrow, I think we should go over the current plan really quick," she said. "This attack will be very different compared to our last one, so I want to make sure we're on the same page." She looked down at her clipboard before beginning to read from it. "Chip will be hacking into the system to shut down all the robots. Gary and Fifi will be blocking the front entrance. Cheryl and Chip Jr. will cover all other exits. And Gabe and Mora will be creating a distraction for Jared and me to enter." When she finished speaking, she placed her clipboard on the table and looked upward. "Does anyone have any comments or suggestions?" I raised my hand, and Lacey motioned for me to speak. "Gabe and Mora use energy," I said. "Why don't we use that to our advantage?" "Since I haven't been able to see them, I'm not sure how far they've progressed since our lessons," she explained. "Plus, considering the communication issues, it'd be hard to plan that." I shrugged. "Was there anything about telepathic communication in your lessons?" She smiled and shook her head. "No, I would have to be a medium for that." "Well, that stinks." "It was a good plan, just stinky circumstances," she said. "Anyone else?" Chip held up his hand next. Well, actually, he held up his laser blaster. Apparently, he was already ready for battle. "Yes, Chip?" "Can I use my laser?" he interrupted. Lacey gave him an annoyed look. "Yes." He fist-pumped the air while yelling, "Woohoo!" His artificial smile was glaringly white. "Blasting bitches is almost as fun as scoring touchdowns." Cheryl gasped and covered Chip Jr.'s ears. "Chip, language!" she exclaimed, At the same time as I said, "You never did that." He rolled his eyes at both of us.
Whatever, you guys are haters.
I raised my hand again. "Can we factory reset Chip?" I suggested. Lacey giggled, but Cheryl burst into tears as Chip karate chopped the air, yelling, "Ka-chow!" Lacey's face slumped at the sudden commotion. "I think that's enough planning for today," she said with a sigh. Cheryl's sobs intensified, and so did Chip's karate chops. She picked up her clipboard from the table and headed towards the hallway. Hey," I said, to get her attention. "Can we talk?" She gave me a silent nod, and I followed her to our room. It didn't really feel like our room, though, so I sat on the edge of the bed while she crisscrossed in the middle. "I want to apologize for not putting up a fight," I said. "For you. For us. For Charlie's. You're supposed to fight for the people you love, and I didn't." She shook her head. "You didn't really have a choice. They were messing with our heads and making us act in ways we normally wouldn't. I'm the one who needs to apologize for not explaining myself." I looked down at the handmade quilt Lacey had made for the bed. The patches were a combination of fabric she had thrifted and various cuts of our old clothing. Cheryl had made one for her and Chip's bed, too. They spent a week creating them together, with me and Chip as their audience. That was right before Ursula and Daisy showed up. I nervously picked at the quilt's loose threads, something Lacey always nagged me for. This time, though, she said nothing. "Did you actually make a love potion?" "Yeah," she admitted in a quiet voice. "Obviously, I didn't know I was a witch back then. I was nervous about starting a new job, so I asked one of my Wiccan friends for a recipe for a love potion. I thought it would make me more likable, but I messed it up. It never took effect." "How did Gabe find out about it?" "The bottle accidentally fell out of my bag one day in the break room." I chuckled slightly, and she rolled her eyes. Hoarding stuff away in her bag was something I always nagged her about. "So, the potion didn't make me fall in love with you?" She shook her head. "No, that was all luck." I smiled at her. "I'm the lucky one." She leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. "It is nearing Valentine's Day in the Charlie's verse, so I'm sure we can think of a way to make things up to each other," she said. "If we don't die tomorrow." "There's always a threat of us dying due to Charlie's," I responded. "Let's talk about something normal for once." She nodded. "We can. So what's the scoop?" I asked. "Give me the deets." She giggled at my cheesiness. "Of what?" I fanned my arms out, motioning to our surroundings. "What's been happening at Abode de Cheryl?" Her eyes lit up like a yap session was just the thing she had been waiting for. "Well, first off, Gary's girlfriend won't stop stealing things," she began. "She had a bunch of stuff hidden in our attic." As she continued speaking, I lay back on the bed, propping my head up on a decorative pillow as I listened. "I'm so glad they're back together," said Jamie. Cheryl's actress rolled her eyes while powering up Chip. "I wish you guys would just get together already. Archer and I worked through our issues, so it's time for you and John to talk about the tension you've got going on." "There's no tension," said Jamie as she nervously tucked a wavy lock of hair behind her ear. "Yeah, right," said Janet. She licked her thumb and wiped something off Chip's cheek before responding. "The chemistry you guys have when you act out the Lacey and Jared scenes is undeniable." "That's called talent, Jan," said Jamie. "Something we're both well acquainted with." "No, talent is what the next scene will require to film. What you two have is all natural." "And what's natural?" asked Chip. "It's when you don't have to pretend to be something you're not," said Janet. "Something you never have to worry about because you play yourself on screen." He gave her a robotic laugh. "I knew what it was. I just wanted to join in with a question of my own." And then he jerked violently. His head slumped for a second before shooting back upwards. "I know more things than you guys think I do," he said in a much darker voice. Janet furrowed her brow at Chip. Like what? She asked quietly. Before the cyborg could answer, a boom came from outside. The grocery store they were filming in shook from the impact. Janet wobbled around in her chair, and Jamie almost fell out of hers. The shaking was quickly followed by John barging into the room. "A UFO just crashed in the parking lot," he screamed. "What the fuck?" yelled Janet. "Is everyone okay?" exclaimed Jamie. All three of them frantically rushed out of the room. The sounds of shouting drifted through the door as they ran through it. It became muffled once it was once more closed. "Like how our existence has infinite possibilities," Chip said to the empty room. "And that means there are infinite versions of Charlie's." His focus moved to the security camera watching from the corner. "Right, Ash?" "Gabe!" screeched Ursula. I sighed as I looked up at her. "Yes, Your Majesty?" "I'm so tired of your snark," she said. "How many more boxes do you have left?" I looked at the pallet to my left that clearly had 5 boxes of freight left on it, and then back at her. "Do you need your eyes checked?" The woman groaned. "Move faster!" "You do realize I don't have to do this, right?" I snapped. "I'm only doing this because, for some stupid reason, I care about the store. But if I didn't care, I wouldn't be doing this." She narrowed her eyes at him before exclaiming, "Alfred!" A very tired-looking robot in a butler's uniform rolled toward her. His bow tie was lopsided, and his joints needed some WD-40 with how creaky his movements sounded. "Yes, madam?" "Have you found a medium that can banish this pesky spirit yet?" I've never heard a robot sigh before, but this one looked like he wanted to. "Everyone I have called refuses to approach the property, madame." "Why?" she snapped. "Because this is Charlie's." "Well, lie to them," she roared. "Don't tell them the name of the store." The machine took a while to load a response. "By my calculations, a medium will be able to tell this is Charlie's before they can finish the banishment." Ursula screamed, stamping her feet and throwing her hands around like a toddler throwing a tantrum. I couldn't help but laugh, which only made her more angry. The robot's cooling fans turned on in an effort to help, but it had to roll away when steam started billowing around them. "I will get rid of you," she said, pointing a sharp, fire truck red nail at me. Her sharp teeth were bared. I smirked. "What if I get rid of you first?" Her eyes widened in shock at my question, but it quickly faded. She gave me a sinister snarl as her arms moved to swipe at me. I knew she couldn't touch me, but I left anyway, just to piss her off some more. I teleported to the dairy cooler, which is where I knew Mora would be. She was sitting on top of a pallet filled with milk crates, reading the latest edition of People's Magazine. A spunky synthwave song played through the dairy cooler speakers. "What you reading?" I asked as I sat down beside her. Whatever this garbage is," she said while motioning to the magazine. "What the hell is a TikTok? And why does the latest It couple look so fake? Where's my Johnny and Winona?" "TikTok's the latest edition of brain rot," I said. "Think of it as the early internet, but more unhinged." She nodded. "Okay, and who is Haley? And why do people think she copies this Selena girl so much?" "I know as much about those people as I do about Johnny and Winona," I said with a chuckle. She raised a thin eyebrow at me. "You've never seen Beetlejuice? Nightmare on Elm Street?" "Well, yeah," I said. "I just don't know gossip. Video games are more my thing." "Ooh," she said, as she set the magazine in her lap. "What do you play?" "Oh, when I was alive, played a lot of Grand Theft Auto." She looked at me blankly. At first, I didn't realize why she wasn't responding. She shrugged, and then it hit me. "Oh, you must have died before that came out." She frowned. "Yeah, in 1995. I immediately felt terrible. "Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you sad." "It's okay," she said. I could tell it wasn't because the frown still hadn't left her face. "I just don't like thinking about it." "Well, why don't you tell me about your girly stuff?" I asked. She looked at me, her eyes filled with curiosity. I pointed at the magazine. Tell me about the gossip, but from when you were alive. Her green eyes lit up. Really? I nodded. Yeah, go for it. She flung the magazine to her left, and it slid into the back of the milk coolers. Okay, I'll go easy on you first. Have you heard that Stevie Nicks might be a witch? Lacey and I were watching the latest episode of Pimp My Pumpkin Coach when there was a knock at our bedroom door. Lacey pressed pause before asking whoever it was to enter. The door opened to reveal that the whoever was Chip. I've been commanded to ask the humans inhabiting the house if they would like morning-specific sustenance, he announced. His expression, which was normally rather chipper, pun intended, was void of emotion. Morning-specific sustenance? Lacey repeated questioningly. He took a moment to respond. His face twitched, and the sides of his mouth turned upward slightly, as if he wanted to give an emotional response, but couldn't. Are you unsure of your own human nature to eat morning-specific sustenance? What is morning-specific sustenance? I asked him. His head snapped toward me, emitting a loud click. He pulled up his shirt, and the skin on his abdomen shifted upwards to reveal a screen. Eggs? He said, as a picture of sunny-side-up eggs popped up on the screen. Meat? A diagram of various meats showed up. Bacon, ham, link, and a patty sausage. Breads? Then came the next diagram. Pancakes, waffles, bagels, toast, and donuts. Are you in robot waiter mode right now? I asked. Did we just place an order with you? That is not the command I've been given, he said as the skin moved back down, covering the screen. I have been told to ask if you would like morning-specific sustenance. Chip, is your search engine working properly? He paused for a moment, his blue irises glowing as he checked to see. Yes, it is, he finally said. Can you Google how to reset your programming? This time, he did show emotion. It came in the form of a glare. It lasted only for a second before his face twitched again. Command? Not allowed, he said, his voice filled with an unnerving robotic distortion. His head bent to the right before snapping back to the left. And then it went back to the right, and then back to the left, over and over. Infinite universes, he uttered in that same horrible voice. Lacey began, her voice unsteady. And then she yelled, Cheryl? And then something launched itself at Chip's face. I practically leaped into Lacey's lap. She screamed for Cheryl once more, as chipmunk-like shrieks erupted from the tussle. Lacey reached for the spellbook she kept on top of her nightstand. Bright red laser beams burst through the hallway, as Chip tried to fight off his attacker, which looked like a tiny black void. If it hadn't been for the noises it was making, I would have thought it was Fifi. Actually, it kind of sounded like Chip Jr. Wait a minute, I said out loud. I took Lacey's spellbook out of her hand before she could do any damage. She gave me a side-eye, but I told her, it's just father and son bonding, I said with a laugh. Lacey glared at me. Chip Jr. could get hurt, Jared. You do realize he's not actually a child, right? I asked. Just because they treat him like one doesn't mean he isn't older than all of us. Whatever, she said with a dismissive wave. Where is Cheryl? We looked toward the duo and watched for a few moments. And what is Chip Jr. doing? They rushed past the doorway. Chip Jr. was now straddling the rogue cyborg's shoulders. Chip slapped at him, but the gnome refused to get off. Suddenly, a wild-eyed Cheryl appeared, complete with a nightgown, bunny slippers, and pink curlers in her hair. She was brandishing a spatula. Without any hesitation, she joined the mix. Knock it off, she screeched at the two. Lacey and I watched in bewilderment. The curtains on our bedroom window were slightly ajar. Just enough for a face to pop in, which I caught out of the corner of my eye. I looked to see what it was and found Gary watching the kerfuffle from outside. He was munching on a dry pancake. I just wanted a normal
Breakfast!
roared Cheryl, hitting Chip's head with every word that came out of her mouth. Chip Jr. was wriggling his tiny fingers through Chip's hair, searching for something. When he found it, he let out an
Aha!
He flipped open a panel and shoved his hand into wherever it led.
No,
stuttered Chip. And then he dropped to the floor as Chip Jr. yelled out a yee-haw, as if he were riding a horse.
Oh my god!
Exclaimed Cheryl.
Chip is dead!
Chip Jr. said with a shake of his head. He held up a strange silver cylinder he had removed from Chip's head.
Remove battery for factory reset.
A loud scraping made all of us jump. My eyes snapped toward our window where the sound had come from. Gary chuckled nervously through the now open window.
Gary, sorry,
he said before climbing through. He shut it behind him before carefully closing our curtains. He approached Cheryl, who was sitting on the floor next to Chip's unconscious body.
Gary makes pancakes,
he announced, before removing the spatula from her hand. And then he sauntered down the hall, whistling the notes to a tune I didn't recognize. Gabe really wasn't joking about Ursula's decorating skills. When we walked into Charlie's, it resembled an elementary school classroom decorated for a Valentine's Day party. Sparkly red, pink, and white hearts were randomly placed around the walls. Swirly red streamers hung from the ceiling, and every robot worker wore some sort of Valentine's-themed accessory. As the one posted at the front doors greeted us, I delicately removed its heart-shaped sunglasses and placed them on myself. Then, I slid the straps of its flimsy angel wings off its arms, and placed them on Lacey. Figured you might need these, because you're my angel, I said. That was super cheesy, but thank you, she said with a smile. I like your shades. Screams suddenly erupted from the back of the store. I looked at my wristwatch. Gabe had told us that he would create a distraction at 10:30 a.m. I watched the number swap to 10:31 a.m., which meant he was right on time. He hadn't told us what the distraction would be, just that it would be big enough for our entrance to go unnoticed, at least for a few minutes. Based on the shrieks still emanating from that direction, I'd say he was right. Regardless, Lacey's eyes scanned every direction. Do you see them? I looked around as well before I shook my head. No. When we realized the coast was clear, we enacted step 1 of our plan. Get the customers out. Lacey stepped up to the intercom microphone. I got flashbacks from all the times I watched her make the daily announcements. How I wish this were just another one of those. She cleared her throat before speaking, more out of anxiety than necessity.
Attention, shoppers of Charlie's. We kindly ask that you make your way to the exit.
Suddenly, Gary scampered through the front doors and over to the podium. He gently shoved Lacey out of the way while shaking his head.
Nice won't work,
he grumbled.
Gary, try.
He cleared his throat, dodging Lacey as she attempted to take the mic back. Gary, I began, you're supposed to be outside.
Get the hell out! Run for your lives!
Chaos immediately increased tenfold. Instead of only the back of the store, screams now erupted throughout the building. Gary gave this reaction an enthusiastic grin before quickly exiting. As a horde of wide-eyed customers also rushed for the doors, a panicked Ursula narrowly missed being trampled by them. She let out an enraged shriek as her eyes landed on us. Lacey motioned for Gary to lock the doors, and he did so. Ursula smirked.
Oh, are the two of you gonna take down little old me?
Ursula said in a mocking tone. She opened her mouth to speak again, but a loud popping noise in front of the sliding glass doors interrupted her. A thick plume of white smoke came with it, and with that came the wizard and his goose.
And us,
said the cloaked magic man. Ursula's smile wavered, and the wizard's expanded.
But wait,
he said, through crescent-mooned eyes.
There's more.
Danielle and the rest of the Witch's Brew staff phased in to our left. A fiery-eyed Fifi was perched on Danielle's shoulder, ready to pounce. Us too, she said with a hiss. Cheryl and Chip rushed from the back of the store, and Fifi hopped off of Danielle's shoulder to greet them. "Us three," Cheryl said. Chip gave me a thumbs up with his human hand, his other hand transforming from a welding torch to his laser gun. Step 2, aka secure all doors, complete. Mora and Gabe hadn't shown up yet, but I didn't have time to worry why. As soon as Gary had finished speaking, Ursula smirked and said, "Well, why don't we let the fun begin?" She picked up the drink cooler behind her like it was nothing, before flinging it toward us. We scattered like rats, taking cover behind whatever surface was available. Lacey and I hunkered down behind the intercom counter, and I watched her as she tied her blonde waves into a low ponytail. I shook my head. "Those coolers were practically brand new," I said. "Why didn't you tell me succubi have super strength?" She shrugged. "I didn't know. I think the tome I was reading from is outdated." Come out, wherever you are," trilled Ursula in a god-awful sing-song voice. "Where's all that toughness from before?" Lacey rolled her eyes and launched a fireball over the counter with one hand. Ursula cursed as it hit its mark. All of her smugness burned away. At a nearby register station, Chip was powering up his laser as Cheryl typed something into his ab screen. Fifi covered them, peeking her tiny head over the station to fire several fireballs of her own at the dictator. She easily dodged them while picking up more projectiles. She ripped our bolted-down bench from the ground, while struggling to avoid at least 10 different fireballs, thrown at her by Fifi and the baristas. A couple had landed, and I could see the ends of her hair sizzling. "You fools," she snapped. "Don't you know I'm used to a little fire?" With a groan, she launched the bench at Cheryl, Chip, and their fur child. Lacey quickly stood up, despite me tugging at her cardigan and nagging my disagreements. "Want to bet?" she said, while her hands twirled around one another. A huge fireball formed within them, its light so radiant and heat so extreme that I had to lean away until she threw it. Ursula's eyes widened as it headed toward her at rapid speed. She jumped out of the way just before it hit her. "Do something, you imbeciles!" Ursula commanded the nearby robots. I watched the greeter robot take a step toward her before pausing. Its head slumped downwards and its red eyes dimmed. "What the hell?" she cried. The robot's head lifted once more, its eyes now white. "Must attack," it announced, before marching toward her. Step 3 completed. Every robot in the building moved toward her in unison. I smiled at them as I finally stood up. She flung several away from her, but they quickly returned, relentlessly pursuing her. "What on earth are you doing?" she barked. The robots began to dogpile her. Her super strength was not enough to fend off that many. As she was slowly being crushed, Lacey moved toward her. "I don't know how you haven't heard this," she said, "but you're actually in hell." "How's it going out there, Gare?" I said into my cell phone.
"Gary stand guard at door,"
he said.
"Many customers leave, but many are mad at Gary."
"Well, do your best to hold them off. I'm not sure what state the place will be in once we wrap this up. They may have to shop somewhere else." Gary didn't give me a response. The call ended with several growls and barks from whatever Gary was too occupied with to respond. I turned back to Lacey. "So, what are we going to do?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I've been trying to negotiate, but she stopped talking 20 minutes ago." "Did she pass out?" Lacey looked at me, her expression blank. "Jared, she doesn't need oxygen." "Oh, right," I said with a nod. "Boo." "Jesus!" I exclaimed, jumping a foot to the right. Gabe stood to my left, grinning from ear to ear. "That never gets old," he said. Mora was beside him, giggling. "Nice of you guys to finally join us," I said. "Where have you been?" The two spirits looked at each other. "Been practicing," said Gabe. "Practicing what?" "What Lacey taught us," said Mora. "Energy transference. We've only been practicing on each other so far, but I think we understand it well enough now to absorb Ursula's energy." Lacey's eyes lit up. "Really?" Mora nodded. Lacey motioned for them to give it a shot, and the two of them walked toward the robopile hand in hand. which I was definitely nosy enough to ask them about later. Both of them held their free hands up, aiming them toward the pile. As the energy was siphoned from Ursula's body, we heard her gasp. The first sound she had made in several minutes. Gabe glanced toward us, a smile beaming on his face. Mora stayed concentrated. Her usually ghostly white hands were even paler, due to her vicious grip on Gabe's hand. Within the mere seconds it took him to turn back toward her, the robots had been blasted upward. Ursula jumped to her feet as the robots rained down on us, smashing into bits and pieces upon landing. They were reduced to nothing more than giant paperweights. Ursula let out an ungodly screech, her arms spread wide. I wrapped Lacey in my arms as the windows around us exploded. With the panes no longer there to block, bodies began to flood inward rapidly. All of the customers that had been waiting outside were being sucked through the windows. Gabe and Mora collapsed simultaneously, and Lacey immediately sprinted toward them. "Lace, wait!" I yelled before running after her. As I drew closer to them, my brow furrowed in confusion. Gabe and Mora were usually slightly see-through, but not enough to discern any shapes from what was behind them. Now, however, they were so transparent that I could see the outlines of the tiles beneath them. And somehow, they were unconscious. "What's happening to them?" I asked her. She shook her head. "I think she's stealing energy from them, but I don't understand how." The cacophony of screams came from behind us, making me jump. We turned to see what was happening, and Lacey let out a sharp gasp at the sight. The customers were contorting and stretching into a writhing mass. Hands desperately clung to each other. Legs and arms a knotted mess of torn ligaments and shattered bones. Claws clung to tails, tails to antennae, and antennae to horns. They screamed in synchronized pain and agony. The involuntary conjoining only ended once the monstrosity was tall enough to touch the ceiling. It gave us a ferocious roar as it towered over us. "Oh, fudge," said Cheryl quietly. "How the hell is she doing this?" I said. "There's got to be another power source," she said, and then her head snapped to face me, her wide eyes locking with mine. "Where's Daisy?" she asked. My brow furrowed. "Why?" "We have to find her, Jared," she said. "Okay, but why?" I tried again. "We can't leave them to fight this thing alone." A ruckus of clatters and clacks came from our left. A pack of mannequins was rapidly approaching. Marlique was leading them. Their plastic appendages were protected by makeshift armor, made from duct tape and dismantled freight boxes. "We got you covered," said Marlique, holding up a bow and arrow fashioned from plastic clothing hangers and fabric scraps. "You two go find the demon spawn." Lacey thanked them, and then we were sprinting again. Jesus H. Christ. I do not recommend having your life force sucked out of you. Or is it death force? I don't know. I'm not a mechanic. I don't understand any of this paranormal stuff. If you can't tell, this is Gabe. Hiya. Great news. I'm not dead. Well, not double dead. But I wish that I was when I saw Cheryl's face staring down at me, just as my eyes popped open. Her blank expression is kind of terrifying, and if I could breathe, she would have absorbed every bit of carbon dioxide my body released. No offense to her because she's sweet and all, but that is not a sight I wanted to see while on the brink of death. Double death. Okay, that's enough death jokes. "Hi," said Mora, who was sitting beside her. Her emerald green eyes twinkled as she smiled at me. Now that's a sight I wanted to see. Can you really blame me, though? "Hi," I said in return. "What happened to us?" She shrugged. "I don't know, but I feel like I got run over by a freight train." As my lips parted to respond, a loud screech came from behind us. "What the fuck?" I yelled, quickly hovering to my feet. A large mound of flesh was stumbling around our checkout lanes, demolishing everything in its sight. Ursula stood behind it, cackling wildly like a hyena. Danielle launched a fireball at her face, putting her cackles to a stop. In retaliation, Ursula used her flesh puppet to throw a motorized shopping cart at the coven. It took 3 of them to pause the attack mid-air. Rage filled me at their panicked expressions. As they struggled to lower it, I ran forward. ready to strangle Ursula with my bare hands. I got 5 paces away before dropping to my knees, my incorporeal body too weak to continue. "Gabe!" cried Mora. "I'm fine," I said as I slowly stood up. "Yeah, there's a monster attacking us," said Cheryl nonchalantly. "Can you guys hold weapons yet?" "We can try," said Mora. As she twirled to face Cheryl, I noticed that her curls were disheveled. Parts of her bullet wound were peeking out. I tugged at my long sleeves nervously before recovering it for her. She looked at me expectantly. "You had something in your hair," I said. She gave me a small smile before taking a weapon from Cheryl. "Maybe we should get something that requires distance, since we're not feeling so great." She picked up a bow and a set of arrows before handing it to me. "Like this." "Where'd you guys get all these?" I asked as I grabbed the weapon from her. "It's from Gary's stash," explained Cheryl. She rifled through the duffel bag, and I saw an insane amount of weaponry. Blades, brass knuckles, nunchucks. I think I even saw a bazooka. Considering the amount of ammo, arrows, and attachments I saw sitting below the weapons, I wondered if Lacey or the wizard had magically enhanced the bag to be endless. I wonder if they could upgrade the storage of a PS5 to be endless. Oh, I miss gaming. To go with my bow and arrows, I teleported to the outdoors section to grab a bottle of lighter fluid and matches. The behemoth we were up against was not a fan of this. I had shot several flaming arrows into its multitude of eyes. The spiraling sack of flesh gave me an unearthly screech before yanking the arrows free. It flung them back at me like a toddler throwing a tantrum. We spent the next several minutes essentially just aggravating the beast. Its entwined rolls of flesh sweated profusely. Stunk up the area, making my eyes burn worse than my dirty gym socks from high school had. A low stream of obscenities left my mouth when several droplets fell onto me. "I need a fucking hazmat suit," I yelled, as I popped another one of my arrows into its 50-second eyeball. The beast let out a deep bellow that shook the building. It also made me miss my next shot. This'd be easier if you were made of mold. Its upper body jerked, which pointed its gaping maw at the ceiling. Blood and guts projectile vomited outward. As it bounced against the ceiling tiles, the gore rained down upon us. It intermingled with the waterfall of sweat, making a truly revolting combo. I began to gag so aggressively at the smell that I thought I would throw up as well. Then I remembered I could no longer eat. This specific circumstance was the only time I would ever be grateful for that fact. "I think it's getting weaker," Mora said to me. She was wobbling slightly. I placed a hand on her shoulder to steady her. "Perfect timing," I responded, "because I don't think you could fight for much longer." And then the monster vomited once more. This time, instead of puking up various nasty liquids, it puked up body parts. As those dismembered limbs landed on the floor with a sickening plop, they began to squirm toward each other. Inch by inch, they drew closer until they too conjoined into several botched butcheries. Faces dotted their mottled skin, with twice as many hands jutting out. As they dawdled toward us, they reminded me of babies that were so chunky their fat rolls were practically stacked on top of one another. Now take that, but make it 10 times grosser. They looked terrifying, but still, I could fight a baby. "Motherfucker," I snapped. Quickly yet gently, I moved Mora to a still intact register station and placed her under it. "Hide under here and rest," I said. I stood and swiveled around, bow at the ready. My eyes locked on the one that was roughly 3 feet away. It stumbled during its approach. Its face is letting out a breathy whine as it righted itself. "I'd ask if you need a hand, but looks like you already have a bunch," I said. And then the faces spit a thick and gooey pus sludge at me. It went right through me, but its smell was an attack within itself. "Oh, you fucking bitch." After searching the entire store, Lacey and I moved to the employee-only hallway. We quickly searched every room. The bathroom was empty, and so was the break room. I nearly collided with her body after she paused in the doorway to the office. "Jesus, Lace," I said as I steadied myself. "What's wrong?" And then I saw what she was looking at. Affixed to the wall was an amalgamation of various humans, creatures, and disfigured blobs of flesh, much like the creature terrorizing our friends. Trapped beneath the mess was a frail and withered Daisy. Even though she was now in her proper succubus form, I could still recognize her by her facial features. Her skin was now gray, but her jawline remained sharp, even more so now with how thin she looked. Her cheeks were gaunt, and her eyes were sunken into her head. Despite her obvious lack of strength, she still had enough to give us a smirk.
"Jared," she croaked, "you came back."
"Not for you," I said quietly. My hand instinctively reached for Lacey's. Daisy let out a short, hoarse laugh.
"At least, not in the way I wanted you to."
She looked down at our hands and then up at my heart pendant. The smirk fell from her face.
"It's always gonna be her, isn't it?"
Her voice sounded genuinely sad.
"It always has been,"
I said in a steady voice. Her facial expression morphed into one of anger.
"Do it,"
she snarled.
"Do what?"
"Do what you came to do and kill me." She broke out into sobs, and the mass of flesh engulfing her began to sob as well, its miserable cries flowing out of whatever mouths it still had left. I looked at Lacey.
"As much as I wish we could, we can't let her suffer,"
she said.
"She's the energy source keeping Ursula alive."
We both turned back to Daisy. She looked pitiful and small, a drastic change from what she had once been. The idea of me having a hand in someone's death made me feel uncomfortable, but the way she had manipulated me and my loved ones for months made me feel 10 times worse. Not only had she tried to destroy everything we had built at Charlie's, but she had also tried to ruin my relationship with Lacey. What she and her mother had put us through was inexcusable, and I couldn't let it be done to anyone else. Even though it made me uncomfortable, killing her would honestly be the kindest thing we could do. She didn't look like she had much time left anyway.
"I'll do it,"
I said. Lacey gave me a sad smile. She held a hand up, and my upgraded mop materialized within her grasp. She handed it to me, kissed me on the cheek, and stepped out of the room.
"Do you feel any guilt at all?"
I asked Daisy.
"It's in our nature,"
she croaked out. I nodded.
"Was that your mom's excuse for doing it to you?"
A tear escaped her right eye and traveled down her cheek before her eyes snapped shut.
"Just get it over with."
I sighed before plunging the mop where I thought her chest would be. She let out a pained cry, and blood quickly began to flow from the wound and her mouth. She choked on it, and the flesh suffocating her began to convulse with each debilitating cough. I jumped back before blood could splatter on me.
"We could have been something,"
she struggled to say through gurgles.
"I'm not into toxic relationships."
Sadness filled her eyes. As I ripped the mop out of her, the light left them. The mound of flesh around her began to disintegrate, and so did she. I exited the room as they crumbled into a pile of dust on the floor. Lacey was waiting for me in the hall, and we exited it hand in hand. When we entered the front of the building again, our friends began to cheer. My cheeks reddened as I smiled at them. Dust covered practically every square inch of surface. That's with me taking into consideration the way our friends looked, which was like they just clocked out from their shift at a coal mine. The only thing that remained of Ursula's existence was her god-awful Valentine's decor. I plucked a fake bouquet of roses from a nearby stand and gave them to Lacey. "M'lady," I said. She smirked. "Such a gentleman." Then she saw Mora and Gabe up and walking around, and she ran to them. Her excitement only grew when she realized she could hug Mora. They immediately began catching up, chatting about everything under the sun. "Congrats on your first war," I told Gabe.
"Thank you,"
he said.
"I don't know how you guys survived the first one without me."
"The place barely stands without you, buddy." "I think that could be said about everyone on your team," said Marlique as she entered the conversation. "Jared, Lacey, Gabe, Cheryl, Gary, and Chip. I could include everyone in this room. But like I said, the 6 of you really are the dream team. Charlie's wouldn't be the same without you." The redness in my cheeks returned. "Thanks, Marleek," I responded. "Thank you, boys," she said. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a party to attend." She began to clickety-clack back to the group of mannequins. "Don't do anything weird in the store." "No promises," she yelled back at me. "I'm famished," Lacey said to me. "Why don't we take everyone to Papa Pete's to celebrate?" A smile spread across my face at the mention of Papa Pete's Pizzeria, the spot of our first date. I couldn't help but kiss her. "We can go celebrate," I said, after breaking away from our kiss. "But first, I have to pee." She rolled her eyes. "You have the bladder of a squirrel when under duress." "You're not wrong," I agreed. "Don't leave without me." I kissed Lacey on her temple before skedaddling off to the bloody bathroom. It was absolutely spotless when I entered. No blood, no funky carvings, and no messages on the mirror. It didn't even smell like copper, a lingering scent we always struggle to remove. I ignored the burning sensation in my bladder, lightly bouncing back and forth on my feet as I looked through the stalls. There was nothing at all. I sighed. Is my peeing a transactional process? I asked the room. It didn't respond, so I scurried into the first stall and did my business. My bladder was very grateful. As I left the stall and closed the door, I felt a tugging at my pants as I tried to walk away. Somehow, one of the belt loops on my pants had wrapped around a random nail jutting from the stall's wooden frame. I instinctively looked up, and that's when I saw the words suddenly carved into the door. A sticky note was lightly stuck to the carvings, obscuring them from my view. "The store can never be bought, pee-pee head," read the note. I removed it, gently folding it to place it in my pocket. The carvings below it said, "Congrats, Jared. You finished round 2. I rolled my eyes. They were definitely fucking with me. I heard footsteps approaching, so I looked to my left. Cheryl had entered, but stopped just inside the doorway. "Is the bathroom out of order again?" she asked. I shook my head while I reached into my pocket to pull out a permanent marker. "No, it's working just fine," I responded, as I drew a smiley face under the carved words. Alright everybody, that's it for the final part of Charlie's Department Store. This series was written by the very talented Ashley Watson, who's now released this in book form. I'll be including a link in the description below to the book on Amazon. I hope you all will check out the book and support the author. I know these series take a long time to put together, so I really do appreciate her letting me read it on the channel. Alright, thanks a lot everybody. Hope you have a great night. Become a channel member today for early access, bonus videos, and special emojis only available to members. Check out the description below or click the join button for more info. If you'd like another way to help support the channel, please consider joining my Patreon page at patreon.com/JordanGroupHorror. As a patron, you'll get access to bonus videos and content. You'll be credited at the end of every video going forward, and if you decide to stay for 3 months, I'll name a character after you, which will be featured in a Hollow's End story. Links to join the Patreon are in the description. Thanks everyone for listening. Please like, subscribe, and comment to help the channel continue to grow, and see you again next time at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you have a great night. Become a channel member today for early access, bonus videos, and special emojis only available to members. Check out the description below or click the join button for more info. If you'd like another way to help support the channel, please consider joining my Patreon page at patreon.com/JordanGroupHorror. As a patron, you'll get access to bonus videos and content. You'll be credited at the end of every video going forward, and if you decide to stay for 3 months, I'll name a character after you, which will be featured in a Hollow's End story. Links to join the Patreon are in the description. Thanks everyone for listening. Please like, subscribe, and comment to help the channel continue to grow. And see you again next time at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you have a great night.